taking up your energy and all your precious time, selling all your data like Cambridge Analytica. If you speaking out, then be sure they're gonna finish you, tarnish your whole image and diminish you. If you an evil person, then it means you never been in love. Well, what about me? Think it's all about you. Well, what about me? You just a profiteer, a narcissist, telling everyone you're marvelous, but the opposite is obvious. The reason that you're prominent, cause ignorance is dominant. Just cause I do not agree does not mean I'm a communist. Building up a movement like Yugoslavian partisans, topple your whole conglomerate. I'm not moderate, think it's all about you, that's why we're going extinct without a moment to blink. This is all gonna sink, I only got a couple minutes to get it in. And yeah, you really led the people like Flint, Michigan. That's the reality we're living in. We're getting tired like Michelin. Soon it's the streets that we're fishing in. You're busy giving gifts to your constituents and still holding ties to all your businesses and separating families from their kids. And now the whole world wonders what America is. It's all about you. Well, what about me? It's all about you. Well, what about me?
Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Ain't broke bitch. Ain't broke bitch. Nowadays I just lay and watch me mob. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Like a god. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Like a god. Like a god.
You think it's all about you. Well, what about me? Think it's all about you. Well, what about me? Calling out, but ain't nobody really hearing me. Sometimes I think it's all just a conspiracy, but I'm still living fearlessly. Even in this age of tyranny, I spit another stanza in the face of propaganda, with my face up in the camera, full picture panorama. These days, things are not what they appear to be. Post another selfie on the gram, acting cheerfully. Behind closed doors, you on all fours, washed up like all shores, distracted by the warlords, infiltrating every corner of your mind, taking up your energy and all your precious time, selling all your data like Cambridge Analytica. If you speaking out, then be sure they're gonna finish you, tarnish your whole image and diminish you. If you an evil person, then it means you've never been in love.
Well, what about me? Think it's all about you. Well, what about me?
You just a profiteer, a narcissist, telling everyone you're marvelous, but the opposite is obvious. The reason that you're prominent, cause ignorance is dominant. Just cause I do not agree does not mean I'm a communist. Building up a movement like Yugoslavian partisans, topple your whole conglomerate. I'm not moderate, think it's all about you, that's why we're going extinct. Without a moment to blink, this is all gonna sink. I only got a couple minutes to get it in. And yeah, you really led the people like Flint, Michigan. That's the reality we're living in. We're getting tired like Michelin. Soon it's the streets that we're fishing in. You're busy giving gifts to your constituents and still holding ties to all your businesses and separating families from their kids. And now the whole world wonders what America
Think
is.
it's all about you. Well, what about me? It's all about you. Well, what about me?
Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just a fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just a fame. I ain't broke, bitch. I ain't broke, bitch. Nowadays, I just lay and watch me mob. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just a fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just a fame. Like a god. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just a fame.
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को एक बहुत बड़ा फायदा हुआ है। रोजोक लूटा, स्कूल के आसपास वाले कंपाउंड्स लूटे, अब वाटर सिटी आके लूट रहे हैं। आप लूट की आप क्षमता समझ सकते हैं ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के पास कितनी होगी, उनकी मात्रा कितनी होगी। बट वहीं पे यहाँ पे इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी एक गलती आई, परमार की तरफ से पीछे जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, नॉक यहाँ पे निकाले गए। देखना पड़ेगा क्या वहाँ पे रश आता है इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी का।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर ज्यादा टाइम बचता नहीं क्योंकि उनको भी पता है कि अब यूटिलिटीज काफी ज्यादा वो एग्जॉस्ट कर चुके हैं। कुछ खास ज्यादा लूट थी भी नहीं क्योंकि काफी अर्ली स्टेज ऑफ द मैच थी। वो जो फाइट है वो इनिशिएट हो गई थी। इनिशिएटिव स्पोर्ट्स इनिशिएटिव ले लिया है उन्होंने कि यहाँ पर जो स्क्वाड वाइप है वो करके जाएंगे और पूरी तरीके से एलीट स्क्वाड को उन्होंने बैकफुट पर ढकेला है। वो एक खिलाड़ी स्पॉट करेगा, लोकी वहां पर डाउन होंगे, क्या वो एक और को नॉक कर सकते हैं देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली। बट इनिशिएटिव स्पोर्ट्स अभी के लिए एक बढ़िया शुरुआत जरूर से उनकी देखने को मिल रही है। सिंपल उनको डाउन किया जाएगा, जो फिनिश है वो भी इंस्टेंटली यहाँ पर सिक्योर किया जाएगा। जो प्लेयर नॉकड आउट है उनको रिवाइवल यहाँ पर मिल सकता है। इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी एक स्ट्रॉन्गर टीम यहाँ पर अभी के लिए प्रूव आउट होते हुए, लेकिन अभी भी 3 जो प्लेयर्स है वो सर्वाइव करते हुए इनके ओपोनेंट्स के।
जी हां, रिवाइवल भी यहाँ पे करना पड़ेगा इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी को। बट वहीं पे एक शानदार नेट ब्लेजी 2K की तरफ से परमार को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है। अब जो एडवांटेज है वो पूरी तरह से इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के पास जा चुका है। देखना पड़ेगा रश कैसे करा जाता है। परफेक्ट को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा, बट ब्लेजी 2K विद अनदर नेट, क्या यहाँ पे वैल्यू मिलेगी? जी हाँ, वैल्यू मिलेगी। एंड एलीट स्क्वाड पूरी तरह बैकफुट पे नेट करने की कोशिश में, आपके पास गन नहीं थी, खत्म करा जाएगा आपको। इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी Just got 1v4 ब्लेजी 2K की तरफ से। 1v4 एक्जैक्टली तो नहीं बोलूंगा, बट एक शानदार क्लच जरूर देखने को मिला इस प्लेयर की तरफ से। का भी एक अच्छा हिस्सा देखने को मिल जाता है। बट वही अगर आईएनएस की बात की जाए, प्लेयर्स को रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स। क्या वो अटैक यहाँ पे कर पाएंगे?
मान्या को स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया। जो पहला झटका है वो लग चुका है टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को, लेकिन बाकी के जो प्लेयर्स है वो सर्वाइव जरूर से करे। वो ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बना सकता है, एक वेल गुड ग्रेनेड आएगा जरूर, लेकिन डॉज किया जाएगा क्या देखना पड़ेगा। बट नकुल उनके काफी करीब जाएगा। बिलियन उनको भी डाउन किया गया। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स वापस से इस फाइट में आते हुए जोकर, चलिए शेन को भी डाउन किया जाएगा। जोकर इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को शायद जो लोकेशन है वो पता नहीं अभी के लिए, वो जो कंपाउंड है उसके अंदर जाएंगे, पूरा कब्जा वहां पर करने वाले। जो एक प्लेयर उनका नॉकड आउट है, रिवाइवल का जो सिलसिला है वो भी स्टार्ट होगा और जोन के बिल्कुल एज पर हमें टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स देखने को मिलने वाले। टीम आईएनएस की बात करें, वो जो एक खिलाड़ी नॉकड आउट था, रिवाइवल उनको मिल जाएगा वापस से। 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स। नाउ इट्स अ 4v2, बट शायद जो पोजीशन है वो रिवील्ड है। एजे का ये ग्रेनेड एक डिसाइडिंग ग्रेनेड हो सकता है। स्पॉट करके एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, वो ग्रेनेड क्या कनेक्शन बनाएगा? जी नहीं, अभी भी वहां पर शेन जो वो सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और मेरे ख्याल से शायद ज्यादा देर तक नहीं वो जो मोलोटोव है वो फिनिश करेगा।
जी हां, बट थर्ड पार्टी यहाँ पे आने वाली है। वो टीम जो यहाँ पे वाटर सिटी में ऑलरेडी मौजूद थी, अब वो रश करते नजर आएंगे। दैट इज गोइंग टू बी वन नॉक पुश। एक नॉक निकाला, पुश करने की कोशिश, बट मान्या का शानदार कवर आएगा। प्रॉक्सी को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। मोहित आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करेंगे, स्मोक स्क्रीन बिछाना चाहते हैं, बट ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने अभी तक जो डिफेंड करके दिखाया है, शुरुआत में भी उनके पास जोन था, उसके बाद जोन के बाहर हुए, रोटेशन दिखाई, और जो नेट की क्षमता ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स में देखने को मिलती है वो लाजवाब है। अभी भी ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के पास एडवांटेज। मान्या एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पे नॉक करेंगे। वन नॉक पुश का पूरा पुश धरा का धरा यहाँ पे रहेगा। लास्ट ऑन स्टैंडिंग जो आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हुए, ज्यादा फायदा उनको नहीं मिलेगा। इसी के साथ ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स लगातार 2 स्क्वाड्स को वाइप आउट करते नजर आएगी आपको।
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को आप देखें, वो एक बार के लिए पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो रहे थे। एक सिंगल प्लेयर बचा हुआ था, अपने तीनों खिलाड़ियों को वहां पे सरवाइव कराया। मान्या खत्म हो गए। एजे का ये वाला ग्रेनेड पूरी तरीके से रेवेंज स्पोर्ट्स एलिमिनेट सोच सकते हैं। ग्रेनेड थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट रह गया, बट अभी भी आप देखेंगे रेवेंज स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर सर्कल के बाहर एक को नॉक कराया। माइटी, उनको आगे यहाँ पे जाना ही पड़ेगा। माइटी खत्म होंगे। एजे को जो फिनिश था वो यहाँ पे मिल चुका, बट बिग ब्रदर्स जितनी तारीफ ही करी जाए उतनी कम। जिस तरीके से वाला मैच उन्होंने खेला, एजे सामने साइड पे मौजूद रहेंगे। अक्षय को डाउन किया, सोनिक फॉक्स को भी एजे ने डाउन किया था, बट इसी के साथ एजे को डाउन किया जाएगा। जोकर लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। रिवेंज के पास एक मौका हो सकता है। जी नहीं, ऊपर मौजूद है बिग ब्रदर्स के स्क्वाड, बट ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स बैक टू बैक बेहतरीन मैचेस। इस मैच में भी दूसरा पायदान उनके पास जाता हुआ।
बिल्कुल, जोकर आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे, ज्यादा देर तक सरवाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट बिग ब्रदर्स लेकर के जाएंगे इस पर्टिकुलर मैच में एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन विनर चिकन डिनर।
जो प्लेयर नॉक है उनको रिवाइवल के लिए और भी खिलाड़ी रहेंगे वहां पे मौजूद, बट जोकर उन्होंने रिवाइव किया, बट शायद क्रेजी सोल का एक रैंडम स्प्रे आएगा। मान्या वापस से डाउन किया गया, बट अभी भी आप देखें कि दोनों टीमें अभी भी एज पे, टीम अनस्टॉपेबल इस चीज का जरूर फायदा उठा सकती है।
जी हां, अगर वो यहाँ पे अटैक करने की कोशिश करते हैं, एक बहुत बढ़िया फायदा मिलेगा। ड्रॉप शॉट आता है शेन की तरफ से, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के जोकर को नॉक करा जाएगा। नकुल एक नेट के साथ आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश जरूर करते हैं। अगर ये नेट सही जगह पे जाता है तो बहुत ज्यादा वैल्यू मिलेगी, और जाता भी है, वैल्यू भी मिलेगी। टीम आईएनएस इसी के साथ खत्म होते आपको नजर आएगी, एंड ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स दे आर स्टिल सर्वाइविंग।
अब ये देखना है कि कितना ज्यादा ओजी की स्क्वाड आगे जा सकते हैं। पिछले मैच में तीसरे पायदान पे एलिमिनेट हुए थे, इस बार वो चीज रिपीट करना बिल्कुल नहीं चाहेंगे। चारों प्लेयर उनके सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, फिनिशेस बहुत ज्यादा, स्क्रेम लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे थे बट जेन ओपी को उन्होंने वहां पे रिवाइव किया। डीजी डैमेज उनको बहुत ज्यादा पड़ा है बट अभी भी आप देखें इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी बड़े आसानी से इस मैच में चिकन डिनर निकाल के जा सकते हैं। बट डीजी का एक मॉली जाता हुआ बिलीव को वहां पे डाउन किया, एके ओपी कूदने की कोशिश करेंगे, अभी भी गुंजाइश रहेगी इस मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर निकालने के। बाद डीजी एक और ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली उनका एलिमिनेशन में देखने को मिल सकता है। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, दोनों खिलाड़ी उस ग्रेनेड से डाउन किए जा सकते हैं। ट्रिगर डाउन किए गए, एके ओपी डाउन किए गए, एक बार फिर से तीसरे पायदान पे एलिमिनेशन औरंगटान स्क्वाड का।
जी हाँ, दो टीमें बचती हैं और इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के पास एक संपूर्ण मौका, एक विनर विनर चिकन डिनर निकालने का। जी हाँ, लाजवाब प्रदर्शन, पाइनान बिल्कुल सेंटर ऑफ द जोन है। डायनास की बात की जाए, ये एक बहुत क्रूशियल मैच होने वाला है कि आयरस के लिए और अभी के लिए मुश्किल में जा सकते हैं। सीधा गाड़ी से उतरे, स्प्रे देने की कोशिश करी, डैमेज जरूर देने की कोशिश थी बट अभी के लिए ओजी के ऊपर कोई डैमेज नहीं दे पाए।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर अभी के लिए यहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश रहने वाली है बट टीम आइनस की बात करें, व्हीकल लेकर के वो स्लैमिंग जो है वो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। अर्ली फाइट्स बोला था जब बात हुई थी हमारी टीम माइनस के प्लेयर से कि वो लेने के लिए आएंगे बट अभी के लिए ट्रिगर एक ग्रेनेड को करके थ्रो करने वाले, क्या वो कनेक्शन बनेगा देखने वाली बात। व्हीकल के ऊपर वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा, फाइनली वहां पर जोकर आएंगे, डाउन करेंगे। अग्रेशन टीम माइनस का बिल्कुल स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द मैच से देखने को मिल जाएगा लेकिन बिलियन की बात करें उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। टीम ओरंगटन जो एप आर्मी है आ चुकी है, यहाँ पर मुश्किल बना सकती टीम माइनस की। कॉर्प्ले को डाउन किया गया, कंट्रोल्ड अग्रेशन दिखाने की जरूरत थी, उसमें नाकामयाब। जोकर इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। पहली टीम क्या बनने वाली आइनस जो एलिमिनेट होगी शायद, हाँ बट जोकर यहाँ पर आएंगे, एक प्लेयर को नॉक करेंगे, जो रिवाइवल है वो स्टार्ट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। बिलीव यहाँ पर बचेंगे जरूर बट जोकर की बात करें वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए एक बेहतरीन स्प्रे वहां पर जाएगा। बहुत ज्यादा लो ऑन एचपी बिलीव हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे और जोकर ही इज वेरी क्लोज टू दैट 1v3 और शायद वो करेंगे। जी हाँ, एक 1v3 ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं। द एप आर्मी इज ऑन द बैक फुट एंड आईएनएस राइज करते हुए।
बिल्कुल, एप आर्मी अभी के लिए बैक फुट पे है बट आईएनएस के पास अभी भी एक चुनौती है। एक प्लेयर जो है ओजी का वो बहुत ज्यादा दूर है, तो अपने प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव करने के बाद यहाँ पे फिनिशर्स वो आराम से निकालते आपको नजर आएंगे। ऐश जो कि कप्तान भी है ओजी के, अब बहुत दूर और अब सोलो प्लेयर फंसते हुए नजर आ सकते हैं।
दोनों यहाँ पर सर्वाइव जरूर से करें। टीम इनिशिएटिव के चारों प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर रहने वाले हैं बट कुछ प्रेडिक्टिव स्प्रेज आएंगे जरूर से, दोनों को डाउन किया जाएगा। टीम हाइड्रा के एक प्लेयर बचेंगे, डायनामाइट, देखते हैं क्या वो फट पाएंगे क्योंकि सामने 4 प्लेयर्स हैं इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के, स्पॉट उनको भी किया जाएगा। प्रेडिक्टिव स्प्रेज वहां पर दिए जा रहे बट ही स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, आई डोंट नो हाउ। उनको अभी भी स्पॉट करने की कोशिश जो है वो जारी है। ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाएंगे, डायनामाइट अपनी पोजीशन चेंज करेंगे, इज डॉट एचपी सर्वाइविंग बट स्टिल ही डिनाइज टू डाई एंड ही स्टिल सर्वाइविंग। व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन? बट टीम हाइड्रा अभी के लिए उनके जो जोरो है वो डाउन किए जाएंगे एंड टीम इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के फेवर में जाता हुआ ये पूरा सर्कल।
जी हाँ, बट हाइड्रा के डायनामाइट अब क्या वो कुछ मैजिकल कर पाएंगे? क्लच की दरकार जरूर है सभी को बट स्पॉट करा जाता है, पैरों में शॉट लिया जाएगा। डैमेज काफी ज्यादा उनको मिल चुका है बट डीजी अटैक करने के मूड में नजर आ रहे हैं, आगे जाएंगे और डैमेज देंगे बट उनको भी थोड़ा संभलना पड़ेगा। जिस रिच पे है उसके ऊपर पीछे से भी प्लेयर आ सकते हैं और जीओजी के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे आएंगे। मीनवाइल एमजे खत्म करेंगे हाइड्रा डायनामाइट को बट अभी भी जीओजी क्या वो यहाँ पे चिकन लेके जा सकता है? उनके पास चारों प्लेयर जरूर थे बट जो जोन है एक बार फिर से इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के पास जाता हुआ।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आईएनएस की बात करें, एक आखिरी प्लेयर अभी सर्वाइव जरूर से करे। टीम जीओजी की मुश्किलें बढ़ेंगी, लोग यहाँ पर आएंगे, खिलाड़ी को डाउन करेंगे, जो ग्रेनेड्स है वो भी स्पैम किए जा रहे हैं। जीओजी का बच पाना बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। एक और प्लेयर को वहां पे डाउन करेंगे। इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी इनिशिएटिव निकाल दिया कि ये जो एरांगल का मैप है उसको रूल करना है इनको। 10 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी इनके पास आ चुके हैं और अब एक 4v1v1 का सिनेरियो जहां पर इनको रोक पाना इम्पॉसिबल नजर आता हुआ। फेथ प्लेयर 69, एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचे जरूर से, उनके और करीब जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। प्लेयर 2 के शायद उनको भी स्पॉट कर लिया गया है। जी हां, वहां पे स्पॉट किया जाएगा। एक और फिनिश, टोटल 11 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं और 13वें फिनिश की तलाश में जाएंगे जरूर से। और अब एक 1v4 जहां इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी को रोक पाना इम्पॉसिबल।
जी हां, बुलेट आखिरी प्लेयर बचे और बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से बैक टू बैक विनर विनर चिकन डिनर की तरफ बढ़ते हुए इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी। अब ये बहुत जरूरी था 6 मैचेस के सफर के अंदर, अगर आप यहाँ पे बैक टू बैक विनर विनर चिकन डिनर निकाल रहे हैं तब आप अपनी जगह पक्की जरूर करा रहे हैं और यहाँ पे खुश तो जरूर होंगे। डीजे क्या कहा था हमने, कभी कभी प्लान ना होना सबसे बढ़िया प्लान साबित होता है।
बिल्कुल एक बेहतरीन चिकन के लिए एलीट स्क्वाड वर्सेस टीम ओरंगटन गेमिंग। टीम ओरंगटन की बात करें, पिछला मैच अच्छा नहीं गया था, उससे पहले के मैचेस में भी ज्यादा अंक उनके पास नहीं आए थे। अगर इस मैच में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए, अच्छे अंक लेकर के नहीं जा पाए, I'll say कि I'm sorry to say बट शायद जो आगे का सफर है वो यहीं खत्म होता हुआ नजर आ भी सकता है। 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, AQOP पीछे से आ जरूर से रहे और वापस से एक 4v4 की फाइट टीम एलीट स्क्वाड के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी जितनी जरूरी टीम ओरंगटन के लिए।
मैं कहूं व्हाट नहीं, आप ऐसी गलतियां तो नहीं कर सकते। ऐश फिलहाल के लिए डैमेज खुद पे लिया और जो उनके साथी थे एक मौका दिया वहां पे लीड स्क्वाड को रश करने के लिए, बट बिलीव एंड iQOO बहुत ज्यादा दूर मौजूद रहेंगे। उनके पास एक बढ़िया एंगल हो सकता है, बट आप लीड स्क्वाड को देखें कहीं से कोई एंगल नहीं है जहां से दोनों जो प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं वहां पे कवर फायर प्रोवाइड कर पाए। बट एलीट स्क्वाड मुझे लगता है इनके पास थ्रोएबल्स हैं, अगर होते तो अब तक वो इस्तेमाल कर चुके होते। ऐश अभी भी ऊपर मौजूद है, अपने आप को हील करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एक और ग्रेनेड नीचे के साइड पे आता हुआ, इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था। एलीट स्क्वाड उनके पास आपको कोई भी थ्रोएबल्स देखने को नहीं मिलने वाले, उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया जा रहा। बट बिलीव एक बढ़िया फ्लैंक एंगल बनाएंगे अपनी टीम के लिए। बट अभी भी आप इंतजार करिए इस चीज का कि एलीट स्क्वाड वो कंपाउंड के बाहर आए तब जाके आप अपनी टीम को कवर फायर दे पाओ। बट बिलीव थोड़ा सा और रोटेट करेंगे। जॉर्ज शायद क्या उन्होंने देखा, बग्गी की आवाज सुनी या फिर दिखाई दिया, शायद नहीं, पूरी तरीके से स्मोक्स कर दिए गए। और अब ऐश बाकी जो यहाँ पे ट्रिगर मौजूद रहेंगे, थोड़ा सा और वक्त बाय करेंगे ताकि जो उनके खिलाड़ी हैं जो बहुत ज्यादा दूर गए हैं बग्गी लेके, वो एक बढ़िया एंगल बना पाए, टीम एलीट को यहीं सप्रेस किया जाए।
बिल्कुल, इसी बीच एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके वहां पर डाउन भी किया जाएगा। ओरंगटन गेमिंग इज बैक इनटू दिस फाइट, क्योंकि बहुत ही कम एरिया है टीम एलीट स्क्वाड के पास। देखना पड़ेगा कैसे वो प्ले अराउंड करते हैं उस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में। iQOO वो अपना एक जो मॉलोटॉव है वो कनेक्शन करने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट उन्होंने ये क्या करा, गेट बंद करने की कोशिश, डाउन किए जाएंगे। ऐश वहां पर मौजूद, ट्रिगर की अगर हम बात करें वो अभी भी यहां पर रहने वाले दो प्लेयर्स डाउन हमें देखने को मिलते हुए एलीट स्क्वाड के। और वहां पर जो रिवाइवल है वो अलाउ किया जा रहा है, ट्रिगर वो आगे की तरफ जाने की कोशिश जरूर से करने वाले। अभी बात करें एलीट स्क्वाड की, 3 प्लेयर्स यहां पर सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे। ट्रिगर भी वहां पर जो रिवाइवल है वो इनिशिएट करेंगे, वो ग्रेनेड ऊपर की तरफ थ्रो जरूर से किया जा रहा है, बट वहां पर कोई प्लेयर मौजूद नहीं रहने वाला है। एलीट स्क्वाड की बात करें वो अभी भी यहां पर मौजूद रहने वाले, आगे की तरफ जाएंगे जरूर से। एक ओपनिंग और क्रिएट करनी पड़ेगी। इसी बीच जो रिवाइवल का सिलसिला है वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है। 4v4 में वापस से कन्वर्ट होती है फाइट, और अभी भी जो नॉक की तलाश है वो जारी।
4v3 की जो फाइट है वो चलती हुई दिखाई देगी। ओजी अपना एक प्लेयर खो चुके हैं, iQOO उनके पास मात्र केवल बैंडेज दिखेंगे। बिलीव उन्होंने देखा प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया, परमार नीचे मौजूद है, परमार वो भी ऊपर देख रहे हैं, बिलीव सीधा नीचे देख रहे हैं। कनेक्शंस बनाने की अभी भी कोशिश की जा रही है, बट देखना ये जॉट किस तरीके से घेर के खड़े हैं यहाँ पे प्लेयर, बट परमार दे पाएंगे या फिर नहीं वो देखना पड़ेगा। और उन्होंने दिया भी जिस तरीके से प्लेयर को डाउन की, एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम थी। बेहतरीन गेम प्ले इस वक्त चलता हुआ एलीट स्क्वाड का। एक आखिरी प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेगा अपनी टीम से, देखना ये क्या वो खत्म हो गए। जी हाँ, शायद वो खत्म होगा। और इसी के साथ ओजी का एलिमिनेशन, 5 मैचेस हैं की और मात्र 33 अंक। देखिए किस तरीके से पूरा सर्कल का एडवांटेज आपको बीबी के प्लेयर्स के पास देखने को मिलने वाला। बिलियन वहां पे मौजूद थे, उन्होंने देखा एल्गोट को स्प्रे दिया, डैमेज उतना कुछ खास नहीं दे पाए लगभग। अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट देखना ये है कि नॉक अगला निकाल पाएंगे या फिर नहीं। बड़ा आईएनएस उनको सर्कल के अंदर निकलना पड़ेगा। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आप देखे आईएनएस को ऊपर से नीचे जाना है, वहीं पे बीबी की स्क्वाड ऑलरेडी पूरा सर्कल यहाँ पे घेर के बैठी हुई है। शेन की बात क्यों निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे बीबी की स्क्वाड, जितने भी थ्रोबल्स है हर थ्रोबल का इस्तेमाल करते हुए। जोकर को आप देखें उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम है, स्टिल वो आगे जा रहे हैं, रुकना नहीं चाह रहे। वो जो फिनिशर वो लेने की कोशिश रहेगी, गलती करेंगे बिलियन, लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे। अभी भी उनके ऊपर ग्रेनेड्स की पूरी बौछार करी जाएगी। बीबी एक और विनर चिकन डिनर मिरामार। वो किस तरीके से निकलने वाली है एजे मान्या, उनको पता है कि वो जा चुके हैं पीएस में, बट हाइड्रा उनको नहीं पता। उन्हें अब अपने आप को भरोसा दिलाने के लिए जो चिकन डिनर है हर हाल में निकालना पड़ेगा। डायनामाइट क्या उन्होंने स्पॉट किया, मान्या को डैमेज देने की कोशिश जरूर थी, बट जैक्सन वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे। अभी भी उनके पास ग्रेनेड्स हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं। 8वां सर्कल है ये स्पीरो, और अभी भी उनके पास ग्रेनेड्स बचे हैं, अभी भी उनके पास आपको थ्रोएबल्स देखने को मिलने वाले। बट देखना ये चिकन डिनर जिसकी दरकार है टीम हाइड्रा को, क्या वो निकाल पाएंगे।
2v3 का सिचुएशन है, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स अभी भी स्मोक आपके पास यहाँ पे है तो उसका यूज करना बनता है। मान्या स्मोक चिकन बनाने की कोशिश करते हुए, बट वही हाइड्रा ऑफिशियल एक शानदार विनर चिकन डिनर चाहते जरूर हैं, बट उसके लिए जोन के अंदर और उनको एडवांस करना पड़ेगा। एजी को अगर स्पॉट करा जाता है तो आराम से वहां पे नॉक निकाल सकते हैं। चलो पर फर्स्ट नॉक स्पॉट करा गया, शॉट देने की कोशिश, काफी ज्यादा डैमेज, और फाइनली नॉक करा जाएगा पर्व के द्वारा। मान्या इज नाउ द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। स्मोक के अंदर रैंडम फ्रेज, मान्या को डैमेज दिया गया, मान्या को स्पॉट करा गया है। टीम हाइड्रा लेके जाती हुई एक शानदार विनर देखा देना।
The ground has started to tremble as the war horns have been blown, and this is when the kings have started to doubt their throne. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. And I would like to say this, that, it's powered by Loco, by the way, and that's the bigger picture of it all. But, with Kings starting to lose their throne, what do you have to say about that, Fixes?
Oh yes, I mean we've already started to get glimpses of it. Starting off with yesterday, right? A few big names might have crashed out, but we're going to talk about them a little bit later. But again, heading over to today's games in hand, it's again mixed emotions right inside my head. I'm nervous, I'm excited, I'm passionate about all the games that are coming our way.
Yeah, absolutely. Big names, as you said. One is going to be Godel, the other one is going to be Soul. And what do you expect from such teams when there is a team like Orangutan or Kemeni Sports yesterday? They are on the verge of not getting selected. We still don't know the overall points table yet. None of it has been official. But what do you have to say to the teams which have already made a mark so far, like Godel and Soul?
We'll talk about all these teams, but right now, our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
I didn't get that. Yeah, the iQOO specs goes like this, that the Snapdragon 870 5G comes up with 80 watt fast charge, where it's all about having that gaming beast in your hand. But at the same time, there's something which is in your hand, which you can grab ultimately. That's going to be the price worth 2 lakh rupees. When you go to Amazon and search iQOO Neo 6, and on Amazon you'll be getting a chance to get those 2 lakhs of goodies.
Oh, you certainly can. And we've been talking about the iQOO Neo 6, right? 875G Snapdragon processor that comes up with massive, huge 80 watts of flash charging, ensuring all these players have always got that juice left while they've got the matches to play. And again, we've been talking about the flagship processors. This is it, right? You're not gonna have a little bit of a doubt while you're playing your games, but more than that, we were talking about the big names, the big guns coming in. You've got Soul, you've got EXO, you've got Team Godlike, everyone into the frame. But that is where the doubt sort of sets in, because only the top 6 teams are going to be qualifying. As ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a quick look at the format
yes.
over here again.
Yes, absolutely. The format has been very simple from the beginning. All of you would have been, known about this format. But round 1, we had 512 teams, amongst which we drained it out to 256 in round 2. And in round 3, it was drained down to 64. But let's not forget that now we are in the round 4, where 64 teams are actually fighting it out, amongst which 32 are invited, and 32 are the squads who are made through so far and who have that experience and that king-slaying ability.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you've been talking about the underdogs, the rising stars, the sort of a Cinderella, the fairy tale story going along with them. And today, it's going to be nothing less, right? They've proved their mettle through a rigorous process of qualifying through all these rounds. Now, this is the bigger picture, right? Transitioning from BMOC towards the BMBS, and only the top 24 teams too. We already have our top 6. We are yet to find a few more that are also beginning joining along that plane. You've been getting those boarding passes, as the league stage is being panned across 3 weeks now. You've got 24 teams fighting it out, and only the top 16, they are going to be the ones playing for the ultimate glory in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these teams have been fighting it out, and it's also for us to understand how the points are going to be distributed as they make it into the game. It's been very simple from the beginning. The team to attain winner chicken dinner is going to have 15 points for themselves. Then from there on, the second position 12, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is going to get 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 respectively. But the bigger picture is going to be this, where 1 point will be rewarded for 1 finish you gain. And if you have 6 finishes in your name, or probably 5 finishes in your name, you're almost equivalent to the 5th position.
Oh yeah, of course. And we've seen a few of those teams really relying on that, right? Teams like GOG, who've been looking forward to getting that perfect combination of good position along with good finish points. But right now, it's the schedule over here on our screens. 3 games of Erangel yet again. We've got 2 Miramars also into the mix, and the table turner Sanhok that we've always been emphasizing so much upon, because that is the point where we see all the other teams also joining the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there are some moments in yesterday's game which I want to kind of relive and see how things had gone. There were moments where we saw GE started off in a very, very good note, right? They started to dominate and show us that, in the beginning itself, you have to come in and dominate. As we speak further to relive whatever has happened yesterday, let's just look at the matchup and see which are the teams who will be playing out today, so that we'll have a better understanding of what is to come.
Yeah, the entire storyline sort of revolves, right? Everyone's anticipating the teams that are on the bottom row over here. You've got Godlike, Team EXO, Team Soul. Then we've got other big names like Entity Gaming, Revenant, Enigma, True Ripper, Blind Esports. Now, they are the invited bunch. Now, again, talking about the teams that have, worked their way through from the qualifiers up until here. Few renowned names, of course, Retribution, RTR, that one player, Duty, is someone to really watch out for. Then again, we've got Imprint Esports, Nation, the kind of clutches he pulled off in that one game of Erangel in round number 3. Nobody's going to forget that. And even TF5 Esports in that manner, no? One of those teams that, focuses heavily on cutting out the rotations of the other teams. We've seen them do that time and again. Now, they could not be, can be onto a conclusion that they're the best team out there, but a team that has a potential chance to carry or pull off something like the INS did yesterday, right? Being the villains of the show that we have been talking about.
Exactly. Now, one of the most important things for me is going to be how the teams are going to stay composed as we speak about composure, as we speak about something wow factor coming in. Let's not forget what iQOO smartphones are bringing up for us, and they have a promo for you about the new mobile device which they're coming up with, and here it comes.
iQOO.
Wow, takes you back to the old days, right? All the arcade games and everything. Not just that, you can play all your new games and even more, especially when you're focusing on a game like BGMI, a processor-intensive game. That is where, iQOO Neo 6 offers you that juicy Snapdragon 875G processor, along with that 80 watt of flash charging that they've been hyping about so long. And in 12 minutes, Arka, you are going to be juicing it up to 50%, and in the next 32 minutes, it's going to reach the 100% marker. Now, gone are those days when you had to charge your phone for like 1 or 2 hours, right? And especially
and just
with
to gain
iQOO.
50%.
Yeah, sort of getting all these, new technologies in, perfectly combining and also ensures that your phone does not get heated up while you play. I mean, that's amazing. And all you can find about it is on the Amazon specials. And also, while you're there at it, we've got a couple of games that you can really play, and out of which you have a chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees.
Absolutely. Now, there's one thing which rings behind my head is this: that sometimes when you used to play, we used to say, why don't you try and play a TDM? I'll just charge myself and come. Or else we'll be like, probably you guys play a game, by then 50% is up. Now the story is going to be different. You're going to just play a game, no? I'll just charge up to 100%, come back so that we can grind for another, 5-6 games together. And that is where, iQOO has bought us.
Oh, definitely. And, of course, iQOO has done a phenomenal job with all these new technologies that they have added onto their phones. But right now, you've got to talk about this matchup right now over here, as it's going to be the first game of Erangel. And in the first game of Erangel, lately we've been seeing that little bit of a trend with the Western circles, right? We've been witnessing a lot of that. And teams like Seoul, they're going to benefit aeons from that if that happens today, right? There has been a certain trend that has been going along. But then we've got a few little drop clashes also going on, which I believe could be thrown out of the window because you've got a little bit of a fight also happening around Pachinki. You've got Blinded, Imprint, both fighting it out for that spot. Maybe you could have Imprint just backing off. There are certain rumors that they might take the school apartment areas, but primarily from the inception of round number 4, we've been seeing all those western zones being formed out. Like I said, it's going to favor heavily to teams like Seoul. This is where teams like Godlike, teams like Revenant, teams like Enigma, the invited bunch, they've got to work their way inside the circle. And yes, we've been talking about Godlike. We've got a birthday boy amongst us, and it's going to be their IGL clutch squad. And this is where, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation sort of builds up. The only gift that he would accept with open arms is a golden ticket to the PS.
And somewhere I feel that the whole of his team is going to be looking forward for it, to make sure not only give him a golden ticket but also allow him to leave an impact in the game itself in such a way that he's going to be one of the players to watch out for. Being the IGL is going to be a lot of responsibilities. As somewhere I feel today the flight path is going to predict a lot. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first map of the day itself where the big dogs are going to lock horns, and we can look at the man himself, Clutch God, the birthday boy, in the small screen. He's just chilling it out. He knows that this is not only going to be a big day for him but also for his team.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be. And again, we're privy to some Western flight path trajectory, something that we haven't witnessed quite a lot this time. We've seen a lot of those Western circles that I've been talking about. And at a certain point, I'm starting to get a little bored of it. I want something happening around maybe the mansion area, maybe towards Yasnaya Polyana, towards Kumeshki. As a matter of fact, maybe a certain circle is something that I would absolutely love. What about you, though?
Yeah, I've been telling you, right? The southern circle is something which I'm wanting from a really long time, especially the final circle going up to the most southern side of the military base itself, so that that is one terrain which most of these squads wouldn't have battled it out, and it would be a challenge for them to even understand the topography and also try to challenge each other in that terrain itself. So coming back to the flight path and looking the kinds of drop locations people have picked up, it's not something new apart from I think it's Godel going on towards the side of Giorgio, where this is something rare for me to see, right? I know that is also one of their places, but ultimately it's the zone which is kind of shocking me at this point of time, and forgetting the rest of the story as it's taken a complete eastern shift.
Oh, this is what I wanted, right? Eastern circle to begin with. And for Godlike, of course, it's their plan B, right? They've got 2 drops. They've got one around Yasnaya where they primarily tend to hover around. But if the flight path trajectory kind of gets a little towards the western side, if they've got Giorgio up for taking, they're going to take it with open arms. And even we sort of assume that, there have been no teams dropping over there. The only team that is in the nearby contention or the nearby vicinity has to be the team of Last Legends, who I barely think are going to take a fight against a team like Godlike from the very start.
Yep, let's see whether that is going to be the case, because after witnessing such a ruthless gameplay coming in from the side of the teams which have made it so far, I mean, I would like to say that, the teams which have been invited have to watch out for something different coming from their pockets. But at the same time, let's see what kind of magic the teams like Godel, EXO as well as Seoul are going to bring out, because the kind of fan following they have, the kind of responsibility they're holding to live up to the big names they own, I somewhere feel that, that pressure might slowly build up looking at the scenario of the tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you're talking about a team like Godlike, of course, one of the bigger names, or rather you can say one of the biggest names of the BGMI community. But lately, if you talk about their statistics and the performances in the other third-party tournaments, haven't really been up to the mark, right? The kind of expectations that we have developed from their side hasn't really been reciprocated enough. So they've got a lot of questions. They've got a lot of doubts just creeping in, and this is the perfect opportunity. This is the perfect podium where they can showcase their true potential and reclaim their authority over the battlegrounds.
Absolutely, I completely agree on every single word you said, but right now I really want to look forward to what all is happening on the map itself. We can see that there are very few teams, as you mentioned earlier, who are making it inside the circle. That early rotation is something which you're not able to see. Towards the side of Milta's team EXO, which is not a shocking for me whatsoever, but Seoul kind of spread out through that western side towards the side of Ruins. As we can see, Goblin is also pretty far away from one another. And do you think that these these teams are actually taking it too light, because yesterday we saw whenever Orangutan themselves, when they were having a split gameplay, it was the underdog teams who went in, rushed at them and just ate them up. Do you think that that's going to be the case today also, where Seoul will be the victims of one such gameplay?
I mean, it's pretty early to come to such an assumption or a conclusion right now, because again, there have been teams like Global Esports, and as a matter of fact, right, one of those kings, to be honest, talking about, they performed out of their minds, right? Right now with Team Soul, I really believe this is the most stable version of a Team Soul that we have seen in a long while. They've been experimenting with the rosters quite a lot, and finally found all the perfect jigsaw to the puzzle to just complete it. But again, history is a testament of the fact that these players, if you pick them up, now Akshit and Omega, they've been representing Kevin in the past, right? They haven't really delivered. They could not get through into the BGIs, into the latter phases. But then you've got players like Goblin, again, one of the hotshot properties who were playing in for Insane, and he couldn't qualify through. But now they're a whole collective unit. They've been looking really promising lately, and I think this Soul has what it takes to really deliver. But again, we do not want to step on the gun pretty early on.
Absolutely. Now we are speaking about another squad which is on our screens like now, that is Enigma, with a new add-on coming in, into their team. That's going to be Viro. I know that, he's not in the lineup as of now, but what are your thoughts of him coming into them? Do you really feel that, that could be an added advantage somewhere, is his experience going to guide them in few places where they're fumbled here and there when it comes to the tournament?
Now you've sparked a debate, Arka. I mean, of course, it's been over the news. Everyone's sort of aware about the little debacle that they're having lately. And Viru, of course, is not going to be participating actively with this roster. I do not know. In the latter matches, we might get to see him. But again, coming back to what you just asked, right? Of course, if you take a look at Team Enigma, they've got a perfect mix with some experience, with some new blood coming in. You've got Rex, you've got Eggy, and then for experience, you've got Avi and Evo, two of the oldest players in the community. And the best part to topple it out is, Team Enigma have always been a wholesome unit, right? It's never just that one player standing out for them. They know how to take the circles. They have been gelling up with each other for quite some time. And I think, Viru sitting it out could be a really wise decision right now.
Yeah, and then comes this team, which is like the dark horse for me in this group. Entity, they can do wonders by the way they have been playing recently. And I don't know whether you're going to agree on this. I just hope you do. That, Entity is going to be one of those teams to watch out for specifically in this group. As they're capable of your understanding. I think somewhere they fall in between the mindsets of a professional team, invited team, as well as a team which is, making their presence felt in the community itself. So somewhere, would you agree on this point that Entity is going to be one of those teams to watch out for?
Oh, 100%. In fact, if you have to ask about my top 6, Entity is one of them in the list, right? Considering how they've been playing lately, how this team has been playing. I think the Dark Horses is a perfect title, like you just mentioned. And again, Team Entity, it all comes down to handling pressure, right? We had some big names yesterday. Orangutan, Kemin Esports, they came in, and Kemin, they were taken for a spin. They were taken for a ride.
Exactly.
They did not know how to really play around inside those lobbies, had to face so much trouble. So that is all coming down to how they're going to be handling all the situations, because it's just not the invited teams that we're talking about. It's teams like Deathmatch, you've teams like Retribution, RTR, you've got teams like Autobots Esports, who have been playing phenomenally well in the group stages. Now, Retribution RTR is definitely one of those teams to watch out for, but Deathmatch Esports, they've got a player called Final Call. If you remember the final game of Erangel that they were in, he caused a lot of havoc in the lobby. Certainly could be a taunt for all these big names out here.
Absolutely. Now, as we, we're going to be throwing questions with one another, I'm going to speculate one more thing that, Team INR could be one of those other unpredictable teams as they come on our screens, because they have been well known for the composure they have, right? In the previous rounds, we have been seeing them perform they were not like on the top of the table itself, but they had enough points to place themselves in such a way and leave a mark previously in such a way that, they can do wonders itself. So what do you have to say about the composure coming in? Because all these teams, especially when we talk about Autobots, when we talk about Imprint, and when we talk about Retribution, when we talk about INR, these teams have proved themselves when it comes to composure. They tend to hold their ground. They tend to, take a fight, they decide whether to take a fight or not. So what do you have to say about such composure being questioned by the teams which have been invited?
No, I'm going to refer to a few stats, right? For Team INR, they kind of placed, well, not really in a good position. The 7th team to qualify has 20 finishes to their names, just 22 points, out of which one was a chicken dinner. So the consistency is definitely missing, because out of 22, if you just minus that 15 points, it's just 7 points that they managed to accrue over the course of 5 games. So that is something that they really need to work upon today. A little bit of a consistency though. As Autobots, they're one of those teams that tends to drop around at Primorsk. Now, you have to talk about the transition that they've had, right, from round number 2 to round number 3. In round number 2, they were one of the highest fraggers inside the lobby. Exactly. And suddenly, in round number 3, you're looking at them, going up for position points. And now they had maintained that perfect balance. So, again, Autobots is one of my favorites to be the ones to be qualifying in the top 6. But we've got a little bit of a fight maybe brewing. With us, we've got Godlike and Deathmate as EXO. Now they're going to be facing the brunt of it. The rotations, the drastic 3-1 split, not really working out as Sensei has fallen prey to the team of Enigma Gaming over here.
Yep, Enigma. That was where I was coming ultimately, because we have been speaking about this already because of that one key player joining towards them. But it looks like these 4 men are actually capable of doing something more, as they've already taken out the big dogs themselves. EXO losing on one of the most important and key player of their squad. We have to see whether they're going to be playing for placement points. Yes, yet again, we're going to be shifting our views on one other team that's going to be Blind Esports, right? So Blind Esports is one of those teams, where you have Shadow, where you have Sam, where you have Deadpool. All these people are not new to the community. All of them have been there grinding a lot, trying to understand how the other teams are. Where do you think they stand when it comes to today's group?
Team Blind, again, one of the Southern region teams. We've seen them from quite a long time. And Williams is definitely one of those players to watch out for, right? He's been one of their top fraggers lately. He's done enough. But they've gone through a little bit of a roster shuffle. And that is where it comes in. How much of a good synergy that they have developed with each other. But for now, getting back into the game, you've got Team Godlike and Deathmate, both of them trying to get a better part inside the circle, both rotating at the same time, just beside each other.
And it looks like this is not the kind of Godel I was expecting to see, to be specific, because I was thinking that they're going to start off on the offensive side, just like how GE did yesterday, and they'll be trying to rake up as many finish points as possible. It looks like there's been a different story or a different call coming in from the side of IGL. And when I start to speak about IGL, today is every team has an army with them. Yeah. And somewhere I feel that, it's the question of IGLs who will be, coming into the fray, because every single IGL will have to think twice before they take a fight, as there's going to be more than one team in close proximity, but yet not spraying against one another.
Again, for teams like Godlike, I'm not going to raise fingers at them at this point at least, because even for teams like Global Esports, we really saw them coming online, coming up board after those shifts, right? It's the first circle still shifting. The second circle is about to end. We are yet to witness that one curveball. And I love what Godlike are doing. They're keeping them away from all the teams that are kind of building up that southern cluster, right? They are the ones who are staying around the northern areas. Now we know once that curveball hits, once we get that radical shift, they're going to be the first ones maybe trying to go in for the circle center, or like Team Godlike loves to play. They kind of play around the edges a lot, and they've been the ones fighting it out. And this is what, ladies and gentlemen, I've been talking about. Now, this is something that Godlike is absolutely going to enjoy, while all the other teams are going to be sweating right now to find a good cover inside the zone.
Absolutely. Now Godel has got not only the hard cover, but also they have an opportunity to go square and higher ground just a little to the eastern side of where they're standing, as the colors are going to be rushing into the circle, and we have to see some rotation clashes which are going to be starting up. This circle has no space for more than 10 teams, and this is when they're all going to go havoc. Look at this God, LZ God especially trying to make sure he keeps all the enemies at bay and be in their crosses in such a way that they start to execute them and make sure they convert those knock center finishes.
Oh yeah, of course. Now at this point, Godlike, they've got a really good spread, right? Especially over that little bit of plateau that they've stationed themselves in. They've got cover around those squad houses. Look at Jonathan. A lot of eyes on this player, a lot claiming that his era has ended. But I'm pretty sure he still has got a lot of punch in him. And we've got to see. Right now has got players of Autobots. Might right out in the open, and there you go. Opens it up. Hell, just getting absolutely decimated. And it's going to meet his makers anytime soon, because the players of Autobot, this do not seem like to be trying to even give any sort of retaliation. Fire, really one good finish up, and Godlike have themselves up and running.
Absolutely. When you talk about demigods, this is where I would like to state this thing as, yeah, I do understand that somewhere few people have started to speculate that, the juice of the demigods have already gone off, but we all know that once the demigods come back to the demon mode, even though the other gods, that is when everybody will have to fear them up. At this point of time, TF5 have also done the damage against another team, and they're going to be really happy to do that as they pick up one finish for themselves. These early single point finishes somewhere, I believe, is going to cost a lot when it comes to the overall point standing. Just like yesterday, there were teams neck to neck battling it out. Let's see whether that's going to be history is going to repeat in this game as well.
Oh yeah, of course it is. And I've been talking about TF5. They've always been the pesky thorns for a lot of the other teams, right? This is what they specialize in. Kind of cut someone off from the rotation, kind of get a few finishes here and there, trying to mess around with all the other teams out there. And that is where they sort of thrive in. And today we're going to be looking at a little bit of consistent run from their side. Sort of have been the late bloomers. Even if you remember the round 3 matches, they started getting online pretty late into the games, and once they did, it was sort of enough points that they kind of accumulated for themselves to qualify. But right now, considering how the circle is panned out, it's already troubling times for the players of Team EXO. Now, they haven't really been witnessing Sensei getting picked off pretty early on in the past, right? He's always been taken down somewhere around the 5th or 6th circle, and he is kind of the sacrificial lamb, right? The kind of a role that he plays in is pretty risky. But right now, look at Team INR again getting caught using the rotation again by the players of Team Enigma, who had a rather amazing start.
Absolutely, they exactly know the pinpoint locations of Team INR, and they're going to make them pay for it. And ultimately, this is when experience is going to help you out, rake up more finish points than usual when it comes to the 4th circle itself. Now, I really want to see how they're going to pick up from here on and try to rake up more placement points for themselves, because they've already done the hard work of picking almost 4 finishes for themselves. And from here on, Enigma are obviously going to be in the radar of the retribution teams, just like Team INR.
Oh, of course. Now, Team INR, we've been talking about, questions have been on their consistency, right? Again, a not so good start for them. Now just survive with one of their players who's got to do whatever it takes. He's got to break mountains to try and ensure a good position finish in a lobby which is filled with such juggernauts. It's going to be so difficult right now, as we've got 2 big titans clashing it against each other. It's of course going to be Team EXO, who are already wounded, losing out on the IGL, going against a full roster of Blind, and certainly have themselves congregated, just clustered up to that one little location out there. Few good grenades, and they could be done for with already one of their players getting knocked out.
Absolutely. Now, Blind is the team which has cut them off in a very ruthless way, and I really want to see whether Blind is going to capitalize as the iron is out at this point of time against the side of Team EXO. We can see Punk on the other side is eventually going to leave them, abandon the teammates, and fall back and try to find another place where he can allow his team to actually rush in towards him. But it's going to be a very hard job for Fierce and his teammate, and that's going to be Immortal, because ultimately Blind will also look forward to at least take one finish for themselves.
Now, this is something that I was not anticipating, right? Immortal coming in the place of Snacks. Now, that is something, where, doubt sort of arises. What is going on in Sensei's minds right now? Either way, Team EXO, they've had a rough start into the game. Now, somewhere trying to looking towards recovering themselves. A good few finishes could be the start of something good for EXO, as Autobots, they're going to be going ham after the players of Enigma over here. Already a few shots being taken at their direction. Rex on really low HP. Finally, Pumpy falls down to Zorba, as now Eggy also under similar heat. Is he going to sustain though?
I don't think so that's going to possible, but see, on the other side, it's going to be Godel trying to dominate against the DMES, and ultimately they're going to be paying the price for going against the demigod themselves. It's going to be Godel with 5 finishes already in the name. One was early picked up by Johnny, but all of a sudden, it's Godlike trying to make a statement over here that they're still in the fray as they make up to whatever they've not done all these days. At this point of time, Blind is also going to be in the crosshairs of Entity, as a grenade is going to be tossed perfectly, or somewhere before I could even say it was perfectly, a molly goes in, and this is going to be learning out, but ultimately Troy's grenade is going to make sure it lands in the right spot, and that's one man down for the side of Blind.
You know, Troy has been such an amazing revelation for Team Entity, right? Ever since he's been playing, this new roster packs a lot of punch that is needed, you know, to sort of start dominating in the Tier 1 lobbies, and now they're doing exactly that. Now, this is again what I was talking about when we were referring to Team Godlike's era being ended, right? It's always the official tournaments where you start judging a team, as now Godlike have decided they've got their markers. The bounty is on the head of the players of Team Revenant, as Top Dog seems to have been knocked out. It's going to be Encore who's going to be trying to get that revive up, but for now, got to have the players of Godlike backing down a little bit now as the new circle is formed. Team Soul find themselves at the epicenter of the circle.
Absolutely, and that is one thing which I'm looking out for, but let's look at what had happened. Johnny started it all out with a beautifully cooked grenade. He just got a knock, and eventually we all know what Godel is going to do as soon as they get a knock for themselves. It's going to be Neo coming in from a backstab from another angle altogether, and he was all down there until Johnny and Zegor come up from the top and made sure they put an end for this squad themselves. But on the other side, it's going to be Revenant at this point of time having the crosshair set on the side of Team LL. It looks like they're having a time of their life as they're able to connect each and every bullet until they choose to put up a smoke and then fall back. I somewhere feel that, you know, Team LL has done the job perfectly.
Oh, Team Last Legends, right? One of those teams that the transition from round 2 to round 3 had been pretty interesting. Again, one of those late bloomers inside the lobby as Hitman is being charged upon by the players of Revenant over here. Paradox still inside his buggy, but this one grenade could change everything for them. Do they have any idea? It's amongst them as Hitman just steps out of that murky cover, gets after Kyoya. Does he get the knock? No, it's going to be the answers. Encore is going to be unleashing all that lead, and somehow Revenant still managed to have Top Dog alive. But with the 5th circle starting to close in, they're going to be having to cut out on their losses, as even Shantanu is under tremendous fire up until the point he gets abolished from the lobby.
Absolutely. Now slowly is also coming into the picture. It's Revenant who's already playing a prize, because it's going to be TR from the other side lobbing a grenade, which is kind of mistimed and misplaced at this point of time, but they have a vague idea as to where Revenant are placed themselves. Entity is going to be putting an end for Mysterious X, who go down with 0 finishes for themselves. But yes, True Reapers are still not stopping. They hear a buggy over there, and eventually when they do understand the vehicle is going to be on the move, they're going to just come out of that cover and try to spray that person down. You see, trying to pull a false flag over there, trying to take the location off the side of the True Reapers.
Now, True Reapers, one of the teams that did manage to win the first chicken dinner in BMOC Grind, but right now find themselves under a heap of trouble, as it's just going to be survived by Fling. But elsewhere, we do have Enigma battling out against Team EXO, and also you've got Autobots right in the nearby spray as well, as Fox is thrown in, as Eggy goes in for a spray at his direction, but certainly does not seem like connecting.
Absolutely, Team EXO is going to be getting a goodbye earlier in this game itself, as it's going to be the underdogs who are trying to make them pay, and we can see that, you know, Autobots, not the right kind of, you know, fire to walk into as IGL gets taken down. It's going to be Fox, the last man standing, who will have to play for placement points. He does know there's a team right in front of him, but rather he's going to be concentrating on taking all those resources for himself, because ultimately that is the only thing he can rely on as of now to camouflage himself. Entity on the other side, there's one man down, and probably that's going to be Shadow, who has to be revived. Is going to be successfully revived, all thanks to the smoke coming in. But Team Soul, look at that, the silent killers is what I would like to call them. 7 finishes what they've already raked up, trying to hold the center of the circle and trying to understand what's happening around them. They pick up another one, and that's 8 finishes for Soul themselves.
You know, what a blistering start for these lads, right? Especially, you know, just taking the center of the circle, finding that perfect altitude onto those rooftops, and then just spraying it down after every single team that lies out in the open. Has got their eyes on the players of Team Revenant. Kyoya does have that little bit of a soft cover around that smoke, but he knows it's going to be Jonathan who is going after him. As Goblin, he's got his eyes absolutely everywhere. This time around, there's a retribution RTR, just blowing up Chonu into smithereens, as he's going to suffer a vehicle explosion and instantly redirects his attention elsewhere.
Absolutely. Now Goblin has got eyes everywhere, and that's going to be another picking for him. Ultimately, the 10th finish coming in, and 9th coming in from the side of Goblin, and that is the most important thing. He knew that everything is going into his favor. He knew we have to go to the center of the circle itself, make sure when the others are fighting in the periphery, that is where we're going to strike. But ultimately, Godel from far away, they also have got 9 finishes in their name. They're just waiting for a perfect time where they can strike to the strongest team to the center of the circle itself. Now, they know the exact location of all the teams. You can see the crosses going into every single team before they take a fight. The IGL clutch code is actually doing everything perfectly according to me, because he's telling them which fight to take and which is the most necessary one. As a grenade is going to be tossed in from the side of TF5 Reaper. He puts up a second one as well, which is going to be connecting and making sure that it puts an end for Entity Dark Lord. The final moments is going to be coming in as TF5 Esports is going to finish off them with 5 finishes for themselves, and Entity goes down with 10 finishes.
Oh, valid finisher. No
Oh!
wonder, but this is the fight that we've been all waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Team Soul versus Godlike, with Godlike having 2 of their players already knocked out. It's all gonna come down to Jonathan and Z-God, as the remainder of the players of Team Soul certainly seem to have backed off a little bit, giving enough room and space for the players of Godlike to get those juicy revives up. But no, Akshat has got another plan as he gets that knock delivered onto it. Jonathan, this is where Team Soul, they're going to be marching in like a pack of hyenas, searching for blood after the players of Godlike. As you've got Goblin trying to cook that grenade into perfection, is going to lob it in, and with that goes kaboom! And the chances of Godlike getting that chicken dinner absolutely vanished.
I mean, Team Soul just showed us who's going to be the kings of the day itself. They have made a statement against the side of Godel, and let's see whether Godel is going to retaliate on this. They have all 4 men standing with just 2 men from one man from TF5 and 1 man from Autobots, and we all know from here on they're just going to scavenge around, make sure they pick up these 2 final finishes, as this is going to be a very, very good start for Team Soul themselves.
Oh, it certainly will be, but now a little bit of stalemate throughout the entire lobby. Everyone shrieking in fear from what just Team Soul did out right now. You know, going after the big guns themselves. Team Godlike getting eliminated. Now it's going to be a rather easy job going after the players of TF5. Karthik, the only lonesome survivor out there. He's also got his positions marked, and this is what Team Soul really love to do. Just throw those grenades, land it to perfection, as the other player of Autobots is in the far off fray. There you go, Mega delivering the grenade, and now Team Soul can start celebrating already for their chicken dinner, because Foxy's outside the zone. He knows that he's gonna meet his makers, and there you have it. Team Soul becoming the winners of the first chicken dinner of this map of Erangel.
I mean, I'm not shocked, to be specific, you know. Somewhere when we started off the day and I saw Johnny was trying to take the fight, even though they were on the defensive side of the game, and Soul, the way they were just prioritizing the zone from the get-go itself, they never bothered about any kind of rotation clashes, and they knew exactly that now I'm going to prioritize the zone and make sure that I reach to a specific place which is required. And once they got it, you know, they stood like a mountain, and they made sure that they gave a statement out. But yet, what's that on your hand?
It's the new device, something that nobody has it, and there's one waiting for you, the iQOO Neo 6. But we're going to talk about this device a little later, because I loved what Team Soul did over here. Now, they were the ones that dropped off at Gatka. Now, we sort of witnessed another Eastern Circle, right? They were the ones who rotated really early on, held on to that one little compound. This is where I really love what even Godlike did. They were kind of floating around those northern areas. They figured out that that is where the zone might be shifting, and which exactly happened as a matter of fact. And that is where they took a couple of fights. You know, they were the ones who eliminated Deathmate Esports. Now we had a little bit of a contrast over here. It was Team Soul trying to play around the center lines. They got that little bit of altitude around the rooftop, started just taking down every single player who's out in the open court off guard. While Godlike, they were clearing out the edges. They were clearing out the peripheries and sort of going in. This is where Goblin, he was an absolute monster. 9 finishes already, while the 5th circle had already begun. And then onwards, he never seemed to have stopped at all. A perfect chicken dinner coming in for them, but nothing taken away from teams like Godlike. As a matter of fact, Autobots and TF5 getting those good position points. I think this is a really good start for the underdogs as well.
Absolutely. Now let's look at what turned out to be something in the favor of God L. and as well as the side of Team Soul, it was Johnny who started it all out in the highlights. It was the first pick, for him, and that is when, they started to dominate. As you were pointing it out, the corner which they were holding was so perfect. They had 3 men lurking around and making sure that there's not going to be any team in close proximity. But at the same time, Enigma, even they took the fight towards the underdogs, and it looks like the Kings are starting to make a statement. And slowly, if this is going to be the case, they're not going to have any kind of doubt on their thrones.
For Team Enigma, they had a really good start. One of the biggest accomplishments was taking out Sensei. Now, you've just cut off the heads for Team EXO, right? From thereafter, it was all where their cookie crumbled, right? They could not figure their mess out. They could not. They kind of looked a lot lost. And I'm starting to wonder with their starting lineup, without the addition of Snacks, you have got Immortal, and could not have his presence felt inside the lobby. And one of the big names that really did not live up to their names was, of course, Team EXO. But even for Team Blind, they kind of seemed a little lost today, even in the game. Team Entity, they got a few good frags to themselves, but that was just about it. Now, this is where the other teams sort of pop up, right? Teams like TF5, teams like Autobots, despite losing out on Hell pretty early on, somehow they realized that in a lobby like this, where you've got the big guns, right, the old guards going after so many finishes, what we can do is focus on the position standing.
Absolutely. Now, this is where I felt that Hitman had a very good opportunity. He got a UC in his hand, and he could have just gone in to take down players of Revenants, but rather cooks up a grenade and goes and change for an M4, which he couldn't strike properly with. But ultimately, that's a late story. As of now, we're going to be looking out Retribution, RTR. They were also looking pretty strong until the zone started to go against them, and there was a fight which brewed up between themselves and the side of Imprints, and that was where Soul was trying to hold the center of the circle and capitalizing on it. They picked up every single finish which walked in towards them, and you saw Goblin, right? See, look at this high ground which he was holding, and every look and corner he was turning around, he was just finding men down on their knee or just laying around over there, telling him to shoot towards them.
It was a frag fest for him, right? You could see on his POV, right? He's had that little bit of a smirk on his face, pretty chilled out. He's knowing this is his show, this is his moment to shine. Gone are those days when he used to represent Insane and had a really tough time heading into the finals of the BGIS. But ever since, this team that I was talking about, right? You've got few imperfect players all just grouping up together to form a team that has such a glorious past, and finally living up to their names. The fans are going to be elated, especially that one fight against Team Godlike. This is where Team Soul realized, they've got a very good command over the circle, and Godlike has to enter from the edges. Those grenades, they were delivered into perfection, and Akshay just anticipating, cutting out the flank that Johnny was trying to create a little bit of a space, realized that there's going to be someone who's going to be heading from the edges, and this is where I love how Team Soul positioned themselves, Goblin being the entry over there, just going in. And then after we saw the demise of Team Entity, I really felt they kind of dug their own graves over there, with 2 of their players getting knocked out and then 2 of them just ramming in. Did not really make sense to me, man.
Absolutely. Now, there's one other question which brews up in my mind, There was a point of time when Godel was playing it out. Their priority was simple. As soon as they find 1 or 2 players getting taken down, one is going to go for the cover fire, where the other one is eventually going in for the revival. I've seen that happen previously before, but today we saw that, after 2 men were down, the rest 2, both of them were concentrating on, restricting Soul from coming closer to them. And do you think that it made a mistake, or it's still their playing style or the new style which they're looking out for?
No, that is exactly what you've got to do, especially when 2 of your players are already taken down. The push is inevitable. You cannot stop that. What you can do is try and maybe spot out, get a knock or 2, find the players of Team Soul handicapped a little, because while they're pushing in, they're right out in the open, and that was their intention. But Team Soul, they were really smart to be the ones backing off, again cooked a grenade, and that is how they wiped out Team Godlike.
Absolutely. They knew that nobody's coming in from that corner, and that is what happened. But right now it's time for us to talk about this beauty in hand. It looks amazing, and let's see what the iQOO mobiles have to say about this.
Heroes is insane. Wow, report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ। Now with the beauty in this sand, I really love the shade of the color. You know, you move around, you can see both the blue and the black, and sometimes, very rarely, you know, we get to see such a combination color coming on a mobile itself. Now, speaking about Neo later, I have a question for you coming in from the game itself. You know, Godel performed well, Soul performed well, but what do you have to say about teams like Team EXO? You know, they just took out as soon as the IGL went down, it looks like they were just a pack of cards. It was laid down in equal distances and they fell one after the other.
It sort of was a domino effect for them, right? Which has kind of been also, kind of showcased in the point standings as we kind of transition and have the conversation going on. This is a perfect dream start for Team Soul and teams like Godlike. But there again, you've got to bring the other invited teams like Entity into the mix. But TF5 and Autobots, you know, they've also had a really good start to this particular game. But again, for teams like Enigma, like I said, few early skirmishes, few good fights, and that was just about it. They were somewhere lacking that position, but it all came down to Team Soul being the constant thorn, right? Especially Goblin, which all he had to do was just keep rotating around and find, finishes after finishes, and that is what he all did. And none of them could really sustain inside that lobby.
And I really love the way they took down the side of Godel in the beginning itself. You know, they were like, they did not go in for a push as soon as the two knocks came in. They stepped back, they relied on their throwables rather. But the bottom of the table is where we have to question Deathmake, Mysterious X, Last Legend, Team INR, all the invited teams, or all the teams who have fought themselves so far, and the invited teams, three of the big names coming in, EXO, True Reapers and Blind. All of them have gone down with just 1-2 pointers for themselves. What do you have to say about Blind over here? Because, you know, they were coming in from a corner which was pretty safe for them, right? They got a finish earlier itself, but still they couldn't capitalize on it.
You know, for Team Blind, of course, they dropped off at Pachinki, right? We were kind of anticipating that, they are going to be contested by Imprint, which did not happen. But they eventually rotated out. All they could get and collect for themselves was that one finish as the iQOO MVP. Gave it away to Goblin. I mean, the moment we saw him, he had 9 finishes to his name. We all knew who the MVP was going to be, right? Look at the damage numbers. The points coming out, 50-93. I think one of the highest so far from an individual player in the iQOO BMOC.
Absolutely, because this was the damage given by certain teams, but let's look at the others as well, as Goblin has taken the limelight completely towards him with 10 plus finishes, and that's the first time we're able to see that, you know, somebody's pulling it off. But Jonathan is going to be there in the run. He's going to be Z-God also coming in, 5 and 3 finishes for them. Entity is also not going to stop themselves, even though they got taken down in a ruthless way of just throwables, grenades being tossed towards them. 5 and 4 taken in from the side of Noob and Troy is going to give them a little bit of a breather with that 10 finishes they could gain. But yes, Jonathan coming up with 927 damage and Z-God coming with 559. Everything was going well until they came close to Soul.
Oh yeah, of course. And you really can't blame Team Godlike, as a matter of fact, in that manner, right? They were playing around the edges. They sort of had to know this was somewhere coming down the line. What they did not really anticipate was, you know, Team Soul being the aggressors, right? And look at this, 10 grenade finishes. And I think at least 4 or 5 must have been just Goblin's name.
Absolutely. Now, the Entity also went down with the grenades themselves, so there is another 4 for you. But yes, as you said, 105 grenades were used in this game, and most of it coming in after the 4th circle itself. That shows in the close proximity, it's sometimes not only about the frontal battle, it's also about the throwables, which is going to be tossed towards you. 59 finishes on the ratio, 59 knocks shows that, you know, in case you're getting taken down, in case you're getting knocked, you're almost next to getting finished.
Oh yeah, of course. And Taking a look at those high-rise buildings built up by Soul, Team Entity, Team Godlike. As a matter of fact, we've also got RTR and TA5 also trying to make their presence felt. You know, in the lobby where you've got the big teams, the big names. You know, the David versus Goliath storyline that we've been having, right? You've got the big guns going up against the new rising stars, and that is where I really feel Retribution RTR. We've been talking about those players. You know, you've got Chonu, you've got Doody in your squad. Now, Craniacs, one of the older guns in the BGMI scene that we've seen. A little bit of an experience to go along with. And even as a matter of fact, TF5, this is again one of those teams that really impressed me. But Revenant, Enigma, certainly the damage that they had could have done better in terms of the conviction, in terms of the finishes, but a little bit of a squad face-off between Team Godlike and Entity, who both managed to accrue 10 finishes to their name.
Absolutely. Now, Entity was playing a little smart from the corners. They were making sure they had the right kind of cover, because in case they did not have, obviously it would have been Team Soul picking them off. But yes, you know, the ending was not that good for them. Whereas Godlike, yet again, you know, they were away from the crosshairs of Soul for a long time. But ultimately, when they fell into the crosshairs, it was just, you know, I would like to say they were just scavenged, you know. It was not even a fight which they could take. It was just throwables coming in from the other side. The first throwable took down 2 players. Oh, the first spray, sorry, coming in from the ump took down 2 players. And then eventually it was all about throwables, ending the story for Godel as well. So there is going to be some difference than yesterday is what I would like to say, right? Yesterday we saw the invited teams had a little bit of a trouble apart from G to start things off. But here we have more than one team doing that.
You know, the only common thing that I can find between Team Entity and Godlike is both were just abominated with all those grenades coming in towards the end. And for Entity, I really felt that, you know, once the 2 players got knocked out, there was no reason to go in there, try to revive them or try to, you know, save them. Because at that moment, they knew they were almost about on the point of getting eliminated, right? They should have cut on their losses, should have really focused on getting those extra few position points, which is again acceptable by Entity standards because of the 10 finishes that they have accrued. Now, all these teams have had a rather good start. Now, this is where the buck stops at teams like EXO, who've not really had the start that they were hoping for. And now, since once you're not off to a good start, you kind of keep on having that doubt being instilled in your mind. And with EXO, they've kind of have that little infamous choker tag, which kind of always tends to happen in the final days of the grand finals. Now, we're still in those pretty early eras, but again, you've got to need to understand that only out of the 16 teams, 6 teams head on to the BMPS, and I believe the way Team Soul started, the way Team Godlike, way Team Team Entity have started, I think they're the ones who are looking to be taking the driving seat already, with others to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like they're going to come and perform once in a blue moon. They want to take it from the get-go itself. And there comes the question of the next one. That's going to be Team Revenant, right? They've got an onboard new analyst coming in. So, you know, they'll be looking forward to see how that support is going to be coming into a team. Do you feel that, you know, that is going to cost them heavy? Because previously they performed well. I do agree that, you know, they come out of the blue moon and did perform really well. But in today's gameplay, when you started, I know it's too early for us to speculate and judge on the side of Team Revenant, but what do you have to say about their performance in Game 1?
Of course, the inclusion of Maisie has been a blessing in disguise for Team Revenant, because prior to that, they've been suffering through a lot of, a lot of fights where they could not execute their rotations perfectly. We did have a glimpse of that during a recent third-party LAN where Team Revenant sort of placed third, right? Earlier on, their performances were not up to the mark, and this is what happens when you've got an analyst coming in. Kind of gives you that third-person view, the third-person perspective, a little bit more additions of what could be done better. But it's again going to be coming down to how Paradox sort of executes all the callouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the questions of IGLs is what we are told, and the most composed one. I've got it as we're going to be stepping into the second map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, it's going to be a very different story, as it's some big dogs getting taken down, and Fix is going to be leaving the desk, and we have Salty coming back, who was pretty much excited to see how the fights went on between the side of God and Soul. I know that, you know, you want to speak more about that specific fight. I saw you jumping and enjoying that fight completely. What did you feel about the Game 1 overall?
Oh dude, man, that fight was exhilarating. nothing to talk about it because I'm pretty sure the entirety of the audience, they came in for that itself, that fight. We want to witness Soul versus Godlike, and I'm pretty sure we are touching watching records just because of it.
Yep, absolutely. Now, at the same time, I'm looking forward to see how things is going to turn out more in the map of Miramar. We do understand that, Soul have already made a statement that we're going to prioritize the zone. At least the first game went like that. And we can expect them, since that is going their way, we can expect them to play the same, trying to hold the center of the circle as quickly as possible. Make sure that, they pick up as many finishes as they look around, allowing Goblin to be that free man who tries to, challenge that out. But at the same time, we're going to speak about the beauty in our hand right now. I mean, I didn't know that I'm going to be holding this so early.
Me too,
but
dude.
iQOO smartphones have something say to you guys. Please do watch it and come back.
iQOO.
Woo! I mean, what a device, dude. More than anything, the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if you can see it from distance, but the gradients that I can witness in the backside, right? It's so premium, Arca. I have got to give it to the boys at iQOO. They've prepared this. This is an absolute beast, of course. You guys might also get some goodies worth rupees 2 lakhs. If you just go down to Amazon and search for this device, it's iQOO Neo 6. Play some games, and you might just be lucky to win goodies worth 2 lakh rupees. Of course, we aren't allowed. I've tried little, but I failed.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I love about the device itself, the display, it's so big. Me being a claw player, I can hold it so easily, and it's so lightweighted as well.
It's pretty light.
Yeah, it's pretty lightweighted. And I can see AI camera coming in, and also 64 megapixel written all over it. So as the specs is going to be hitting up, I'm going to be enjoying this, This is going to be a beast.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting to play games on this device. I'm waiting to shoot some vlogs with this device as well and show how this performs on both those departments, both in terms of content creation as well as in terms of gaming. But of course, coming back to the day, Arca, you've got to talk about everything that has started to heat up. I mean, Team EXO, there were questions, and I'm pretty sure a lot of questions will be raised on why did they not start with their star player Snacks. Like, when you've got a player like him, that important figure in the lineup, it's not about performance, right? I'm not undermining Immortal's influence in the lineup. I'm always questioning, when you have a star player in your lineup, it's very crucial to have that confidence, to have that person by your side when you are in the battles right now. And Team EXO might just be facing a lot of heat because of it right now.
Somewhere I feel that, they knew that, the first match, let's take it a little light and see how things go. Let's try to experiment. And they know how to perform in pressure. And that's what EXO is all about, right? Even previously when I witnessed them, they are the comeback kings when required. And they'll be looking forward to do the same, as we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar to see how they're going to perform here. Which team is going to be prioritizing the zone, as we were speaking about prioritizing the zone.
Yeah.
Soul and Godlike, both of them, when I really thought that, Godel is going to be going on the offensive side, trying to take down teams earlier itself and making sure that they strike fear. But ultimately, they struck when it was required. What do you have to say about the composure?
I mean, dude, this is a tier 1 lobby, right? You've got to give it to the underdog teams as well. They have grinded their way from 512 teams and made the cut. So, of course, it's nothing to scoff at. And even Godel, they know that their recent performances haven't really been all that much good, right? They haven't really got a lot of trophies or third-party tournaments as well. The performances have been something that you can really show for. But, of course, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we start off with the map of Miramar, and the flight path begins from Impala to towards La Cabrera. Now, coming back to your question again, Arka, when you've got a bad form, a recent history which is not really going your way, it's very important for you to have a stable starter, and that is what Godel went for. Of course, in a tier 1 lobby, you would never witness a team going after teams like that, just ramming in and going for those 4v4 battles. They always wait for the exact moment.
Absolutely. As the flight path takes off from the side of Impala, making sure that the southern western side of the map is completely open, and expect the circle to be forming towards it, because that is where, the most centralized part, the western central part, that is where the circle has been happening. And once we did see it going to the northeastern side, but still my wishes are not being fulfilled, where, I still expect the zone to go towards the side of prison. I just hope that, you sometimes back me up on this and,
Yeah, dude, I 100% back you up, man. Who doesn't love to witness a circle towards a southern island, right? Of course, it's a little impractical. It's a little too greedy to wait for a circle like that. But of course, we've seen glimpses, right? Final circles, of course, have always deviated back towards the mainland. But as we witness most of the teams in the air, we have a lot of birds in the skies right now. And where are they heading towards? You can see Team Blind. They've got a towards Al-Hazar. Circle, though, is completely opposite to the flight path itself, Arkan. I'm pretty sure you must be happy.
Obviously, I told you that, we can expect the circle to be going to the southern western side, and eventually somehow prison is there inside the circle, and I'm expecting the circle to be shifting more towards the southern western side, trying to challenge all these teams out here. INR pretty much close towards the side of Team 2 Reapers. 2 Reapers were also one of those teams, who have showcased themselves to be one of the strongest in the lobby themselves, and let's see whether they can capitalize on it. With no team choosing to go towards the side of Ladrillera or towards the side of Chumacera, they're going to be regretting that right now, picking up vehicles. As we can see, a lot of these teams are making a move, and this is something only which we can watch, right?
It certainly is, right? We have the luxury of the map feed, but oh no, wait, ISO had no idea the Team INR official was in the back lines, and there you go, the first knocks Team INR. They get off the mark right from the get-go itself.
And this is what INR is all about. And this is, I was looking forward for INR to actually play like this. Even in the previous round when I saw them having that composure. In the previous game, I really thought that they can pick up the pace and try to take some people down earlier itself, and then take it a little slow in the mid parts of the game. And then finally, when they have to end the show, they're going to be ending out with a bang. But that was not the case previously. They try to be a little defensive, and they pay the price for it.
Exactly right. As me once again having a glance at my map feed, I can realize that there is Team Enigma who have gone for a very quick rotation. They dropped somewhere near with San Martin or probably Del Patron, I'm not really sure. But they took that middle highway and cruised all the way towards Montenegro and La Trilera. And you were talking about it, right? Getting those early rotation and capturing La Trilera as a part of the circle itself. They've got a very nice real estate to work with. But of course, the story, ladies and gentlemen, has been set. And it is all about Team Soul right now. It's got Team Soul written all over it, especially the MVP, the iQOO MVP of the first game itself, Goblin. And what a performance it was. And I was jumping at that time, Arka, because Goblin versus Jonathan, this is what the audience is waiting for. Maybe last generation versus the current generation. Generation X versus Generation Y. And at this
Generation
point...
Z, to be specific, because I know
Gen Z, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, Gen Z, because we have been seeing Soul is trying to make a statement lately, telling that, this is one of the biggest names in the community itself.
Yeah.
And they're like, we are still over here, ladies and gentlemen, look at us. Where at the same time, when there were rumors spreading around, and which kind of, did make me feel that, it's too early to make a statement like that, they were like, Johnny's juice is all going off, Gordon's juice is all going off. They have made a statement here to the face of the haters, telling that, we are still not off, ladies and gentlemen. We have something up our sleeves, and you're going to witness that in BMOC itself.
It's also very, very ballsy of the players and managers of Team Soul as well, right? You've noticed how Sid is very adamant on the fact that this Soul lineup is what is going to bring them back their glory days, right? And it seems like he's right, and it justifies all the statements that he makes because they are backing it up with performance. And Godel, of course, I'm not really taking anything away from them, but considering the fact that it was Soul who actually got the upper hand, of course, we know the scenarios. Godlike was in the open, and a lot of shenanigans, etc., etc. We understand all of it. But the pure fact that Seoul could open up the first game with 30 finishes just really gives them that big bump to work with.
Right now, it's again me looking into the map, right? I really want to see which of these teams are actually prioritizing the zone. We can see that Seoul is already made in. I mean, and then also the side of iQOO is also trying to make the southern, rotation coming in. Team INR, oh, it's Godel, which I was looking out for, and they're already trying to hold their ground towards the side of Patron or the northern side of Graveyard itself. They're not choosing to go for an early rotation, as always, Only in the previous game we saw them going for an early rotation. It looks like now they're going to just rely on a high ground, having the right kind of farming in the get-go itself so that, they can take the fight into the face of the enemies, which they're really capable of.
Exactly.
What do you have to say about God's late rotations? Do you feel that, they're going to stick back to their old style, or they have to, they're going to bring a change in it?
They certainly might do, right? Godel, of course, they have solidified their top 4, right? That is something which is very important for them. They have their first 4 playing 4 fixed, and that is what you need. When you have 1% trying to lead you right from the start, it is going to be very important for a team to have a dedicated IGL. Now, we understand that Clutch God and Gil sort of changed those roles and they sub each other out, but I'm not really sure if I'm a big fan of that tactic. Now, having Clutch God at the helm of things and him controlling everything that Godel and how Godlike operates, I feel like he is sort of going to bring back the stability in the lineup and once again give them those good rotations. For Godlike, it's not just purely aggression, right? They aggress when it's necessary. Apart from it, they are a very technical team. They play very orthodox gameplay. When it's about gunfight, this is when their pure individual prowess comes into play. Z-God, Jonathan, and all these guys, they're purely probably the best players in the country, the best fraggers in the country, raw talent to be specific. So that is how Clutch God and his responsibility in an IGL comes up, to place those players at the right place at the right time. And I feel like just being sensible about the rotation is going to be really important.
Absolutely. Now, Entity coming in close proximity towards the side of Seoul themselves, and this is where I would like to see whether, Enigma, Entity, all of these squads will be looking forward for the domination of the center circle, as that's the only been the key of success for most of these teams. Now, I do understand that, Entity have a kind of a clue that there's a person pretty much close by, that is Stroik, relying information towards his teammate as well, but the overall map is going to give us a lot of information as to what's happening around. Enigma, on the other side, is also looking at the side of Team Entity as well, right? So they are like, oh, there's been some tags also taken from the side of Enigma. This would have attracted the attention of Entity towards their side, and that is what Enigma have to watch out for.
Exactly right. For Enigma, though, it's very, very important that they get themselves some sort of breathing room to work with, right? Their first game wasn't really the best. I'm still looking out for how iQOO is going to work around their debacle in the first game as well, because at this point, all of these big teams, they just need to figure out a way to get back in the point standings, figure out a way to get back maybe inside the top 6, because they really want that qualification. A team like Enigma, barring the recent debacle, of course, they have a lot of things on their plate currently. They've got a new player coming in. You guys were talking about it. I was listening to it from the sidelines, of course. The experience that Vidu brings in for sure is going to be very helpful, but considering that he's not a part of the lineup, I'm pretty sure that Enigma and their team, they might just be able to focus on their game just like usual. And having said that, having laid that point, I think for Enigma, it's really important to get this Miramar map up and running, because otherwise the responsibility will just be too high.
I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to doubt the rotation coming in from the side of Seoul at this point of time, because a lot of teams are coming in towards the map. You can see that the central part of the map, especially to the southern side of Latralera, and also towards the side of Chumasera, there are a lot of teams, raking up, and Seoul is trying to take some rotations, due to which they might have to face the wrath of either of these. And let me remind you that, with Seoul making a statement in the first game, the other teams are going to be in the path of redemption and making sure that they give the best of what they can. As we look at a fight over here with Team LL taking a fight against the side of Team, probably that's going to be MX coming in.
Mysterious X, yes. The first player does go down on Team Last Legends, though. What are they going to do at this point? Of course, they've got the first finish in their name. They know that Shinigami and Kazama are on the backlines as well. It's pretty easy for them to sort of aggress on this entire opportunity, because, of course, the numbers advantage is theirs for the taking. But thankfully, Shinigami as well as Kazama, they're like, all right, we're not fighting. Let's just get away from here. But of of course, the question still arises. Can Mysterious X make a comeback? Because we've been talking a lot about the invited teams, right? The big names, of course, Soul, Godlike EXO, they all have our attention. But we also have to think about these teams, the way they've actually made their way from the 512 teams to 256 and now inside the round 4 itself.
Absolutely, there were some shots coming in from the side of Last Legends over there as they crashed towards it. Towards that opening. I would like to say that's a circus entrance which they were trying to go in through, but ultimately it was just they were saved by the bullet, and they'll be really happy to escape. And I really love the position of them coming in. They've gone to the complete western side of the map where least expected teams tend to go there and try to hold that high ground position. But Last Legends have surely struck fear into the hearts of MX.
They certainly have, right? But elsewhere, have a look at this though. Paradox, Revenant's IGL has been caught out of nowhere, and I have no clue what monkey business is doing right now. Of course, he hasn't really been spotted, but now he has. Everybody knows their location as the rest of Team Revenant come into his rescue, and they do need to save their leader Supremo.
I know that, it's going to be easier for them to, make up at this point of time. But Godel, what a push coming in from their side. It's going to be Clutch God getting taken down and probably almost finished off as well as a backup comes in from behind. That's going to be Johnny striking when the time is right and saving. Oh, I really thought he saved him. But ultimately, Clutch God had to say goodbye. Z-God on the other side is trying to cook up a grenade. But Neo is going to be rushed in at. It's going to be another job coming in from the side of Z-God. Can he give the right kind of backup? A spray comes into the right corner. Now Z-God, what is he going to do? Go and revive his teammate, or is just going to allow the opponents to come in and capitalize as Johnny comes in at the right time for the revival. He's going to be saved by the touch itself. Oh, there are some shots being tagged off from the outside. That's TDX coming in. Neo, is he going to say goodbye? No. Again, a touch comes in as Johnny's rotating around to make sure that he grabs the tension away. Oh my goodness, they lose another player as this fight is going towards the side of TDS himself.
Yeah, Tox, he also falls as this is definitely not Team Deathmate's game so far. Harry IGL quite outside, but look at what they've done. The damage is done already for Godlike as they've lost two very crucial players. The Birthday Boy, Clutch God, as well as Neo. And without Neo, I'm pretty sure the offense for Godlike is going to struggle. One good game, but followed up by a debacle is certainly not the story that we were looking out for Godlike elsewhere. Last Legend, the Bunny trying to be a little over-ambitious over there, has been taken down as Revenant, they recover from the clutches of death, and they finally have all of the... No. They save Paradox, but Kyoya has been taken down.
And this is where we get to know all the teams are actually losing players, but rather one team still have all 4 men standing, and that's going to be the side of Team Soul, who've been performing the similar kind of strategy in the previous game as well. I know the circle is going to be favoring them a little more as well, as Enigma is pretty much close to them, but the fight on our screens is going to be Encore trying to push in and make sure that he puts an end for the side of Last Legends Arrow. The last man standing, a grenade is going to be cooked in towards him, as the diversion is going to be taken by the side of Top Dog, who's going to be landing the final bullet into his skulls, and there's going to be some resources for the side of Remnant to recuperate with.
Absolutely, man. This was a golden opportunity, right? Team Lost Legends had that golden duck, and they did decide not to engage. But Z-God is on the offense as Retribution RTR is sort of taking a lot of heat, especially right now as Z-God is just charging in. He certainly hasn't got a knock. And look at Jonathan. He just dashes inside the fight itself. In the entirety of the Retribution RTR, what are they doing? Why are they showing their backs against this man of an insane caliber? Jonathan is just going to murder them one by one.
And all of a sudden, Godel have unleashed themselves, making sure that they've come to their offensive mode. They do understand as they're being defensive, people are trying to backstab them, and right now they're going to spread their arms with knives in both of them and just going to rotate like a Beyblade and make sure that they cut through everybody in front of them. And that's going to be Johnny panning the second man. The frustration is already on this guy as he's going to be panning the third person to a finish. Look at that, 4 finishes coming in from a solo man as 5 finish goes into the favor of Godel.
Yeah. Just absolutely dominating the lobby. And of course, we know Jonathan and his caliber, right? Even in the first game, this man was delivering every single time. But of course, for Godlike, it's not going to be easy. Certainly, they've got the finish numbers up and running. 6 finishes, not really the worst. But of course, having those 2 players taken down early on is really going to hurt them elsewhere. You've got to talk about this team, right? Team EXO. Now, Snacks is still not playing. He's still not in the starting lineup. And I have no clue why. Of course, I'm not undermining him Immortal. I'm saying this once again. I'm really not undermining Immortal and his capabilities, but having that star player in your team always gives you that extra bit of confidence. But of course, for EXO, they need more than confidence. They need a lot of points to work with right now, because we've seen that you need that average of 10 points every single game. They have lost out on the first game with 0 points. They need at least a good 15-point game in this one.
It looks like that it's possible for them. Look at the face cams, and we can see all of them are actually dead serious in what they're doing. They're not prioritizing the zone. They're trying to play it in the corners, but actually Sensei is the person always trying to take that early rotation, trying to be the flanker, or probably the person who's going to go look out for a perfect hard cover for them, and that is what he's doing in the southern side of the map. We can witness that. At the same time, center of the map yet again, Soul is going to be holding the dead center of the circle itself, and very rarely have I seen a circle coming right on top of Ladrillera, and we are able to see that Enigma is already prioritized zone. ABZ is starting to prioritize zone. Godel has somehow made it into the hard covers, or probably trying to push in towards the side of the last player of Revenant, if I'm not wrong. No, is that Revenant or it's RT?
Not really sure what you were talking about over there, but of course, I have to come back to the point where Enigma, that harder rotation, right, that very fast rotation that they took, right, I talked about it. They captured La Drillera right from the start of it all, and that is where the final circle is sort of trying to end, right? Soul again, Omega, beautiful, beautiful rotations right at the get-go, always favoring the center of the circle, but right now we have him in hand as one player, Punk, the star player. For now, though, for Team EXO is under fire as two Troopers. They're not really holding back their guns, Arka.
Absolutely, this circle is going to be something devastating for the teams coming in from the southern side, as it's going to be coming in close proximity with one another. As I was referring to the devastation, it's going to be Team EXO versus the side of True Reapers, and most of these teams have to also concentrate on getting inside the circle, which is gatekept by the side of Team TF5. We can see in the mini map itself that Team EXO is pretty much far away. They've got Flixie right in front of him. Flicky, I'm so sorry, right in front of them. He's also being that thorn, that unwanted thorn, so they're taking a little bit of a different kind of rotation to approach inside the circle, where they might be meeting INR as well, and this is going to be a very, very tough rotation for the side of Team EXO.
It certainly will be, right? A lot of teams coming in from the southern edge, where Godlike, though, is still in contention inside the top 14, but this is certainly not what they're looking out for. Retribution RTR, though. Shonu, the lone survivor, huh? What can he potentially pull off? Now, this is an iconic dress that he's wearing. A lot of your favorite creators have worn this dress and have got countable moments. Of course, Team EXO right now under fire yet again. They decided to fall back, and suddenly they come under crossfires of multiple teams, namely Team TF5 as well as Team INR. I'm hoping they don't crush down yet again, as Team Mysterious X is still on the offense. And look at what Karthik is doing! These tabs might just destroy the likes of Team INR, and it's basically a tag team effort with Mysterious X. Wonderful, wonderful display as Mysterious X, they might just look to finish off their operation against the sides of Team INR.
Now Team EXO, as I said, they were in a very vulnerable spot, somehow escapes from that jaws of death, and eventually they're taking a different kind of rotation, and they have a little bit of a time, right? So before the blue zone hits that circle itself, they can somehow make it, and EXO and Fierce have actually found the perfect angle. I mean to say, Fierce and the IGL have found the perfect corner. Oh, there it is. Fear gets taken down. Punku is going to be exploding. Flicky as well. That is the corner which we had to witness, but right now, Immortal, the way he was able to come and finish this things off was also very, very good. At this, I really don't understand how come a squad which is looking so strong from another corner of the map, they goes for a wrong rotation, then have to pay a hefty price.
Absolutely, we'll talk about that a little later as explosions happen left, right and center. Team Godel, though, they prepare to face the unbeatable. Blind, though, not really the best of starts, but they've got the 4 men up and running. Of course, it is going to be very, very difficult for these two players who are still surviving to up the ante and maybe take Godlike inside the podium finish. You've got Team Soul in the background. Team Blind, of course, not holding back their horses, just charging in onto get ready for this hand guy. Unleashes his weapon, and not really of good use over there. As Team Soul look to make and capitalize out this equation. Blind, though, they've lost a player already. How can they make a comeback in this one?
Now, there's a small ridge right in front of Rage, right? So that could be a little bit of a support. All need is just 1 or 2 smokes to be lobbed towards him so that he can make it into the cover when the time is right. Team Soul on the other corner, now is when they start to become offensive. They've just got one finish for themselves, and we do understand that, you know, a team which is holding the center of the circle will have a bit of an advantage. But we're able to see that since there are not much people who are making it inside the circle, the teams which are pretty much close to the side of Team Soul are actually tagging them off, trying to hold them at bay and make sure they do the best. Johnny on the other side has caught up with the side of Blind, and he's trying to make them pay as much as possible. Even though they're just a 2-man squad, it looks like Godel is not going to stop themselves from being that aggressive team.
Poor guy, Team True Rippers, of course, once again crashing out. But this time, though, Team Soul is under fire. Jonathan is still unleashing himself as he's dancing across the finish field. Elsewhere, though, Hector takes down Autobots' Fox with the vehicle finish as most of these teams just start engaging in a flash as we witness Thanos snap happen right in front of our screens. It's only 25 players alive, ladies and gentlemen, and only 10 teams in the fray. Enigma versus Soul is happening right now, but it has been shut down by Omega with a single grenade itself, just turning the favor, turning the tables in Team Soul's direction in a snap.
I mean, I really love the way Omega has picked up that initial 2 knocks against the side of Enigma. That gives them a very good opening. And Goblin from the other side is going to put down another player. Is this the team which we have to name after the grenades which they're going to throw, as they're going to be raking up more finishes, 3 finishes, 4 finishes what they've got. The 5th one already on the way, and that's going to be Soul Hector looking forward for it. The Grenadier is going to be obviously Soul. Omega coming in with that. I would like to say it just blew my mind, even though it blew the side of the Enigma itself.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are short of objectives for that nade itself, but Team Soul, right, look at the defensive prowess. Look at the way they defended this compound. This compound was really important for Enigma to capture if they want to get inside the circle, because it is right at the edge of it, but they have been destroyed and their plans have been crashed open, and all those bodies that have been turned into crates, Team Soul is going to feed upon them, but problems don't really stop as Team Entity is still in the background as nades come out flurrying high. Hell goes down, kind of goes back to hell itself, but Immortal, though, elsewhere goes down. I really want to watch this fight, right? Godlike versus Exo is something which I want to witness, because that was a 2v2 scenario that we have to talk about.
Nope, it's just a 1v2 scenario at this point of time, as Johnny has been out of the equation, as well as Zegor is trying to make sure that he collects his finish point as a revenge. You know, it was Immortal who took him down, and eventually at this point of time he wants to make sure that he makes Exo pay. Oh, there it is, the confirmation comes in, and Fierce is also coming into the crosshair as well. He's going to dip down and make sure he lays low so that he doesn't come into the crosshairs of Zegor, but Zegor has to realize this. At this point of time, it's going to be hard for them, as it's Team Exo who's already done the hard job, right? They've got 10 finishes for themselves, and let's see what's going to happen next.
Exactly, Team Soul. They are going to charge into Entity next as the nades come flooding in. They look to invade the compound, but of course we know how they do it, right? They started with the pure perfect nade itself, but look at Entity once again. They start moving away from the fight itself. Troy gets taken down by Team TF5 out of the jaws of Team Soul and into the claws of Team FTF5. They are certainly not going to survive. Goblin out in the open, the smoke sort of disguises his presence over there. His Entity are on the offense, and Hector gets taken down.
I really love the way, you know, that last player made sure that he takes down. Let's look at this. Team Exo has been eliminated, and it's all thanks to Blind at this point of time. A spray comes in from the right side of 3 with Reaper Guard. He's going to take down the guard himself. It's Omega trying to cook up a grenade. It's not going to affect much, as obviously Reaper has got better control of this topography as well. High ground advantage comes into their favor. It's going to be Blind from the other side attacking the side of Team Soul. No. And a good grenade coming in from the side of Reaper could put an end for them itself. Akshat is still alive. Akshat is going to be in the crosshairs of Reaper God, as a little bit of his helmet was visible over the horizon.
Absolutely. As the big names begin to crash out, ladies and gentlemen, Soul, Godlike, Exo, they've done the job. You can see the numbers on your screen. 7 finishes, 9 finishes, 10 finishes respectively. They did bow down out of the competition very early on in the map itself, but still fine. Soul have got Akshat left in the fray. He's still looking for that inevitable chicken. But can they make it a back-to-back? It's what the question lies, because Blind, they have their reinforcers straight. 3 men up and alive. They control the circle with all their might. Mysterious X in the fray as well. Team TA5 controlling the high ground, maybe the king of the hill. Of course, they have to be very wary of situations like players like Akshat in the background, just lying in the shadows and waiting to hit them when their backs are turned down.
Oh, with the zone coming in, Zaddy's in a very, very bad position. Probably might get knocked off because of the zone itself. It's going to be hard for you to heal up from 1 HP as the zone is going to eat you up. TFI on the other side, it seems like, you know, Blind have got a little bit of a blessing in disguise. I do understand they're still close to a position where they can loft a grenade right into those houses, but it's going to be hard for them for sure. Now, Mysterious X on the other side, they do understand INR is right in front of them. They're going to put up some smoke and make sure that they rush in when the time is right and make sure that they rake up this finish point which is lurking around here and there. INR do listen to the footsteps, tries to retaliate. Shinigami, we know what kind of a person this man can turn out to be. Eris goes down inside. Shinigami from the other side is going to be landing the final bullet to make sure that they eliminate the side of INR.
But is it the cause, or is it the stops of problems for Mysterious X? Of course, for them, they still have to travel a lot of distance to make it inside the circle, which heavily favors Team TF5 as well as the likes of, I believe, Team Mysterious X. We still have to figure out, of course. So far, though, Akshat still has 2 meds to work out with, and not taking any shots against Team TF5 is a blessing in disguise, as his presence is still hidden so far. Ares, though, does take Karthik OP down, which is really important. Buys them that sort of time so that they can move in and maybe close in inside this little cliff that there is. A lot of topography into play as most of these teams start engaging against each other. Even Blind have actually made their way inside, who sort of control the circle in a way which we did not even precedent. They're coming in. Akshat, we know what's happening, right? We know what's coming. We knew this. He is just gonna start unleashing himself, and now this is the top job. TF5 start engaging. The UMP goes ham. Arkha, what do you think is gonna happen?
At this point of time, a grenade being cooked towards the side of Akshat is something which he'll have to watch out for. But ultimately, you know, he finds out another player. He's going to put him down on his knees, probably going for the finish point. The third person almost coming into his crosshairs. He's going to be searching every look and corner. Finds the third one as well. Puts an end to Blind all alone. And he's going to be really happy to rake up 3 finish points at this time of the stage. This stage of the game itself, I'm so sorry. As we'll be looking for Team Soul, as they might want to dominate at the final moments. There was a time when you could have rushed in against the side of TFI. TFI is still holding off. This is the time when the higher in is on, and Team Soul can actually push in and dominate and take their second chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. The crosshairs have been placed to the horizon. It's going to be Reaper God versus the side of Akshat. There's a push which is going to be coming in, jiggling around, but TFI was able to find the land the final blow. I mean, I really don't know. There was a moment for him to actually capitalize, not once but twice. But he took his team to a moment where they almost had it in their hands.
They certainly did, right? Team Soul yet again. What a performance. I mean, this is deja vu. This is almost what global esports managed to achieve in the last game, in the last day itself, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we have to talk about the point standings. Look at that. Team Soul yet again right at the tippity top with 10 finish points to work with and 12 placement points. 22 total points. Team TF5 did manage to get themselves the chicken dinner, of course, with 8 finish points. A really good number. But this is where the big names sort of redeemed themselves. Godlike come back into the fray with 13 points of their own. EXO come back with 12 points of their own as well. 9 finishes, 10 finishes respectively. You saw that aggressive nature. You saw that how Godlike, when they lost those 2 players, the rest of the 2 players, Jonathan and Zygot to be exact, just going ham against the opposition and really dominating.
Absolutely, and that is how, you know, they could rake up finish points. If they had been a little bit on the defensive side, I don't think so, you know, they would have had even this coming into their pockets.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Team Soul again impressing us, trying to show why they are the big dogs in the community itself. But let's look at the bottom of the table. RTR, Retribution, True Reapers, Last Legend, Imprint, Autobots, one of those teams who have fought their way until now, try to make a statement, is not able to, as Revenant and Enigma again fall down with just 4 points and 2 points for themselves respectively.
This is tough times. This is tough times for these invited teams, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the iQOO MVP before we talk about this team. Certainly, Punk did not have a tough time in this lobby. 5 finishes with approximately 900 points of damage. This man was dominating. If only Team EXO could have survived in the final circle, maybe had their numbers up high and running, this man could have probably touched 10 just like Goblin did in the last game, but that didn't happen. Even though they did bow out, Team EXO managed to get so many finish points to work with.
I mean, this is the moment where, you know, you have to give it to Akshat for getting 5 finishes.
Yeah,
if he was not
100%.
the man standing and trying to hold back and clearing of the squad of Blind, the story would have been completely different. But God L, they've also survived with just 2 men standing. All of a sudden, these 2 men actually showed us that, you know, when demigods are playing, 2 of them are more than enough to rake up really good finish point for themselves. But Punko is going to be on the top, and TF5 Karthik, you know, there was a moment where we really thought that they're going to be losing out that high ground advantage. If Akshat had just chosen to come out of his cover and make sure he strikes them when the iron was hot. But ultimately, I feel that, you know, all these teams have done their best. Now, talking about Seoul themselves, previous match 30 and this match 20. Almost 52 points already come up. The average with 60, which we keep speaking about. It looks like they've already made it into the next round.
They've done it, right? They have 1 foot into BMPS already. And all of those people, all of those channels who were speculating if Team Seoul are going to make it, well, there you have your answer, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we'll have a look at the match summary. Nothing really special that actually stands out. But look at this, though. 402 meters. That was done by Jonathan. Jonathan isn't typically a sniper. I expected 400 meters with a sniper. If that isn't the case, then what is? Don't tell me he did that with an assault rifle.
Obviously, he did it with an assault rifle, and that's the second longest distance finish, which comes up in BMOC itself. I mean, they've got 402 meters finish coming in, obviously in the map of Miramar, and that is where you can expect it. 8 grenade finishes coming in, but we're going to be looking at the FT graph to check out how things have happened otherwise for the teams who have done a lot of hard work.
Yeah, of course, you see those high rises, right? And the teams dominating at the right-hand side. Of course, you've got Seoul, EXO, and Godlike, a very phenomenal run on the map of Miramar. You also have to talk about Team TF5, who is starting to stand out from the underdog teams. Apart from that, there are still no other name that actually stands out from the underdog so far, right? The challengers who are taking on the pros, I expected a lot more to offer, but then it's just TF5 and nothing really else.
Absolutely. Now, if we speak about the other teams like Revenant and Entity, which we were looking forward for, but let's come back to that in a little while. As of now, we're going to be looking at the overall squad face-off so far. It's TFI Esports as well as Entity Gaming coming in with 4 finishes for each other, where we can see the TFI is becoming the more aggressive side, getting a better damage, and they're surviving just 20 seconds more than the side of Team Entity.
Exactly, right? Not a big difference, but of course we know, especially in the 21-minute mark, how many teams get eliminated in that 20-second window. Of course, a lot of placement points are on the line, ladies and gentlemen. We know that yesterday it was pretty dicey, right? A lot of those invited teams still struggled, came in for that matter. They really struggled to kind of play that edge of the circle gameplay, where the underdog teams were really coming out on top, especially in those 4v4 fights. Today has been a little otherwise, where Godlike, EXO, Seoul, especially for all of these teams and their firepower, is just too much to handle for these challengers.
You know, somewhere, you know, I would like to speculate one thing, you know, that is going to be the invited teams yesterday took it light, but the invited teams today have taken things seriously, and they want to make a statement that we are the dominators over here. But there's going to be one other mobile which is going to be dominating the market anytime soon, that is coming in from the iQOO smartphones. Let's look at the, you know, video which they've got to explain us more about this device itself.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Heroes is in stage bomb report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया। आजा।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Loco, India's own gaming platform. Of course, if you really want to start your streaming journey, then there is no better place than Loco itself. I stream sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, as well. You might come in. Arca does, Fixes also does, gives his analytics as well. But of course, there's another thing that we have to talk about, and that is this beautiful, beautiful device. And for all you beautiful folks out there sitting back at home itself, we have something for you as well. Just go to Amazon, search iQOO Neo 6, and you might win goodies worth rupees 2 lakhs. But of course, coming back into it, Arca, if you really want to step up your Loco career, your streaming career, I think you have to download Loco and really start that journey. You know, you are a really good analyst.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that, right? I really want to analyze with such beautiful moments panned out in the map of Miramar. I'll be looking forward to speak more about them, obviously, with two teams dominating no matter how many men were standing from their team.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the day, we have to look at all the action that unfolded on the map of Miramar itself. We'll go into the highlights pretty soon and witness every single one of those teams. Soul, Godlike and EXO just ripping things apart. Now, this is where I come back to you, Arca, once again. Talk me about EXO and they come back, right? This is something which was very important for them. This game was quintessential if they really wanted to make it into BMPS. And this sort of gives them that glimmer of hope, right? They just might be able to make it.
Obviously, you know, that's what I said, right? This is the team which is known for their comebacks. And with just one map starting to build the confidence and giving that right kind of opening, they'll be able to, you know, make sure that they capitalize on this moment onward and making sure that they'll be making it into the next round very, very easily with one or two more maps of domination. You know, at least one map of domination, which is pretty much possible from their side. It's going to be easy. But I really love the way how Deathmates actually took the fight towards the side of Godel. You know, there were few small errors which they did trying to hold back a bit, but ultimately they did make Godel, you know, dance according to the tunes of the Deathmates itself.
Oh, for sure they did, right? The damage was done, especially for the likes of Godlike, right? Losing the likes of Neo and Clutch God, it was quintessential for them. Had those two players still were surviving till the final circle, maybe Godlike could have won away this chicken for themselves. Of course, there were a lot of action, right? From the underdogs, you saw that wrath, you saw the fear in the eyes of Retribution, but they did not want to engage against Jonathan and Z-God, no matter what. They just tried to flee out of that location, but of course that doesn't happen, especially the likes of Jonathan, who is just spanning players left, right and center. I mean, when you've got a player who is just in his full flow, how can you stop him?
Absolutely, and that is why we call them the demigods. I call him the god beast himself. And let's see how much more can they pull out, as it's going to be the most important or the crucial maps for them. They need to rake up another 20 more to make sure they make it into the next round accordingly. But the FI on the other side, this one high ground with just 4 men standing and then converting down to 2, but still holding that position was really good. I do understand that Blind at one point of time, you know, they were having all 4 men standing, they were spread across the topography, but Souls downfall started off after they dominated in this fight, right? So they did cook up a very good grenade to put 2 players of Enigma in the beginning itself down, but ultimately after that they did not find the right kind of rhythm.
Yeah, exactly right. Now we've talked enough about Soul. I kind of feel like for Enigma though, just everything is starting to crash down. I see a very keen resemblance from Camden yesterday, where Enigma is also trying to lie around in the shadows, trying to play that edge of the circle gameplay. And whenever they're trying to make them way in, whenever those hard shifts are coming in, they're going in for this Ramens and get the compound for themselves. They are being caught out by one team or the other, and this time it was Team Soul. So what is going through Team Enigma right now? Can they even make their way back from the pit that they've dug for themselves right now, with only 4 more games remaining?
I strongly feel that Enigma still have a very good opportunity, right? The game changer map is still to come. That is going to be the map of Sanhok, where things can actually turn around for them and make sure that it gives an opening. But this is what Soul pulled off all of a sudden. A 1v3 coming in from the side of Akshat. I wonder why the side of Blind did not look towards the left side, even though one of their players, like 2 players got taken down. But still I see the third player not even bothered about looking towards the left. I really want to check whether he was holding a suppressor in the corner itself and making sure that, you know, it was doing the damage and they were not being hurt, but ultimately that was too close to be not hurt.
Exactly right. I mean, even if there was a suppressor, for sure the communication lines would be there that there is somebody on top of the cliff who is hurting me with his bullets. But of course, there was nothing there. Players just thought it might just be an ant who is biting me on my back. Certainly not as dangerous as somebody like Akshat on the top, but it was pretty close, right? For Team Soul, it was this chicken was strikingly close. Team TF5, you have to give them credits where it's due, and this is one underdog team who have made their name shine. Any other underdog team do you think who is, let's say, in the mix or whose rhythm you might seem fancy of getting another chicken?
I would like to say Deathmate, right? They did try to take the fight towards the side of Godel, right? So that shows that they're not having less confidence. They're confident enough to take fights with the confident boost coming in that they were able to almost erase off the side of Godel. The next matches we can see them perform much better. Probably they'll not think twice before taking a fight against a professional team like Soul or Godel, and that is the kind of confident boost you need to have as a team or an underdog team which is going to be coming up in the lobby.
Exactly right. Deathmate and Godlike are starting to become that love twins right now. They've met each other once in Erangel, once in Miramar, and this is where we might think that this rivalry just grew up even further as Sanhok comes into play, as well as these players might just turn into snakes. Now we know that all these T1 players, they love to play it one with the nature. They love to use those meds, especially turn Sanhok into a full-blown hospital itself. We'll find out if those heal battles happen yet again or not. But of course, there is another team whom I'm really concerned about, and that's got to be Revenant. One decent performance on the map of Erangel. This time, though, nothing really to show for it. Revenant, Enigma, these are the two big names that I'm seeing sort of struggling at this point.
Yeah, Revenant in the previous game, 10 finishes, right?
Yeah.
They've got an average of 12 in the previous game. Here they got 4.
Yeah.
So almost like they've come up to the 20-pointer. So we were saying that an average of 10 is something which you need to maintain. So they're almost over there. So Revenant will not have too much of a pressure on their shoulder until and unless they get eliminated earlier in the next map itself, and where the pressure starts to build up and they'll have to rake up more than 20 in the following map itself. So they just need one good game of around 6 to 7 finishes, winner, chicken dinner. I think even they can, somehow cement themselves into the next round. But I strongly feel that's going to be a little hard for them, as, RTR Retribution will be actually going in for Retribution in the next game, as they were taken down earlier. Let's not forget Autobots as well, right?
Yeah.
So they were also
100%.
one of the teams to watch out for. So all of a sudden, I feel suddenly the middle bracket or the lower middle bracket where underdogs were the teams not performing will suddenly start to wake up and make sure that, they make a statement that we are still alive and we are capable of taking down teams as they come into the process.
Exactly right. This is what we love. You want the middle bracket of the points table to still fight for those top spot, of course, which is sort of single-handedly dominated by the likes of Team Soul. I'm sure a lot of you fans must have loved that line over there.
Yeah.
But for Team Soul, though, the journey ahead is pretty simple. 30 points the first game, 20 points in the next game. All that they've got to do is just play it freely, just express themselves. And I'm pretty sure Goblin, when he expresses himself, he's pretty ruthless. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the matchup of the next game itself. Sanhok is up and ready because all of these players, they are preparing to fight it out in the battlegrounds as we talk about the teams yet again. Godlike, Exo, Soul, brilliant performances from all of these big teams. True Rippers, not that much, I must say. Fixes is joining me on the desk right now, Fixes, and I must ask you this question. What do you think of the top 3 right now?
I think top 3 kind of suffices of teams like TF5, Soul, and Godlike. As a matter of fact, considering how these two teams have been really playing and performing, especially TF5, the kind of a run that they've had, getting those position points to their name. But talking about the other underdog teams, right? We had the first game where we could see Retribution RTR perform really well. We had Autobots gathering enough position points. But this time in the map of Miramar, it was Mysterious X. Now, of course, there's been one constant, TF5. We've still got 4 more games to go. We cannot really step on the gun pretty early on. But that is where, in the map of Sanhok, I'm kind of expecting someone new to get this chicken dinner.
Obviously, right? We always expect new teams to kind of get those big chickens because that mixes up the entire table and we love that. You don't want to see a one-man show, do you? Of course, if you're a Soul fan, you might actually think otherwise because you've got your priorities set, even for the likes of Godlike as well, right? Even they have shown their tactical prowess. Not tactical tactical prowess, I would say. I would say gun prowess, especially in those fights when they step on the trigger. They just don't really calm down, do they?
Oh, they definitely don't. And they kind of have a little bit of a bitter story going on with Deathmate, right? Got like
Oh,
it kinda
yeah.
sort of every single time fighting it out against them. And Deathmate had to deal with the brunt of it, not just once but twice. Now this is where, where do they stop? I kind of really feel taking those two fights kind of have conditioned themselves to be maybe prepared for a third one, because the next time they go up against maybe the players of Godlike might have a little bit of a bounty on their heads.
Oh, yeah, they for sure will have. But of course, there are a lot of storylines that we need to talk about. There's EXO in the mix, there's Enigma and Revenant who is in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Blind, for that matter, ladies and gentlemen, haven't really shown up. But I'm pretty sure a new device that has shown up in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6. It's glorious, it's gorgeous. Of course, our friends over at iQOO have a small word for you guys.
iQOO.
Brings back memories but looks futuristic. What do you call that, Fixes? Is it iQOO Neo 6?
Indeed it is. And
Oh.
I've been kind of looking at how beautifully the colors sort of keep
Oh,
on
yes,
changing,
man.
right?
It's
Like
lovely.
from far to far,
It's
you can see
lovely.
like a little bit of a greenish tint, and then when you kind of get in a little close, you've got that aquamarine color also coming in.
The camera
and,
looks fab, though.
You've already started clicking pictures?
Oh, no, man. Like, the
Or the
looks of
bug-
it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It completely shows that how premium of a device it is, and of course, it's yet to be released. And for all you enthusiasts out there looking for a premium smartphone that sports Snapdragon 875G and 80-watt of flash charging, and
Oh,
especially catered
crazy.
for the esports players, as you can go towards www.amazon.in. All you've got to do in the search bar is look out for iQOO Neo 6. You can participate in a little bit of a games that are on showcase over there. maybe if you are the lucky bunch, you could win goodies up at rupees 2 lakhs.
2
and that
lakhs.
is something to be talking about. But again, getting back into the mix, of course, we've had the first two games with a few teams still
Yep.
having those little hiccups, even with Blind, because considering those final circles in Miramar, I really felt that this could have been their game to capitalize upon. I think we're kind of looking stranded
Yeah.
when Akshat absolutely shredded them apart. So again, certain teams always sort of specialize in Miramar. I really felt that Chicken Dinner was coming home to Team Blind, kind of went away from them. But this is where we sort of transition into Sanhok, where
Yeah.
anything, literally, ladies and gentlemen, can happen. We can see someone out of the blue, someone like, let's say, Last Legend also back in the
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Last Legends might just be the case, right? I am looking for an underdog team to make a statement, apart from TF5, apart from, let's say, Mysterious X as well, right? Because this is the map where all hell breaks loose, right? This is the map where you can express yourself. Just go in and try and finish down those top dogs. Maybe even land alongside Godlike or the likes of Soul and have a lovely duel out there. It's one way to make your name out there in the community. All those highlight reels and all those channels will be clipping it. And next day, you are a sensation.
Oh yeah, viral on social media. But again, at this point, it comes at a cost, right? You tend to take a fight against the big guns.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got those flashy moments, but then again, you've got to look at the bigger picture over here, right? Now you go up against, let's say, your deathmate, and
Yeah.
you take a fight against Godlike seeking redemption of what they've done to you. And in the process of that, you again get finished off. And that's not a good thing, right? Because for deathmate, this is where the pressure is starting to come. This is where the onus is lying on them as to how they deal with it. And they haven't really dealt with it in a proper manner. Maybe in Sanhok things could change. But this is where I'm starting to kind of, ponder as to where the circle is going to pan out. Because this yesterday, it was around Painan.
Yes, it certainly was, right? Probably the first time in the entirety of iQOO BMOC we have seen a circle towards Painan. But of course, I feel like today I've got a hunch, right? I've got a hunch that it is going to be a very basic
Did you
circle.
make your offerings?
Well, that's something which we can't really say on stream. I'll let you know the secrets.
About that.
I'll let you know my secrets when we go outside, you know.
You're sort of playing the prediction game. If it works out, yes, I made some offerings and it panned out well enough. If it doesn't, maybe the gods are not satisfied. But a little bit of a squad spotlight.
Oh, yeah.
On Team Soul over here, and I'm pretty sure they've made it to the headlines of tomorrow's articles out there. And there you have it. 25 finishes already towards to their names. They've got some amazing damage numbers. Even look at the average survival time. When we kind of feel 21 or maybe 22 is all it takes, they've already racked up 23 minutes and 22 seconds of survival time for themselves.
Exactly, right? And this is where I kind of feel that Sid and his confidence over this lineup is getting justified. These boys, they just always backing him up with performances, don't he?
Yeah, of course. I mean, giving Sid the ample bragging rights with how they've been playing, right? Now
Yeah.
they're walking the talk, as you can say. And this is where the doubts had sort of settled in when we sort of had the inception of today's evening, where we're kind of wondering, but this again, Team Godlike, one of their counterparts, right? 19 finishes to their names, have been one of those players who rather love to play around the edges a lot, indulge in a lot of fights, and that is where the trouble arises, right? They kind of start losing out on numbers. Few early casualties did not really work out, as Team EXO, another big name. A first game was an absolute disaster, a huge hiccup for them, but somewhere down the line, I really felt in Miramar they recovered pretty well.
They certainly did, right? But I'm still feeling the lack of snacks is going to hinder their way forward, right? If Team EXO really want to probably make their name felt like Team Soul or Godlike in this lobby itself, they need that added firepower as well as that star figure, because I'm always a very big advocate of the fact that you need a Cristiano Ronaldo in your team.
Oh, you always need that one starry face, right? But again, if Immortal comes in and gets the job done, then that is where it all comes down to, right? As long as Team EXO are doing well,
Exactly.
they were doing in the map of Miramar, they were caught a little off guard, which is absolutely fine. But again, this could not just be that a Kemin esports storyline where you have one good game in Miramar and then you kind of mess up all the others. So this is where EXO needs to start looking for a little bit of a consistency, have a little bit of that momentum rolling in their favor, because for now, teams like Soul, teams like Godlike, they're walking on the footprints of what Global Esports did yesterday, right? Have two really good early first games, and this sort of gives you that little bit of a freedom to play around with. In the very final game of Erangel, we could see Team Global Esports sort of executing those long 2-2 splits, you know, trying to practice some new strats, which we can see in the BMPS.
We just might, right? Those might just be in the glimpses of it. Even then, it's just predictions. It's just us trying to speculate what the future stats might just be. For now, though, there are a lot of teams who are still have very big question mark, Enigma being one of them. And I'm not really sure what the issue is. When you talked about Kemin Esports, I was talking about this with RK as well. The same storyline sort of, it seems like both those two teams run parallel to each other. Even Kemin, for that fact, they were playing across the edge of the circles, trying to ram in probably one of those hard shifts. Team Enigma tried to do that, got instantly shut down Team Soul. So with that out of the picture, with 2 games already done and dusted, with only 4 more games remaining, there's a very big job on those lads, and I'm not really sure if they will actually.
For sure, you know, for Team Enigma, what really went wrong was that circle shift at the 6th zone, shift, where it kind of went a little bit towards Team Soul, and they had to ram in, right? Otherwise, the rotation was pristine. They were looking really good on those lateral hails, and this is what one thing that was even brought up during the cast, right? That is where we felt that, you know, they still have all their players, but again, you know, pushing into one direction, I really felt, you know, had they kind of split it a little bit, you know, 2 players here, 2 players over there, and then started the fight, because you knew that Team Soul, they were also congregated inside that little church, right? They could have capitalized on that situation, but the best part is the moment Team Enigma went in for the ram-in, that is where Team Soul already anticipated the threat and started going ham after the players of Enigma, hence causing all that trouble. But in the midst of it all, there has been another invited team that has been impressive so far, has to be Entity Gaming.
Oh yes, right. Entity Gaming, they've really surprised us all. And to be honest, you've talked about it. They've been the dark horses in the lobby, and nobody is sort of talking about them. Nobody is actually looking at them, considering you've got bigger threats, potential bigger threats like Soul, Godlike, and EXO. But Entity, they're just coming in the midst of things and they are cleaning things up. They get their job done every single game. They are pretty consistent and are almost en route to going to the BMPS.
Oh, certainly they are two really back-to-back good games, and they were the ones who took down, I think, Goblin. Noob was the one who put the final nail in the coffin for him, and that is where you've got to give it to their finishing prowess, right? The way they micro-engage in all these fights. Now, one good thing that Team Entity can work upon a little bit is how they position themselves in the final circle. That is something that Team Soul have already figured themselves out. If they can get that perfect balance, I think there is a chicken dinner waiting somewhere for the players of Entity.
Of course, like few teams, they've really mastered their circle predictions. Even Enigma, for that fact, right? I was talking about it during the cast that we saw the map feed, right? Enigma, right inside the first circle, they dropped in towards Hashinda de Peltron or towards San Martin region, and they instantly take the highway and get themselves the larger ladder compound, where eventually the circle was. Soul again, their infamous rotation, Omega just leading the pack like beautifully, just always find the center of the circle no matter what, and they've got the firepower to even attract attention. You've got the likes of Goblin, who in the map of Erangel was just on top of a roof, and he is like, all right, one victim there, second victim there, third victim there, and he was just going every direction. 360-degree clearance is what you get with Goblin.
Certainly would be featuring the iQOO Neo 6 in the foreseeable future. But again, you know, this is where the conversation comes in, right? Haters might say, what is Omega doing? All he's doing is trying to take the center. But again, you've got to understand how important that becomes, right? Every single time, sort of, practicing, knowing the algorithm as to where the circle might pan down, and they kind of rotate pretty early on. And it's so difficult to hold on to the center, especially when you kind of take those early rotations right from the first to the second circle, because then you're going to be easy targets to all those teams around the edges, right? Everyone sort of is going to look after you. Your compound is sort of the hottest property inside the zone, and you're going to be susceptible to fire from every possible direction. But despite that fact, the way they kind of engage themselves, still do not have their players getting knocked out. That is something where Soul really has upped their game, and that is something that I've been loving about them over the past two games that we did cast.
Exactly right. The lines of communication, the trust between the players and the IGL. Just like you mentioned, it's not just the center of the circle itself. It's again a pretty nice spot. You get those high ridges, you get that nice topography to work with, the proper compound that is required to hold inside the circle. Omega has knowledge of that. Right, this is the circle, this is the compound, and he just instantly rotates. And you've got the firepower. He trusts his players that they will be able to endure all the firepower, all the teams that try and charge against them, just like Enigma did, just like Godlike did, just like any other team did so far in this day. But again, I specifically am sort of very pumped that Soul is performing, because I'm pretty sure majority of the chat is going bonkers with their emojis itself. But coming back to the day and coming back to what the overall objective is, top 6 is what we're looking at right now. Well qualified. We saw competition really went down the wire yesterday, and a lot of invited teams did not make it. So give me your top 6 right now.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, because I really do not want to be, making any curses over here. But then again, a few underdog teams have definitely, risen out of their slumber. They are performing. TF5 have been impressive. Autobots have been amazing.
Absolutely.
Mysterious X, they've been also performing out of their minds. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start Sanhok, it's time to take a little bit of a breather. We're going to be right back after this.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम रीडर ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
Apologies for that unprecedented break, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back. Your favorite Salty and a little Fixes, who is very cute in himself. We both are back on the desk. Fixes, the audience loves me more than you, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, especially the female ones.
Oh, yes.
You know? But again, right now, getting back into the conversation that we were having around the underdogs, right? The rising stars. Now, we've witnessed TF5. They've got that perfect mix, right? They do not sort of get themselves to any hasty battles, right? They kind of take their time. They had that little bit of a high ground to play around with. They did not overextend for a single moment. They realized that circle is favoring them. This is their chicken dinner to take home, and indeed they did. But at the same time, time, we had a few other teams, Mysterious X, as a matter of fact, who I really felt finally brought in some heat inside the lobby, especially when it's all about, you know, these big names. You kind of tend to get a little overshadowed, and that is where Mysterious X could have did really stand out.
Exactly, at Mysterious X for them, it was about trying to recover from the early loss they had at the start of the game itself. Shinigami and Kazami, we saw that they actually ran away from that location. But ladies and gentlemen, don't you worry, as Sanhok is getting dolled up for Battlegrounds, of course, as we prepare to get inside the map. Now, coming back to that conversation again, Mysterious X, we sort of start to feel like this team looks a little shaky and lost when it comes to those final circle battles, but they certainly are warming themselves up, right? And this match can certainly change a lot of things for these underdogs.
Oh, of course. Now, we've always been talking about Sanhok, right? And the kind of surprises that comes along with. We really do not know what to expect, right? There has never been an early prediction of who could win. But at the same time, now we've got iQOO playing with us, one of the very infamous teams to have started this entire healing battle meta inside this matchup. Even Kemin was one of those huge advocates of doing so yesterday, but this did not seem to sort of resort to it. So I'm kind of starting to doubt if Team iQOO is going to opt for that, but that's still on the table, that's still on the cards, especially when you're looking to build up a little bit of a momentum going in. I think, you know, going for a healing battle, especially for a team like iQOO, is important right now.
Getting just the bare minimum points maybe to survive, right? They've got themselves at average 10 points to work with in the second game itself, but that's not going to be enough, especially with competition rising at the top. You've got Soul, you've got Godlike, you've got Blind as well in the mix, you've got TF5. The slots for contention is certainly decreasing, and iQOO need to pave their way inside, and for that, I guess an aggressive game right from the start, and maybe to finish it off, just like you mentioned, a heal battle to get those icing on the cake with those placement points as well.
Oh yeah, of course, and it's all gonna begin right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we tend to take the flight up in the sky over the rainforests of Sanhok, as the flight path is heading all the way from Sami to its Camp Bravo again. Now this is where I'm gonna be eyeing out for that first circle to be forming, right?
Yeah.
We've seen those really bad western circles happening quite often. Yesterday was a little bit of a change in taste, where we had that little southern zone coming out, where I was really anticipating maybe it's gonna go down south a little bit up to the Painan Hills, but that was not the case, right? Rather went into the villages of Painan, and that is where teams like Initiative Academy and Orangutan, courtesy to a very early rotation, had a pretty early good start.
It turned into a fortress, really, but having a look at the map itself right now, you can see the teams, they aren't really meeting, at least for the foreseeable future, and thankfully Godlike is not meeting Deathmate right off the get-go itself. We saw the duel happening in Erangel and as well as Miramar, but Godlike, well, Deathmate, they have other plans for you right now at least.
You know, I'm just going to look out for them, right? That bittersweet love story that's been brewing up between Godlike and Team Deathmate. But a little bit of action already visible. Revenant being contested by the players of INR, who have had a rather shabby show so far. Miramar gave us a little bit, did manage to accrue a few position points, but that was all about it. As Paradox, he's got his crosshairs aimed at Ice, managed to get that knock. But there, is he going to go in for the revive? That's the big question, Salty.
It certainly is, right? And he's trying to do that. Meanwhile, Team Revenant trying to flank them from the other side. Kyoya as well as another player. They look to engage them right from the get-go as the fight in Paradise Resort starts brewing up. An early skirmish which she did not really expect to see so far is taking place.
Top Dog just heading at INR's direction. Ice having gotten that revive back up.
Oh no, wait.
Needs to patch himself. He's managed to back off a little bit, but somehow gets a little bit of shots, but just not really connect. But this might, as Top Dog is finally going to open it up. Mistakes being followed up with another one, as INR have already lost two.
Oh no, Thunder in the background has to be very, very careful of what he can produce. Of course, a lot of damage has been dealt as Revenant are being pushed back a little. No, wait, they aren't even reacting as they continue pushing forward. Shooter has been taken down as Team INR are basically half-blood princes at this point with only one player surviving. All that he needs to do is just try and run away as far as possible. As Revenant, they show no mercy as boxing action is in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mike Tyson, not Paradox.
Yeah, Remnant have sort of marked their territories, right? This is a clear message to the players of INR. You dare not head into Paradise Resort yet again, and completely just thwarting them out of the territory. Thunder, well, has nowhere to run and hide. A seek cover just beside those fences. I'm starting to wonder if you can go a little bit greedy out there, catch some players with their pants down and get a greedy finish. That could somehow be a little bit of a happy ending, at least for Team INR. A little silver lining.
A little silver lining, right? But I'm just thinking about Hell from Team Autobots right now. The only guy, or rather, I guess it's Mr. IGL, who is pretty close to Paradise Resort and witnessed all of those action up close and personal. He was like, all right, guys, Revenant is just going berserk, and this is not our territory. And instantly, they get on a vehicle and try and move away. They all buzz off from the vicinity of Paradise Resort itself. But the rest of the regions look rather peaceful. The circle forming on the mainland, very default, might form outside of boot camp towards the quarry region, might actually plan to go towards the Paradise region as well, but it's kind of towards the south as well, right?
Yeah, look at this infamous split from Team EXO, right?
Oh,
With the Southern Belt, you tend to find all those first hits, and that is what they're out for, right? Collect as many as possible, give it to one player who's going to resort to that healing battle. But this is where Team Soul is going to be truly tested, along with the likes of Team Entity, because they've got to make a long rotation in, and you've got teams like Godlike, you've got teams like Imprint that you've got to deal with. For Team Entity, it's going to be Deathmate, it's going to be TA5 that you're going to cross over. So this is where the option of the mutation really comes into play. Now the big question is, are they going to resort to such measures?
It also kind of depends on the circle, right? If the circle sticks onto the shoreline, then it might just be a potential option for them. If it returns back to the mainland, completely ditching all the waterways, then maybe mutation is not the best way going forward. But have a look at this, the Blind Esports. A team that couldn't really show up in the first two games. They had that rough Miramar region where they completely got shattered by the only player of Team Soul. Should not really have been that way, should have been wary of their surroundings, but they have looked rather lost inside the lobby, not just in the first circle, but also in the last circle. For them, it's very important. This game rather holds the key whether they qualify to BMPS or not.
Yeah, it's all about, just building up that little momentum for themselves, right? Exactly something we told about Team EXO. But for a team like Blind, a top 3 position finish in Miramar is nothing too shabby, nothing to really scoff at, but I really feel that they could have done way better, considering they had those man numbers, especially when Akshat managed to get that one player. That is where they should have retaliated back, done something about because it felt like they were kind of just waiting for Akshat to deal the final nail in the coffin. But right now, we've got a little bit of a kerfuffle. We've got the Last Legends fighting it out against another invited teams. It's going to be True Ripper, who haven't really been the True Rippers inside the lobby today.
They certainly haven't been, right, completely out of my mind, as well as they haven't shown themselves up and their true potential. Certainly waiting for it. Of course, Flick Whitey inside the shack itself knows exactly where Hitman is, but I'm waiting for reinforcements coming in from Last Legends. Are they committed to this fight? Do they really want to make their first big fight in the map of Sanhok itself? We'll wait out as crosshairs are being exchanged. It's those glaring eye contacts that we are waiting out for. Those flirtatious glances.
I like this. I like what Hitman all the cover. He knows that Flick Whitey is all by his lonesome. So could have done that a little bit earlier though. Could have secured that easy early knock, but with reverse taking that little bit of flank over there, has now got that perfect avenue to fire at the players of Last Legends if they decide to advance at Flick's direction.
Exactly.
And this is where the Last Legends need to back off.
They certainly have to, right? And this kind of prevents them from pushing any further, because Flick Whitey, the sort of damage it did, might have just attracted Last Legends into this fight itself, but Rivers and his positioning discourages the entirety of that possibility. But they have to be wary of their surroundings. Certainly, some teams might come back. You can see Team EXO are still in the mix, where elsewhere you've got Team Imprint versus Godlike. Now, these two teams, who were potential gatekeeping candidates for the likes of Team Soul, have started to brew it out against each other.
Look at this. Godlike taking some massive amount of damage. Still does not deny himself from going into the push, as Neo has gotten in, has managed to secure that one beautiful knock, as he's going to change his
Wow!
But it's going to be Jonathan and his perfect grenades, and this time they do not have pants to work out, so resorting to bare fist to getting all those finishes secured. This is godlike, establishing the domination in the lobby.
Their confidence and the Supremo, the movement was pristine over there. Jonathan as well as Neo just leading the charge. They did not even need the support of the rest of the two players. Jonathan was walking out in the open. He had no weapon in his hand. He had that nade that he was cooking up, completely vulnerable, but he did not just care. He knew that he's going to get those finishes for himself, especially Neo being his right-hand man.
This is what experience does to you, right? You've been under this situation 100 or 1,000 of times, and you know how to act upon certain cases, right? Where you the ones aggressing, and that has been, godlike playing in the natural habitat. But here comes a team that has potential to take them down. Sensei already leading the charge, but look at him, he's way off from his back. No one's gonna be able to provide a cover fire, but Z-God has a slight idea of where Sensei could be, senses the threat, instantly sort of backs off, giving all that information towards his IGL, who's apparently celebrating his birthday today.
Exactly right. I'm pretty sure the cake cutting and everything else will happen after they get the golden ticket to the BMP. Is of course the biggest gift of his lifetime at this point. But godlike though, they know exactly where Team EXO is. Now talking about EXO, this is a very, very interesting split. Bears, courtesy to the map feed that I have, Immortal is still back in Sami, and Punk actually gets third-partied. The only two players who were in the mix right now, one of them is down already, and this is not good news as Team True Rippers, they look to finish that player completely before he bleeds out.
Yeah, I do not feel, Punk has any chance of getting back up. But this is where, the plan B for Team EXO really comes into play, right? You've got Immortal. He's going to loot his entire life inside the village of Sami and get as many first aids as possible. Then have all the other first aids being given away to them. And then you can see that famous healing battle coming out of EXO. As somewhere down the line, Sensei, he's just playing with fire, taking all those risky plays and maneuvers out here. As will be tossing that smoke, trying to get himself up to that little shed and try to get that revive back onto its Punk. And this is where the fear strikes, right? This is where godlike can be the ones who also get themselves inside the fray and cause trouble for EXO.
They certainly can, but there is considerable distance between these two teams right now. And the biggest threat that looms over Punk is going to be Team True Rippers, right? ICO has his crosshairs locked onto him, and he's in no mood of giving it up, right? Fierce also coming in with the scooter, of course, taking a front of the shots coming in. Revive happens, finally, and Punk is going to be back, ladies and gentlemen. Smoked it up completely. His team, True Rippers, they're just mere spectators. Elsewhere, they're blind on the mix of receiving things.
Yeah, it's going to be the Autobots who had a really good start in the map of Erangel, accruing those 12 position points. But now it's going to be Zorva who's going to be charging at the players of Blind. He's kind of a little laid back over. He knows that the moment he steps out in the open, that is where maybe he could be, susceptible to fire from his teammates. As Shadow meet his makers, as Zorva goes in, lands a few more shots, and sort of is now confirmed that there's no chance on earth that he's going to survive, as the finish gets registered to the players of Autobots.
I kind of feel for Zorva at this point, right? You always have the lingering fear that somebody might just steal your knock, right? You really want to confirm that point for yourself, because we know what happened yesterday with just a mere point itself. A lot of competition on the line. Of course, for Autobots, though, if they really want to get to that zone, if they really want to get to that competing level, might just need a lot more as a circle looms on top of Quarry itself. A lot of teams have started to get their zone towards it. Team EXO is there, Team TR as well as Team Godlike. All of them have started to huddle around that region, and this is where Immortal starts making a run for it, right? With all those first aids, all those bandages, 15 and 15. Oh,
he's not done yet. He's gonna be looking out. Look at
that.
Yeah. That's the 16th, and he's gonna keep continuing doing so up until the 4th circle really starts, because that is where you kind of start taking the damage of the zone, feeling the heat a little bit.
Yeah.
And that has always been the contingency plan for Team EXO, and they're going to exercise that even today.
They certainly will, right? Talking about Team Soul, though, they are finally into the mix right now. Now we are starting to build that Royal Rumble circle, right? With so many big names coming into the fray. A trifecta happening once again, right beside each other. You've got Team Soul, Godlike, and EXO right adjacent to each other. I'm just waiting for all of these players to start overthrowing their opposition over the top rope itself.
Ooh. Now it's again gonna get a little spicy over here, but this time it's just not gonna be about Team Soul and Godlike, because you've got the players of Mysterious X having a really good compound to themselves, and this is what I love about the quarry regions, right? You cannot take those compounds just beside inside quarry lands, and they can most of the times the zone kind of favors those areas, right? Especially the ones that Team True Rippers are holding on to. You've got the players of Mysterious X holding on to a really good spot. Even the players of Last Legends in that aspect have a really good spot to their name. But Team Enigma have resorted to the edges, right? Playing around the northeastern territory. They've also got to find their way in. But this is where Godlike, they're the ones defending this time again. A little bit of a similar situation, but Team Soul have a little bit of a high ground advantage to play around with.
Exactly right, and this is where the compounds that are up in the periphery of Quarry itself, they start getting exhausted. There are really no more, and those late rotations from Enigma or Soul or whoever is actually still yet to get those compounds, the big names who are yet to get those compounds, might just be under fire, especially from the likes of EXO, especially from the likes of True Rippers and Godlike in contention, because they will look to defend it with their whole might itself. Have a look at the chunk coming in from the northwestern side of the circle itself, right? Blind, you've got Imprint, you've got Autobots, you've got Team TF5, a plethora of teams, and it's all dots out there. So many colors.
Even INR, as a matter of fact, the last surviving player, Thunder, somehow has to, play and look out for those position points, because again, it's kind of messing things up in Sanhok, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later, because Blind again find themselves in the crossfire as TF5. They're going to get one more, and now they're reduced to just 2 men, and this is where the question comes in. If TF5 have, read the finish feed properly, they know now Blind have been reduced down on their numbers, but kind of complacent about Autobots standing up over the hills and now paying the price.
They certainly are paying the price, right? It's the edge of the circle right now, and they are in the midst of a lot of fire, and this time it's Blind who actually get them off with nice timed Molotov, who actually chew off both of those players, and now TF5, out of nowhere, they are a 2-man team.
Oh yeah, it has to be with the Thunder providing all that fire from behind, right? And Blind, they're the ones capitalizing on these finishes. And suddenly, when we were talking about that little consistent run that TF5 were having, it all comes to an end over here.
Such poor fortunes, isn't it? Luck changes every single thing. That one little knock from Thunder, from INR, just completely spoils the party, as it is literally a boon for Blind Esports right now, who figure out to make a move at this point. They get away from the likes of TF5 and are already on the run, but just get inside the circle where Shiran will just resort to those 3 first aid kits that he has right now.
Oh, there you go. Blind, they were still being pried over, still being looked at. And it's going to be Autobots. They are relentless. They're not going to let Blind pass by, right? They understand the importance of all these finish points. And there you go, the final finish also secured. It's going to be Shiran who hits the final nail in the coffin for Blind Esports as they bow out as the first team on the 16th spot with a decent amount of finishes, though. 3 to them.
3 finishes to work with, and the 16th spot basically means 3 points.
Yeah.
Add that up to the first 2 games total. I'm not really sure if that's enough. Certainly after 3 games, but Team Blind, though, will take their case later on. As Team Soul, they still look to travel 250 odd meters inside the circle. It's not going to be easy. Imprint and Entity, though, engage against each other. Autobots are right under their crosshairs, but they know for a certain that this is not the time to engage. They battle the circle. They can't take on any more problems, at least for now, though.
At least for now. That is something that needs to be taken into account, as the circle has taken a little bit of a shift towards the southeastern side of Quarry. You've got True Rippers holding on to a really good position, and this could be the resurgence game that they were looking out for, right? This could be the game that again gets themselves back, get their team back into the mix for the top 6, as Revenant find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. It's going to be Hitman who opens it up against Kyoya.
They certainly do, right? Aina's Thunder is still looking to establish himself. Foxes might just be the only one from Autobots who is still alive. And this is the ideal situation for INR, right? They're just a one-man team right now. You've got a plethora of players who are knocked out on their knees. Just try and get those finish numbers up and running so that maybe you have a standing chance. Still 30-40 meters inside the circle. He needs to traverse that, and it's very, very difficult. But look at where the circle shifts, right? Completely southern. We'll have to talk about it later on as Godlike are suddenly engaging against Team Mysterious X.
And there you have it, Omega being shot at from multiple directions. Could it be Kazama who lands the knock? The same team that took out Clutch God, and now Godlike and Soul, they're dealing with the brunt of it. And this is where I was talking about the importance of these compounds, right? Now the circle has kind of shifted away from them. You've got so many teams kind of trying to rotate towards the southern side at the same time. Now this is where the trouble arises. Not everybody could pass through the door.
Exactly right. Everybody's scrambling for those rotations, once again getting those newer circles, those newer compounds to work with. But I love the fact that Team EXO, they are finally regrouping. They have all their 4 men alive and they have the circle for themselves.
And you know, to top it all, right, to add a cherry on top of the cake, you've got Sensei having that beautiful hill coverage, right? He need not worry about anything at all. All he's going to do is let all these players fight it out, and whoever survives EXO has a perfect avenue to go after them.
Once again, wonderful rotations coming in, but look at this though. Retribution RTR just witnessing Team Enigma stroll by right in front of them, right underneath their noses. But of course, Godlike, they're still in contention. They're still in the fight itself. Not really witnessing in front of our screens right now as Encore gets taken down by Mysterious X. Now I wonder what's happening in every single one of these fights. Everything happening at the edge of the blue circle. Everything happening at the edge of the circle itself. It's just pandemonium as all of these teams try and take a chunk of the opposition.
Yeah, just barring those first few initial fights that we got to see from Remnant side, had been a rather silent game of Sanhok. But this is where Mysterious X, being a little bit late towards rotating inside the zone, now have to face the heat as Team Soul. They're going to try and look for some revenge, but this is not a right time for Goblin to get taken down because the circle is starting to close in and they also need to get themselves inside of it.
Exo's Punk, he has that big scope in the M4, right? We saw how Jonathan got a 400 meters assault knock and finished for himself. This time he's feeling the brunt of it as Fierce is gonna take him taste his own medicine. This is not ideal for Godlike, but for sure the circle, the way they have the favorites of the topography as well, this is everything that EXO fought for, and they also have the bets to work with.
Oh, they certainly do. And now EXO, they're gonna be elated with the kind of a positioning that they have inside the circle. Godlike one after the other, they're starting to succumb, and it's all gonna come down to Z-God. Now he's left with no options, right? He really cannot get a revive onto which Jonathan, the zone's already gonna do its damage. Now he's taking a lot of fire over there. Somehow needs to look out for how many healings does this lad have. As Imprint Esports, they're out of the game.
They certainly are, right? And look at the feed on the right-hand side of our screen. It's barely a plethora of teams who are just surviving with one player right there. Revenant also taking a lot of shots, but this time it's Godlike who bow out, eliminated by Team EXO with only 4 finishes. Once again, a big blunder coming in as the big giants clash against each other. The Titans, of course, we love them clashing, but this time it's True Rippers. They have their 4 men up and running, and they are pretty close to the circle, really favoring their case of winning this game.
You know, what could be really good for TR if they could manage to get that little compound that is inside the circle. And with EXO watching over them, it's going to be so difficult at the same time with so many players coming in from the backlines. I really felt Reverse should have seen Damager getting inside the zone, but that did not happen as Revenant have also bitten the dust, have gotten themselves eliminated with just 4 finishes to their names.
Team Soul, just 1 player surviving, with them being out of the picture as well. I believe that with the end of every single Titan that there is, every single professional team there is, of course, barring Team Revenant as well as EXO. The challenges, of course, a lot of them are still surviving. Team Enigma is still in the mix. Their edge of their play tactic has been working out beautifully so far as Jetmate Esports and Laserboy finds himself in the middle of nowhere, caught with his pants down, and he has been shot down down as well.
You know, Eggy just got a 50+ meter shotgun DBS knock, and I could not just believe my eyes with what he did really execute. We've seen that little bit of a love story with Sanhok and the DBS coming into action, but right now Deathmate Esports, well, the intentions were quite noble, but the timing was absolutely wrong, out of which Enigma are looking to be the ones who look to be getting the last laugh out of this fight.
They certainly do, right? 2 finishes to work with, and probably the first time where Enigma look like a strong contender, but this time though Team EXO just look to retain domination against Retribution RTR. Nades explodes yet again, and they are pitch perfect every single time. The throws are perfect every single time, as these players, they've trained their arms like a sling hammer. Of course, Deathmate though, bearing the brunt of Enigma and their firepower. Avi still in the background. We know what exactly he's doing, right?
We all have that idea. We all know what he's up to. If you do not, let us know in the chat. But right now, for Deathmate Esports, it's going to be all survived by Tox. But one of the most interesting things is that they've come in as a 3-man squad. You know, giving up too early, are they?
Probably. On the other side though, look at what Soul Hector is doing. He might just spot a few players from Team True Rippers, but nothing apart from it. Now, Team True Rippers, they've been a threat to the other teams. And those two players being taken down, I believe that can be a big problem. Hector, of course, will heal himself up, might just lose out any moment. And this is exactly where problems start for Team True Rippers. 2 players, 2 of them being knocked down. Of course, Hector bites the dust, but I believe True Rippers and their case have been dismissed, as Nirvana has been buried 6 feet under.
Oh yeah, but still True Rippers, they have put on a quite valiant show this time around. The predictions and the zone absolutely perfect.
Beautiful.
But this is where Eggy comes in, the final grenade is taking down, fulminating the entire squad of Deathmate Esports, as now X again capitalizing, having the mercy of the zone, having that little bit of a higher ground to play around with, as a number of teams are still inside those compounds. Now they're still going to be steering themselves out of the fight, not really getting themselves inside the mix, going to be looking forward to have all these teams fight it out, and this is where the infamous healing battle begins for EXO.
Oh my god, look at this though. Avi has a say as well with 19 first aid of himself. Even he might actually stand back up tall, as he still tries to turn himself into a freaking hospital, to be honest.
Yeah.
Evo comes into the picture. Team EXO also needs to close in, as it's all about nades and clearing those compounds. 3 teams, EXO, Enigma, and Team True Rippers, all waiting to make a name for themselves. Rex, the nade was pretty close, but no damage on the Team True Rippers as of yet, as Immortal also starts that healing battle. Of course, the frontliners will battle it out for the real estate, while the rest of them just try and keep their teams alive.
Yeah, for Flake right now, I mean, this is how far True Rippers have gone, you know, secured themselves at least those 10 position points. But the question still remains, can they dig in deeper? Can they get anything better? Immortal having 14 first aids to his name. Avi, last we saw, had 19 to work around with. But is it going to all resort to the healing battles? Is it going to be TR coming in, going in for all those finishes and getting the ultimate glory?
Oh my god, we have no clue, right? Avi slowly making his way forward. Might just be realizing that the final fight is not happening quick enough. It's all of these teams still surviving, but the heals though, they are gonna finish off any moment, as Flick Whitey just barely survives a nade right in front. Eggy though, going on the offense. A lot of shots connected, as Team True Rippers still look to hold on to their compound.
One more good grenade could do the job over there, as now Fierce, he's got his eye set onto it. The players of ISO, rather True Ripper, they need to somehow start to do something, as Eggy any point could just go charging in with his DBS, but it's going to be Rex who opens it up against Fierce, as it's going to be a last stand for Punk, because Immortal, he's at the backlines, he has no monkey business getting himself into the fights.
And I love the fact that Enigma, they still have 3 players inside this frontal battle, right? Avi is also closing in, and this is where his 2 last first kids are gonna find out finally. And of course, Flick Whitey has been taken down. This is the right time for Enigma to maybe chime in for those finishes and those compounds. Punk has been taken down, completely taken off the chart, as Team EXO, they still try and retaliate. Playzone, of course, bearing the brunt, taking down a lot of players in the process, and it's just about this one single nade. Fierce trying to eat them up alive. Enigma with just 1 player up and running. Fierce takes him out. It's just a 1v1 right now. Fierce and ISO, both of them injecting themselves to heal themselves up. But who wins? It's Team EXO, and no surprises there.
Of course, initially we did think that this could be the game when Team EXO is going to be looking forward to build that momentum, and of course that little bit of help coming in from the circle as it went directly at them till the very end, had Immortal resorting to that healing battle, but Fierce had to be my favorite player towards what he did in the end, really switched it up with that grenade going onto that assault rifle. As we take a look at the point standings, as two Reapers also find themselves back into the mix of things, right? Have managed to secure a top 3 position finish. Not a lot of finish points though, but still nothing too shabby.
Absolutely right. The second position for them, 12 placement points, quintessential for them in their case of coming back and reclaiming the throne. But of course, these 3 teams, EXO, Enigma and True Rippers, 3 teams we have been waiting to see inside the podium finish, of course, have made their way in the map of Sanhok. We always talk about it as a table turner. It certainly has turned the case for these 3 teams. Of course, not for Revenant though. Again, an 8th position elimination with 5 points to work with, 4 eliminations, but that's just about it.
Oh, of course. I mean, this was not a game that Team Soul and Team Godlike were really banking upon, right? Especially that little shift towards that eastern side.
Yep.
And this is what I really also did delve with the start of the game, right? This is going to be a true test of Team Soul's mettle, because are they prepared enough to deal with a lot of teams that are on the eastern side? And this is where, teams like Mysterious X, True Rippers, they had the better of the circle. They had a lot of those teams coming in at their direction, took those fights, especially Mysterious X, as they managed to get a few players out of both Soul and Godlike combined.
Yep.
And even for Revenant, even after having such a good start, wiping three of the players of INR, could not really get the best position finish.
Exactly, but of course right now is the time to have a look at our iQOO MVP of the day itself. It's going to be Rex from Team Enigma with 5 finishes and 663 points of damage. A wonderful, wonderful display so far, but just yet so close.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Enigma, if you can take a look at what they were trying to intend to do so, but it was kind of pretty similar to what Team EXO came up with, right? Going for that healing battle, had RT Station to do exactly that. They were sort of on that northeastern edges. As the top 5 players do come up, it's going to be Punk. He's going to thank his stars and especially his teammates. I do not know how he survived that situation.
Friendship fixes friendship. I'm pretty sure if I was in that situation, you wouldn't come for me.
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, of course, because I knew this is not going to be anything happening even if I get that res back on you. You're not going to get any of those finishes. You're not going to contribute to the squads. And we've been practicing. We've been playing BGMI lately. And, Salty has been sort of the burden that we always have to carry. But again, for our players of INR, I really feel that Thunder, despite the adversities that came his way, being potted off, he did so much. Now, this is where the infamous Sanhok healing battle, which we've been harping about quite a lot. 12,000 plus points of healing being done. I think majority of it has to go down to Avi and Immortal.
Yeah, right. Probably might just have taken 6,000 points of healings for themselves. But again, 5 grenade finishes, 1 airdrop looted, and the longest finish distance gotten up by Ares from Mysterious X, it being 268 meters. But it's just the healing numbers that all draws our attention, as the match kind of was a little passive affair, right? For most of the teams, they knew that whatever the circle is going to be, we're going to rack up those first aid kits, especially the ones like the likes of Enigma as well as EXO. They knew whatever the circle is going to be, we have that final resort.
It all came down to how circle really shifted, right? Initially, we thought it was a little bit of a quarry circle, eventually sort of panning out to be around the cave areas, right? The little cave hills that Team EXO really capitalized upon. As taking a look at the FT crowd, of course, Enigma had to have had the highest possible damage because of how far they've traveled, right? All the way from the northeast territories, heading in along, had a lot of teams to face, did instill a lot of damage, but it is all as the farthest as they could have gone. A top 3 finish, I think exactly what Team Enigma needed, especially now that you just have 3 more games remaining.
Exactly right. 3 more games remain, ladies and gentlemen, and these big names have made a comeback. And suddenly, the top 6 and the competition for it has become so much more spicier. I'm pretty sure Godlike as well as Soul, they have their case settled. But for the underdog teams right now, for the likes of TF5 who are still competing for the top 6, it sort of gets under contention with Enigma, True Reaper coming back into the mix. They might just be counting their chickens right now.
This is where, it gets really ruthless for all these teams. Just when we are thinking that we're sort of building up a momentum, just when you're looking at being the most consistent team in the lobby, there comes this game called Sanhok right at your face, hitting you hard, and then you're kind of left stranded, like a lost
reality check.
A little bit of a reality check, and this is why we laugh, because this is where we've got the other teams also, coming up, making it into the contention of the top 6, as now we've had the players of True Rippers come in, the others, Enigma also coming in. This is getting so much more exciting.
This certainly is getting very, very interesting. But of course, our boys over at iQOO have a very interesting promo for all of you guys about this device, iQOO Neo 6.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Heroes is in stage bomb report that they are no good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Yeah, Fixes. I understand you have a pretty nice face as well as a lot of followers whom you are going to flex that selfie.
Yeah.
But you have to do something about...
Look at this.
Dude.
I mean, if the clarity of the camera could be visible.
It looks perfect, right? It looks
good, right?
It certainly looks perfect. You've got to do something about the muscle situation. Maybe get some coming.
I've got an oversized hoodie for that.
But again, might just work out sometimes with me in the gym so that you can get more followers as well.
Then you're not going to get any attention, right? I'm going to take it all away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let that conversation rest as we are going to head inside the highlights pretty soon. Of course, the highlights, if you talk about, rather has been a very, very slow game of the map of Sanhok. You expect a lot more action, a lot more duels happening, but there wasn't really a lot of that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but again, getting back into this beautiful device, right? You can find it as an Amazon special.
Oh, yes.
And, well... Salty tried his chances. I was denied the opportunity, the luxury, but you can have a chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees. All you've got to do is participate in a few games, and if you're good enough, you never know, you might have this beautiful phone in your hands.
Exactly, right? Yeah. And who wouldn't love to have this device? I'm certainly gonna try my luck as well. Maybe
again,
it just
is it even allowed production?
I'm not sure. I'm going to try my luck. But of course, getting back in the game, we are going to have a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't really get to see most of those reptile actions, the snake actions happening, but certainly a lot of medkits to work with.
Oh, a lot. And this was a really, I do not know. It was a very confusing game of Sanhok. Yeah. We did not see a lot of those 4v4 fights. Eventually, this one as well. INR were never in the mix to fight back, right? There was not a single moment I really felt that the retaliation fire could come in, and it kind of was as if they were just waiting for the players of Revenant to come in and take them out. And even for Godlike, they had a very good rotation coming in from Finan, but the moment they tried to come out of their territories, just heading inside the zone, that is where the players of MX dished out some massive amount of damage. But again, it's customary with Godlike, right? Every single time they come out, they get those few pans, few fists, you know, an iconic, symbolic moment for them.
Yeah,
and
kind
this is that.
Exactly, right? The smoke, that Scooty coming in, the save. Kind of reminds me of Three Idiots and the way Rancho went after his friend with a Scooty right in front. But of course, coming back in this day itself, you've got TF5, right? They were looking so good. So super good against the side of Blind. And then one knock comes in from Thunder, that lone remaining survivor, and the entire cookie crumbles for them.
Exactly, especially, you know, considering the kind of situation that they were in. They wanted to really capitalize on all these fights happening, especially on the players of Blind. But they were kind of blindsided by the fact that you had Autobots looking from above, and especially Thunder creating all that difference over there. They could not just recover, right? And I really feel bad for Thunder. He did dish out a lot of damage, but could not get a lot of finishes. Nothing getting converted because it was Blind stealing it away. It was Team INR, it was Team TF stealing it away. Sometimes it was the players of Team Autobots stealing his finishes away. And even towards the very end, when he was starting to get a few knocks, I think of players of Blind, that also did not come into his favor.
It certainly did not, right? And now you've got to feel for Team TF5 because what lies ahead of them is 3 big games of Erangel and Miramar, and I really want those underdog teams to actually qualify. You know, that sort of, everybody loves those underdog journeys. So far has been a wonderful Cinderella run for TF5, and they just want to continue it. Autobots, for that matter, they only had 3 finishes to work with, are yet to get that first big game, but considering the consistent display from TF5, I really wanted them to qualify. But look at this though. Deathmet just had no clue Enigma was in the vicinity and got absolutely shattered.
It was a 50 plus meters knock on a freaking DBS. How? On a shotgun, and he keeps, you know, he just keeps pummeling them down. You know, top, and boom, suddenly one player gets taken down.
It's his luck today.
Yeah, and you know, this is where I was kind of, you know, taken aback a little bit. How did he manage to do so? But again, for Team EXO, this was the game that they were looking forward to, right?
Yeah.
Now they've gotten those back-to-back 2 consecutive good games. Not a really good game this time for the players of Team Entity though, considering how good they were in the initial 2. Now this is where they kind of lost that momentum a little bit. Again for Team Soul, it's been work cut out. They have that little bit of a room and space to breathe. Even the same can be said for Godlike. But now that you've got the new teams joining, the actions, Enigma's made a comeback. You've got the players of EXO again being consistent. True Rippers, as a matter of fact, a good game. Today's top 6 is going to be so difficult to, you know, kind of derive.
It certainly is, right? And I kind of have a feeling where the margin is going to be very, very high. Yesterday's cutoff that we talked about, we had some calculations going. I'm certainly not a mathematician myself, but I did some sort of additions, and I kind of felt like the cutoff wasn't really all that high. We were predicting it would be somewhere around 60, but it was around the 40 mark. We're still yet to figure that out. But today, it kind of feels like, considering how the top 6 teams have started dominate, I feel like that cutoff is going to go exponentially much higher.
No, it was because of global esports' ruthless domination, right? Almost, I guess, around 100 plus points that they had accumulated for themselves. You know, had really good games, right? 3 perfect games that they had. Even the last game, a top 2 finish to end things around. Certainly, like we've been discussing, certainly something that Team Soul, Team Godlike have been looking forward to. Team Soul certainly have been the better team. TF5 looking a little consistent in those first 2, but kind of have lost their way in Sanhok. But right now, again, you're going to get yourself back into the mix, right? Back into the mix of things. It's going to be Erangel once again, and this is where you're going to start anticipating. Is it going to be the same old teams that are going to be joining the mix, or is it going to be someone else entirely? Because we did see a few glimmer of hope even coming in from Mysterious X, racking up those few finish points. If they can have a top 5 finish, let's say with 4-5 finishes to their names, I think this also could be another one of those underdogs qualifying to the BMPS.
Might just be right, but Another underdog team whom I was really looking forward to was Imprint. Now, Ammunition and his clutches in round 3, round 2 were perfect, right? Those slows, that solo clutch, I don't remember exactly which team it was.
TF5.
But TF5, right? Wonderful display of positioning and prowess. Every single time Imprint played, they looked like a threat. Today, they look kind of lost, and I feel like pressure is sort of getting onto it, which might just be the case with every single team out there. Every single underdog team out there must just be feeling the heat of godlike and soul completely dominating. So many people watching the stream live, the chat going berserk on the name of these teams. It's very hard to play in such conditions, isn't it?
Oh, of course, you're gonna start feeling the pressure here. You know, hands kind of shaking while you're playing with your device like this. And you could see those gyroscopes also moving around like this, right? And that really comes down to how well you are adept to dealing with pressure. And this is where teams like Godlike, this is where teams like Soul, EXO really tend to thrive. Enigma, as a matter of fact. But sort of gets our conversation back towards Team Revenant, right? They dropped off in Paradise Resort. It was challenged upon. They dealt with that. But after that, they kind of looked astray with how they wanted to get inside the circle. Could not do much.
Exactly, right? Could not do much. And that has been the case with Revenant every single game itself, right? They probably had one decent game with an average finish in the first one, but after that, they're yet to make a mark for themselves. And Revenant is one of those teams who have really dominated. This is initially known as Megastars, right? With a different lineup and a different title. They had international experience in the mix as well. All of these players, they're very, very experienced. They've got Maisie as an analyst as well. Maisie, I'll be watching out for those strats. But of course, coming back to it, to Revenant itself, they're yet to kind of show for all of that experience and all of that analysis. Again, we still have 3 more games to go. I might just be speculating a little too much up ahead, but having said that, the performance is still not there.
Yeah, of course. You know, 50% of today's matches have been over. Now, towards the remainder of 3 games that we do have, Salty apparently knowing that he's got some beautiful selfie clicking on with his iQOO Neo 6 is going to go play around with his phone a little bit, as we do have Arca joining us back on the desk. And Arca, you've been watching this match from the sidelines, right? Such a good game for teams like True Rippers, Team Enigma, and even for Team EXO to build up the momentum that we've been talking about.
I mean, the lower middle bracket and the middle bracket we keep speaking about, right? These are the squads which will be performing in the game changer round, and that is what it became true yet again. So I was not expecting True Reapers to be specifically, performing so well, and also the side of EXO to be conquering at the final moments. There was a point where Enigma could actually come in from that corner, make sure that they had a divided attention. Probably they knew, right? They got a knock, and there was another spray which was connecting from the 4x. So that was a time for them to go and capitalize. But rather they chose to hold back and check where the circle is going to happen. With that, they lost that game.
Oh, yeah.
But I was expecting teams like Enigma to perform. They did. Revenant actually was one of those teams I was looking forward to perform in this game. I was a little disappointed from their side with having analysis coming in from one of the deck itself. See, I do understand, right? You expect your analysis coming in from a person who's watching all the games. Just imagine it's coming from a person who's living the game, in an official event. That gives a little bit of an open scope for the person to concentrate better.
Oh yeah, it certainly does. But right now, I think what we've been seeing from Revenant side, it has been their go-to mantra to go for those beautiful balance between position and placements. But a beautiful balance phone in the form of iQOO Neo 6, and our friends from iQOO have a beautiful message to deliver right about.
iQOO.
I sort of have my attention divided right now. I'm kind of getting obsessed because no other phone has clicked better selfies than this one, as a matter of fact. iQOO Neo 6, power loaded with all those features out here. And for all your viewers, you do have a chance to get your hands on this beautiful device. And all you've got to do is head over to Amazon, and all you've got to do is participate in that little bit of a game that we are having. And if you are winning, if you are lucky, you might get your hands on a prize of 2 lakh worth of goodies.
I mean, you might get hands on this device itself, and that's the best part about it all. Like, it's 2 lakh rupees, and this device is going to be coming down very, very cheap, and that's for sure. And somewhere I read, it's got the Generation 1 Snapdragon, processor in it, and that's the first ever device to have such a, processor which is going to boost your gaming. And don't you agree on this point that the display is so big, it's going to be so easy for you to play a four-finger on this?
Especially, you do not have that, bulky notch also.
Yeah,
it's like that, raindrop style notch, and it's kind of taking a really very less space. You can have your entire attention on the game itself, as we kind of get ourselves back into the mix, ladies and gentlemen, yet again. This is where, we've been talking about Revenant, getting a new analyst just before the iQOO BMOC has started. He's done a job enough, especially with that third party, LAN third position for their team. And all he can do is provide some, outside the game informations, right? He can give them about the rotations, few little nitsy advices. But again, it has to be these 4 players who have to fight it around. But
absolutely.
But barring teams like Revenant, how do you feel about Team Blind right now?
See, Team Blind is one of those squads which did not come out as the favorites right throughout the day. That's the hard reality about the squad. But still, they had a very good opportunity to leave a mark, right? Because they proved themselves in the previous round, and that's why they were invited here. And I was expecting something better from them, to be specific. At least capitalize on moments when they actually can pick up those finish points. We saw them; they were never gone to that aggressive side of just trying to tag off people or scare people who's going to be pushing towards them, or pick off a third party here and there. And that is where I feel that Blind has become a little bit on a downfall side for me when it comes to this game. But ultimately, if I have to ask you the same question about the side of Blind, what do you think could be the key for success for the next 2 games for them?
First of all, this need to start getting over their fear. I do not know. I really feel they're very clumsy inside the lobby today. Kind of not getting themselves into any sort of fights as possible.
Exactly.
The only intention from their side is about securing as many position points to their names. Now, this is where you've got to get in teams like INS into the mix. If you remember the first 3 games, they were nowhere in contention. And suddenly from the 4th, they go after Orangutan, get a really good game, and then in the 5th, kind of get that top 2 finish to themselves, and even the 6th have a really good one. Heading into the qualification, I think I'm pretty presuming that they've already qualified, earned that golden ticket for the BMPS. This is the kind of energy that you need to start channelizing, right?
Absolutely.
Because what do you have to lose after this? You're one of those invited teams. You've got to start acting like one.
Exactly. And now one more thing about Blind is that I think they're trying to imitate the side of GOG. GOG are more about, prioritizing the zone first, making sure that they make themselves very safe, inside a cocoon, and make sure that they have that hard cover. They do not want to challenge anybody here and there. But when the final moments of the game comes, they made sure that they pick up some finish points. And that's the difference between GOG and Blind, which Blind is still not able to execute as an equation. Now, one other team which I want to speak about is going to be the side of Entity. The first 2 games was kind of fine for them. It looks like the graph is kind of falling down eventually. The first game was a 10 finisher, the second game was a 4 finisher, and the third game not that much of a great game which we were expecting from them. What do you have to say? Do they have a chance of picking it up for the final 3 games?
Oh, of course they do, right? Now, again, with Sanhok, we really do not know what's going to happen. As a result, Entity had a little bit of a fall. But again, the Miramar game was okay-ish for me. The first game of Erangel was amazing, getting those 10 finishes, some extra position points to the name. It's all about having that 10 average per game, right? And I still somewhere feel they're around that 30 marker. as of now. All they need to do is in the next 3 games that they have, they've got 2 strong maps of Erangel, in which they can really deliver. And this was been one of those teams that has never been one of them to shy away from any of those fights. If they kind of get themselves into the mix, they take the fight right at the face, be it Soul, be it Godlike, they fear nobody, and that is their plus point. That is something that I've been loving from this team particularly, especially when you've got a coach like Bhishma, who's been a very accomplished player himself in the previous titles. So this is where the help comes in, and when you've got the power pack punching bags in the form of you've got Noob, you've got Troy, they've been delivering for Team Entity, and I really feel that these players have a really bright future.
Yep. Before we step into the game, I have just one last question for you. Where do you think Team TF5 as well as INR and Deathmate are going to stand in the overall points table as of now? Because these are the 3 teams who have been trying to, retaliate as much as possible, make sure that they take the challenge to the face of the enemies. As we jump into the flight path, we look forward to, how the flight path is going to be as you're going to go forward and answer this question. As we enter into the map itself, we can see that the flight path is coming from the northern side next to 70, going and ending towards the side of Novo, and at this point of time, those teams who have to go towards the side of Hospital, Jojo and Gatka will have a long journey up ahead in front of them, as my friend is going to be answering my question.
Oh, well, I mean, for the underdogs, of course, TF5, they're certainly in my top 4, top 5 right now. But for the others, let's say like for Mysterious X, somewhere around 8, 9 spot. But for Deathmate and INR, I really feel they're somewhere at the bottom 8, right? Because we're still in pursuit for that one game. Because Deathmate, every single time they've come in, especially the first 2 games, they had to go down pretty early. Could manage 2 finishes out of the players of Godlike. The first game could not get anything. They were absolutely obliterated. And for INR, I mean, Thunder did whatever he could. That Miramar game, a little bit of a good one for them, getting their top 4, top 5 finish. But that was all about it, right? And INR have always been, crawling through the shadows. If they get a consistent good game in Erangel, maybe we could start considering them for the top 6.
Now let's look at how the flight path has gone through and the zone has come up. It's going to the complete western side of the map, and where teams were thinking of just trying to capitalize on the center part of the map itself, now they'll have a longer journey up ahead towards the side of Gatka. With your reviews coming into all the underdogs, I'm looking forward to see how they can capitalize on that. But look at this. There's going to be an early skirmish which is going to take place between the side of Soul and Revenant, where both of these teams, I know that, they do not have to do too much of a hard work when it comes to the side of Soul, but Revenant have to pick up a notch, right? Now they have to push the pedal and make sure they take the fight towards the face of the Soul itself and try to slap the Kings and say them that, we are worthy of standing to this Waterhouse. And let's see what's going to happen, as you're going to give us a little insight about what's happening here.
Oh, I mean, this is something both of these teams are caught off guard, right? They were all assuming that, Water City is one of those areas which hasn't been taken by anyone, might as well capitalize. But this is where Hector spots out Top Dog. Is going to be taking a little bit of fire at his direction as Revenant seem to back off. They have no monkey business in the Water City. They realize that now possession is going to be quintessential, because now, to be honest, I was taking a look at the Novripnoy areas. It's been taken over by TF5. So either ways, had Revenant headed over there, they would have to somehow fight it with someone else. And I would have loved my chances against TF5, not with Soul at this particular moment.
Absolutely. Now, I really love the way Revenant are playing this, right? Now, Encore is making sure that he looks at all the players of Soul, if they're going to push in or if they're just going to hold back. Previously, we had another player, I think it was... Top Dog was just holding that position in the buildings itself. It was like, you guys move ahead, I'll be the person to watch out for. Now Encore is doing that as the team is going to retaliate and make sure they find the hardest compound nearby. But they also have to realize this, right? They've not done any kind of farming, and they've given Soul all that opportunity to pick up whatever they need and then take the fight towards the side of Revenant, which is kind of not possible from the get-go itself. But looking at the movement coming in from the side of Goblin and everybody, it looks like they're looking out for just a small opening where they can strike and take that initial, element of doubt at putting down a player.
I think at this point, Revenant looks disinterested in taking this fight, right? All they wanted to do was secure some vehicles, I think head over to maybe another drop location, but it's not the case, and this is where they're all kind of lost, right? They had the intentions to head over towards Water City. Now you come up with certain game plans. You come up, this was there for team Revenant, right? They wanted to go towards Water City, secure those vehicles, get themselves inside the circle. Now this was an ideal Team Soul circle had they gone down towards Katka, but a little bit of a decision making, trying to play around the Water City, not really working out. But then again, you could have asked this question: does it matter to Team Soul, considering the fact that they've been playing so well, considering the fact that they've had such a good start inside the game? And this is where they could start looking out for experimentation, which they are sort of resorting to. And so far, no casualties, so it's all merry for them.
Absolutely. Now, Godlike on the other side, yeah, I know that his map of Erangel has come a little late. We started to feel it's come out a little late, obviously, because of that huge fights which took place in the map of Miramar and long fights which took place in the map of Sanhok itself. But Soul at this point of time have already changed their location, coming towards the side of Rozok and trying to push in towards the side of Ruins, trying to hold the center ground of the map itself to make sure that has started to become that, gameplay from them, right? So they'll start off to go to some place which is not to the absolute center, but get some farming for themselves and immediately take that early rotation to the center of the map itself. Make sure that they have some good hard compound so that in case even there's a drastic shift of the circle, they'll be on the peripheries of each of this.
But right now, INR completely oblivious about Soul's presence. Goblin is just going to keep on spraying down, but
nice!
Goblin overextending, and this is where he gets punished by Ice.
Oh, absolutely. Hector was also getting taken down. The presence of mind is something which kicks in and is eventually going to, go down on his belly. At the same time, Akshat on the other side sees another player coming in. That's going to be Thunder. A 1v1 on our faces right now. It's Skaril versus the Ump, which is going to be the gun, which is going to be fighting out the best. Oh, Akshat is going to be the person hitting the ground. It was the Scar versus Scar at the end of the day. Thunder was on the clever side. At this point of time, a push comes in from the side of Hector. He's looking out for where the player is. A good spray coming in from the side of Thunder. He's trying to do a 1v2 at this point of time, pretty much successful with it. He's got a small window to heal himself before Omega is going to push in towards him, and this is the time where INR are going to push and make a statement over here that we are still alive in this game and we're going to slap the Kings and bring reality into their face. Early rotation sometimes is not going to go in their favor.
A little bit of a reality check for Team Soul. As Omega, he's got to run for his life, and this is what happens when you sort of try to experiment new strategies in the iQOO BMOC, and INR giving Team Soul a run for their money. And just when they were starting to get delighted, here we have the players of Team Blind entering into the fray. That one grenade going out, ICC going to be retaliating back. Yes,
oh, nice!
It's going to be Shooter this time, who initially secures the knock, but right now INR, I think they should head out.
I mean, clever move to be specific. They had an opportunity to revive just in case all foemen were standing in this hard compound and trying to retaliate against Blind. That would have been a better option. But there was one doubt behind them, right? There's one key player of Soul who's actually running behind. In case he comes and backstab, it's going to be hard for them. The chances are pretty low of that happening, obviously. But, giving up to that element of doubt, it's going to be hard, right? So INR on the other side, they have taken down the big dogs, right? They were almost on the verge of making them extinguished from the lobby itself. So this confident boost, I think, is going to be helping them a lot to pick up more fights in this round. And in case they get a winner chicken dinner with around 10 finishes, this is the team to watch out for.
This is the dream coming true, right? Taking down a team as massive as Team Soul right from the early start. Of course, Omega is still surviving. It's early to, count our chickens. But again, for INR, it's going to be such a huge motivational booster, right? Especially after, their players looking a little gloomy after what happened with them in Sanhok. And Thunder being the MVP, the way he's playing lately, right? Getting a lot of damage numbers in the last one. This time engaging against Akshat and still managing to come out on top and getting yet one more player out of Team Soul. That was commendable.
Absolutely. Thunder struck Soul in a way they had to tuck their tails and run away.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the best way to put it around. But at this point of time, Team INR, I really love the way they're falling back. 3 early finishes, the kind of, support it's going to give for the team, right? I know that, they're trying to get that hard cover or the higher ground as quickly as possible. Now, we're going to be looking at the side of Enigma. As we all know, Enigma is still crawling their way into this game. They need to get another good game, or else it's going to be very, very hard for them in the final 2 maps to actually perform, where the God Beast, where team like Soul are going to unleash themselves and try to, create a little bit of ruckus. Do you agree that in the final 2 maps, that is what we'll be looking out for?
For now, at least for Enigma, it's about being trying to hold down the centers, right?
Yep.
We've seen a little bit of a change in play, right? This time, they're not indulging in a lot of fights, rather holding down the centers. They know that they had a really good game of Sanhok, and this is where this kind of start getting themselves back into the mix as a little bit of a northern shift. Now, this is where, had Soul been a 4-man squad, this could be really one of the other games where you could have, assumed or could have called the shots out that this is going to be Soul Chicken. But this is where I love what Entity are trying to do. They're taking over Everest. This is where they're going to be scouring out the land, applying for all those finishes, doing something what Goblin did in the first game of Erangel.
Absolutely. Now that is going to be the bigger question for me, whether Entity is trying to pull the right strings, because ultimately we need to understand, right? There's going to be retaliation coming in from either sides of the mountain, because everybody wants to be to the dead center. RTR are right now trying to get some tags against the side of ABC, where nobody's going to go home with anything fruitful. But yeah, as we were speaking about the main point, do you think when a rush is going to come in towards the mountain on either side, it's going to be hard for Entity to hold it back?
No, I think considering how they've been playing so far, they've been one of those teams that has never really shied away from any battle, be it 2 directions, be it 3 directions. Even if they get taken down, I believe they're going to come out with a lot of finishes to their name. But again, there are going to be very few teams that are going to try and contest a team that has already held over the Mountain Everest over that region. And they know, right? At a certain point, they're going to start shooting bullets, and that is when all these teams will be understanding that there's someone being the king of the hills. It's going to be an uphill task for them to try and go out and contest them for that spot. But this is how Godlike really rotates it, right? They went off with Naya. They love floating around. They wait for that radical shift. Once they get that, they go in for it. But this is where Omega, he's going to have his hearts pounding, because Shantanu is in the nearby fray. But Shantanu has no idea that there's a snake lurking inside the church.
I mean, I know that, Omega is not going to strike anytime soon. He's still going to be that rattlesnake who is just not going to make too much of a noise until it's necessary. But let's look back and see what's happening at the Everest. As we can see, a push coming in. Probably it's the side of God L who's trying to push in towards the side of this periphery. Yes, it is God L who's trying to push into the mountains. And this time, it's going to be who's going to be the king of the hill, as a push comes in from the side of God L, and the retaliation directly coming in from the side of Dark Lord, where he tags off Clutch God, the birthday boy. It seems like he wants to give him a small present earlier itself.
A present called death. I mean, could not ask more, right? One to remember for everybody as Entity Gaming. Now, this is where your questions are going to get answered, right? If they're going to be pushed, let's consider Godlike, of course, forced to be reckoned with. This is where Entity Gaming are going to be tested towards their fullest potential, as Shadow manages to draw a knock, a beautiful one over there on the players of Godlike. Now, the question is, are they going to commit for this? Because they know the 2 players of Godlike, they're kind of on the sideline. They trying to come in with the help. Had one of his buggy's tires been flattened out, it would have gone all awry.
Yeah, this is where the basics come into, right? Entity, if they just concentrated on the tire rather than trying to put the player down, it would have been a very different story. Look at the guts coming in from the side of Johnny. He's trying to prove as to why he's one of the most feared person when it comes to a frontal battle. He wants to go forward, even though he knows it's an unnecessary fight. Probably he's been that one person who is trying to push in, getting away from the IGL, making sure he doesn't follow his words, trying to get that initial and says, see, I told you, right? I can do it. You guys just come and give me that support. But eventually, the fallback comes in from the rest of the team, as Johnny is going to be the person with the false flag as of now. Oh, look at this. Again, that's going to be the same case. Entity and Godel, both of them wanted to get away from the Everest, and eventually it's going to be Godel turning things around, and they're going to be the king of the hill. And eventually, they were not the one choosing to do so.
We're going to take it. Thank you so much, Team Entity. And this is where the circle kind of comes into the mix. But right now, we've got Last Legend fighting it out against the players of the mysterious X. Shantanu. out of nowhere, being oblivious, had a perfect chance to have capitalized. But regardless, now the Lost Legends now just survived by Bunny and Hitman 45. They need some means of escape. And at this point, Bunny's still believing that he can get the rest back onto its arrow. I do not know if that's gonna happen.
Now look at where the games have traveled. I hope that you guys had a view on where Bunny was sitting and playing in a small shack. You know, this man has a lot of guts to play at this point of time. Lands the blow. He knows that he has done the job. It's not where you come from. It's about your capabilities and talent which is going to be coming in. I don't know how things are going to turn out as EXO is going to be coming into the fray as well. They could be the blessing in disguise which LL were looking out for. In case that's going to be the case, then it's going to be a bad news for the side of MX.
EXO was sort of invisible throughout the entire game, right? Now finally they realize the circle has taken that curveball that they were looking out for. They know, they believe that it's going to take a little bit shift towards that ruins area. Hence they've made their presence felt over here. Now for the Last Legends, they've somehow managed to get that revive onto its arrow. Now this is where EXO kind of get themselves online. Getting that one knock onto its the players of Mysterious X could certainly start believing that they can go with the push. If they get one more, Ares being shot at, still surviving as Bonk instantly shifts his attention towards Kazama. Does not land any bullets though.
This Team Soul goes down with 0-pointer in this game, and that's a bit of a shocker for their fans. But I know that they're going to be retaliating really bad when it comes to the next two games. But still, the INR made a statement over here, and that's what I'll be looking forward for. Let's look at the number of finishes which been raked up. For now, it looks like it's going to be TF5 versus the side of TR. Gorel is also trying to take a fight against the side of T5, and we can get to know that they've already secured a finish for themselves as they get sandwiched between True Reapers and Gorel.
This is where Godlike are going to be enjoying that aerial advantage, right? The king of the hill. Got True Reapers. Really not getting scared. ISO, the lonesome survivor in the final game of Sanhok. As there you go, EXO really happy about how things have shifted. And so are the players of Godlike, considering the majority of the circle lies uphill. This is the game that they might have been looking for. This is the game that they might be going all bonkers. But for now, TR in a skirmish against the players of Team Revenant. And look at Paradox. He might get taken down from the players of Autobots out there.
Absolutely. And one more thing which we saw in the map was Gorel was trying to clear off their backlines, and that was the key point for them. As of now, we're going to be looking at the side of Revenant. Will this be the right kind of push against the side of TR is going to be the next big question, because they need to understand this. They need to survive and get themselves some placement points. If they do the damage against Flicky, that could be the beginning of the end for the side of TR as they're walking into the jaws of death. They're escaping from one and eventually falling into another.
Yeah, but the big question over here is how do Revenant get themselves inside the zone? Do they have the vehicles to do that? Because majority of the teams have established domination over their territories as Autobots. Even from the backside of the hills, you could see them in action. But this is where Revenant need to start understanding the fact that somehow they need to get on their vehicles. But where do they stop? Where do they land? As now, Godlike, they've decided to fight it out against not just Autobots, but even against the teams like TF5.
Absolutely, and let's see this flawless push coming in from the side of Gorel. Look at them. I mean, the reason why I call them flawless is they have that high ground. They have information of who is coming from which corner, and all they have to do is what Goblin did in the first game itself. Try to pick up as many finish points as possible. As Clutch God is going to be aiming as quickly as possible to take out as many finishes. It's not going to be possible as TF5 have picked up the pace. They want to eliminate the side of Retribution, RTR, and put up some finish points for themselves. 3 is what they've got against the loss of 2 players at this point of time, and I believe that it's time for them to have a wake-up call, play for placement points rather. Autobots is going to be coming into the fray as well. Mr. IGL is trying to do his best to pick up that one knock, which is not going to be possible anytime soon.
Oh yeah, of course, this Fox is going to be lobbing that Molotov, but gets taken down from the upper side. It's going to be the players of True Rippers, but right now it's going to be Imprint bringing the heat along as the players of Godlike keep on falling, keep on succumbing his ammunition, trying to pull off something fancy, but it's still going to be Zegod who holds the fortress strong as it's Sumo, the last surviving player, now falls prey to the player of Godlike, that one survivor out here, Jonathan,
Oh.
gets the final laugh as Team Godlike successfully managed to eliminate that looming threat in the form of Team Imprint. Now have the perfect avenue to go in for the revive, but from the down below ridges, you've got Team Enigma instilling a little bit of a hurt there.
And now this is when Godlike has got complete information of how many teams are close by, and they'll start to dominate for sure, because demigods, you just give them information, a bit of an information, they can convert that into a textbook and make sure they give it back to you with a lesson to be learned. Autobots at this point of time at the southern side have to be in the right kind of cover, or it's going to be hard for them as TS5 gets eliminated in the hands of Autobots with just 3 finishes in their name.
Oh yeah, at this particular moment, Last Legends is still surviving the bottom plethora of teams right beside them, and Bunny showing his backs to his enemies. He's being fired with all those bullets, somehow still surviving though. Well, now finally patch himself up as EXO. They did not care. They're somehow maintaining the circle, respecting it, as Hitman right beside the player's fears, moving inside the zone. Could cause a little bit of a trouble if he steps out, but look at that zone shift. Now, we did talk about it a little early on. It's very rare the circle kind of ends around the abyss, and this is where EXO, they're going to start dreaming of a chicken dinner, but not like that if their players keep getting taken down.
Exactly, it was an unnecessary push coming in from the side of Fierce, due to which he has to pay the price. I know Immortal has come in a bit more closer, but could this be the beginning of the end? In case one team starts to retaliate against the side of Team EXO and pick them up, as they are in the weakest point right now, being 2-men split, it's going to be hard for them. Blind is trying to make a shift from here. In case they get in close proximity towards the side of Team EXO and find Immortal in this rotation, it's going to be hard for them. Deadpool is eventually going to turn back and make sure he's going to regroup with his team, or probably make it inside the circle itself. Oh, he just misses a person inside the smoke. Probably is looking forward to mow him down. He's going to eventually jump out and try to spray it around. He finds Bunny somewhere far away. Bunny gets taken down because of Fear from the other side retaliating. Let's see how much Blind can pick this up.
Oh yeah, Blind completely blindsided with what's happening, but right now we've got our attention focused at Enigma, who are going absolute ham, not just after Last Legends, but even on the players of INR. Eyes getting taken down, and in a jiffy, the entire squad falls. But this is where Godlike get themselves into the fray, as Rex still puts up a standoff over there. Z-God providing that perfect cover fire from behind, will be thwarting Rex off for a little bit, as he is just a lonesome survivor. Godlike trying to be a little aggressive, trying to get themselves inside the zone, and this is where Enigma have really capitalized on the situation.
Absolutely, Son. Look, Godel at this point of time losing 3 of their players left out with just 1 man standing. This is with what they were least expecting. Revenant all of a sudden have picked up the pace. You know, they've just got 2 finishes, 1 man still down on his knees. It's going to be easy for them to pick them up, but ultimately a strike comes in from the side of True Reapers. They were just waiting for the time to strike, and they struck so perfectly that they had put an end for at least 2 players of Revenant. No, it's not just 2 players. They've completely eliminated them to rake up 4 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, not a good game for Revenant at all by any margins, and they're not going to be pleased with themselves. But right now for Team EXO, look at that little bridge they have to play around with, wanting to protect their IGL, but Sensei's always been sacrificial, certainly turning out to be a really brilliant game even for the likes of Autobots. They still have 2 or 3 players right there in the mix, but just as we were saying, Cast the Curse hits in. Hell is going to be biting the dust as Immortal, a little too greedy, gets knocked out.
Eventually, I've started to see a pattern coming in. It was Clutch God who used to take it for the team as in IGL, and Sensei started to pick that up. Is this a curse which is going to be coming for all IGLs in this game? Is going to be the next big question, as Fierce is going to be retaliating against the side of ABC, giving an opportunity for his teammates to pick up Immortal as he's down on his knees bleeding out. There's an opportunity for sure to, go make sure that they make their presence known inside the circle as quickly as possible. Trying to take that, real estate is going to be the priority.
Rippers back-to-back really consistent games, but top 7 finish is something that they would not want, and looking for a few finishes, already have racked up 4 to their name. And now this is where they have to look for clicking inside the zone, and it's already 6 zones starting to hit in, trying to provide those cover fire just before they kind of head inside the zone. They know it's going to be fire coming in from Team Blind, but it is going to be Rex who gets the better out of Nirvana, as ISO also falls down to his own death and just jumping out of a moving vehicle, not a certain right idea, but it's understood, right? Of course, with so many teams at their direction, especially with Team Entity having such a beautiful rotation out here. Now for a team like Enigma, they have to deal with the threat right in front of them in the form of Team Blind, and this grenade could be the start of it.
Absolutely. Now look at the team which says left out being the Kings of the Hills are trying to get the final lap, having control over the zone. Enigma was having 5 finishes, looking the strongest, and suddenly True Reaper have started to, you know, fight exactly against them. Noob on the other side is going to be cooking up a grenade. He has a vague idea as to where the player is, but ultimately Rex is not going to allow him to have the final laugh as he takes one for himself. Entity with all 4 men standing against the side of Enigma who have 3 men standing. This fight is turning out to be more intense as EXO also have 3 men standing.
Of course, but look at Enigma, 13 finishes already racked up to their name, and this team is certainly doing it. They still have 3 of their players alive, and this is the game that they were waiting for quite so long, as now Mysterious X just have Ares. He spotted out Shadow. He's not gonna jump on the trigger yet, but a little bit of a mistake as Troy spots him out and is gonna be the one who makes him meet his makers. As Team Entity, they've got their attention redirected next towards the players of Enigma. One good grenade or a Molotov trying to flush them out. But what they're going to do next is wait for the circle to sort of break out.
Let's see what's going to happen next, as this circle at this point of time is still not favoring anybody. Everybody are waiting for their moment as the next circle is going to shift in and favor towards the side of Team EXO. Entity want to capitalize on it, but they're looking on for the right direction. First, they want to clear out the side of Enigma and then take the fight towards the side of EXO, I believe. And that's why a split gameplay is going to be coming in. But EXO Punko finds the right time to strike against the side of Enigma. Egi will be the last man standing. EXO have a divided attention at this point of time, but a very clever one, I would like to say, because they have done the right kind of damage in one corner. Then all they have to do is concentrate on the other one as they're 4 men standing and they're pushing in towards them.
Punk trying to create that fortress around that vehicle, ensuring that if the players of Enigma fire at his direction, he's not going to have any threat. But this is where Entity go in with the first Troy coming in. Somehow has managed to enter, but there's no cover fire from the backline. That's going to be Fierce, who gets the better out of him, will eventually land that finish also to his name as Entity, now a 3-man squad. Noob has to deal with the players of Enigma as those nades are being lobbed over. Avi completely showing his backs as Noob starting to pick up that grenade. The moment he tosses, it is going to connect at someone, at least Egi, as a matter of fact, finally gets taken down by Shadow as Avi, the lonesome player, surviving. Can he get the revival with no time remaining?
I think he can get the revival, but what he's going to do is pick up that med kit and everything possible to make sure he goes in for a heal battle. Rather, he understood it's going to be hard for them to pick this up, so he's wanting to look around, but that's not going to be the case as EXO is going to be putting an end for them. They have the exact location of the rest of the teams, but one lurking snake coming in from the side of Entity is completely towards the left, and that's going to be Noob. I think Fierce has a vague idea that there's a person on the other side, and that's why he's not going to let go of this Rich, which has been supporting them, and that is why this game could be favoring the side of Team EXO.
Oh, it certainly could. And there you go. Playzone doing its wonders. Punk getting that second knock, but finally Noob opens up. He knows he needs to go after Punk, but does not really happen as Punk will get the final knock. EXO finally coming out on top with that juicy chicken dinners to their name with 9 finish. And Entity Gaming, a rather less finish point game, but a second position. This is all they wanted. But Enigma Gaming, man, especially after that Sanhok comeback, they haven't looked back ever since.
Absolutely. Look at the points table and look at which are the teams suffering right now. The bottoms of the table have hit the top. It's going to be Team EXO. Really happy with that performance. 24 points. Enigma 25 points. Entity with 17. Mysterious X on the other side. I know it's a little late for them, but they need 2 good games to make sure that they make a mark as well. Blind Esports with 9. True Reapers coming up, even they are a little late, but Godel on the other side being a little consistent, getting another 6-pointer for themselves. It looks like when you look at EXO, Enigma, Godlike, Soul, Entity, all of these squads have come up again in the zeros, right? You know, when you minus out all the points they've raked up.
I kind of get it where you're heading this conversation, and sort of a similar storyline where a team comes in and has really good first games, kind of get a little bit cocky and then kind of eventually really mess up. Now, Godlike, this is the second time they're having a bad game, but nothing taken away. You know, still one beautiful fight against Imprint, wiping out the entire squad. Had been the king of the hills over there, eventually to get taken down by the players of Enigma. But as we move into the second half of the table over here, big names popping up. Team Soul, as a matter of fact, Revenant not having a really good time. One of those invited teams who are, you know, just on the verge of getting eliminated. Maybe just 2 more games remaining. We still do not know. But Retribution, RTR, especially how they started off their day, certainly seem to have gassed out. But the iQOO MVP is going to go towards Eggy. 7 finishes, 780 damage points to his name. He certainly has been really clinical.
Absolutely. 2 headshots and 2 assists coming in. They were holding the right corners, right, and they pulled the right strings. They were on the on the southern side of the mountain itself, and they were making sure that they make God will pay, and that is where things started to turn around for them. But ultimately we can see that, you know, Team EXO have got 2 players of themselves over here. One is going to be Punku, yet again showing his fierce gameplay, where he's got 7 finishes for himself with a total of 644 damage. Team EXO, Fierce coming in, you know, and this time being the punk for himself.
I think
getting 921 with just 1
he's
fin.
got a really nice picture out there. You know, I do not know what he is trying
He's
to
telling that I am
indicate.
going to get 1 finish in this game. Let's see what's going to happen.
With the thumb, but again, I think it was another beautiful game for True Rippers as well, considering how they were in the very start of today's evening. They certainly seem to have stabilized a little bit. As we take a look at the match summary, and nothing seems to really catch my eye. It's just barring C-Cord at 304 meters knock and the finish over there. 6 grenade finishes, pretty, you know, common as we sort of transition into the FD graph. I was really hoping for some vehicle finishes though this time.
Yeah, but there was an explosion death which came in, but we can't consider as an vehicle finish. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it was Team EXO doing most of the hard work. I know they couldn't reap the best of it, but until now, if I've seen some graph and be satisfied with the ratio, that's going to be going to Enigma so far. 1,674 damage and 14 finishes for themselves. Look at the way they balanced it out. Every time they sprayed at somebody, they made sure that they'd taken that finish.
Oh, of course. I mean, Enigma certainly has been the favorite team inside this lobby, at least for me.
Yeah.
But again, I cannot really deny the fact that how on earth does Sensei pull off such rotations, man? When everybody thought that the circle was going to go uphill, right? He was the one who banked upon the fact that it's going to go a little bit down towards those narrow ridges over there. And that is where he had the players stationed at. And of course, he was one of those sacrificial lambs again. We've been talking about it. He's always been taking the risks, you know, and he's always been vocal about it, even in those interviews, right? He says that my only sole purpose is to get my team into the final circle because I know, I believe in my teammates. They are gonna deliver all those blows. Earn me that chicken dinner, which they did.
Absolutely. Now, there's one other device which can deliver you all happiness possible. That is this iQOO Neo 6, which is going to be giving us a small video. Now, iQOO smartphones have something for you guys. You please watch that and get to know better about this device.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Yeah, Heroes is in stage. Wow, report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and that was a very good promo about this device itself. I'm looking forward to get to know more specs about this so that we can give you the earliest information of them all. But to hold itself and the feel of this phone itself is so good. I know that you guys will be enjoying the color, you know. There's a shade of a blue and a black coming in every time you move it. And that
green also?
Yeah, a little bit. I would say that, you know, it's more like a turquoise color, you know. Which
Oh,
is,
yes.
Yeah, so that's the best part about it. Now, coming back, you know, let's look at how the game has gone through, right? I have
Before that, of course, you know,
Okay.
a lot of people are wondering, right? Where can they get their hands on? Of course, it's an Amazon special, ladies and gentlemen, and you have chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees if you participate in all those games that keeps on happening, which sort of brings us again, you know, to how Sensei gets all those rotations out. Well, he's on Loco. Why don't you guys check him out? Of course, India's biggest gaming and streaming platform, where all our favorite BGMI players stream their games, all those custom lobbies where you used to hear all those musical words to your ears while they're playing. And sometimes we believe, you know, we're better than them. And like,
Exactly.
Sensei, nah, I'm better than him. And prove yourself. Become a streamer. Start streaming on Loco. Of course, you know, Ark has been thinking and planning to get his analysis streams on. I'm certainly going to be
and
joining
I'm
him
going to
over
be
there.
learning a lot from the man himself, who's been on the desk with the numbers, trying to throw things around. And that is why whenever we are there, you get to see me asking him the questions. But yeah, right now we're going to be stepping into the highlights, in which I'm going to be, you know, asking you a few things to understand more about the mindset of the games itself. So it'll all started off over here where Soul pulled the wrong strings at the beginning itself, but Thunder, the way he stuck against Akshat, especially Akshat, you know, that itself shows that the caliber coming in from the side of INR, and one good game from the side of INR, somehow they can make it into the top 6 easily.
He's a star at the making. I'm calling the shots already, you know. From what I've seen across those two games, especially in Sanhok, where he sort of backed out and still survived.
Yeah.
Got so much damage done, and again this time going up against Team Soul, that is where you have your trembling nerves. And again for Team Soul, it was not a good start. Of course, they were counting out that Water City would be vacant. Off to a really rough start, did not really go out well for them. But Last Legends, Mysterious X, it was so chaotic. I kind of went off thinking, what on earth is going on? Everybody just trying to knock each other up, not getting those finishes. And then out of nowhere, we sort of had EXO just kind of sliding inside the circle and getting a chicken dinner out of nowhere.
Absolutely. Now this is where Godel was looking the strongest,
Yeah.
and until this point, I really thought that, you know, they could dominate from the above and make sure that they get as many finish points as possible. It's just that, you know, they allowed Imprint to come a little more closer without grenade projectiles coming in towards them. They almost had on the verge of getting extinguished, all thanks to one man, Jonathan, who was standing over there. He was able to clutch out the final man trying to run away and give a ray of hope. They did lose one of their players in that fight, right? An unwanted loss, I would believe.
You know, I really like the intention from Imprint. They knew that, you know, Godlike had their attention diverted elsewhere, and that was the perfect time to strike. But that is again Team Godlike you're talking about. You know, they were at the perfect position, uphill situation. They knew how to tackle the danger. But right after that is where Team Enigma, finally they come up. They just look at them. They just have 3 finishes to their name and suddenly just abominate the entire squad over there of Last Legends and then go after INR. And this is where they start feeling themselves. This is the game that they need to look towards capitalizing. And again, Jonathan losing a 1v1 battle, especially this is where, you know, you cannot get the debate, right? Arm per the AK, where Arm clearly prevails.
I mean, somewhere I have to say that Johnny was doing too much of a movement for that AK, right? It was important for him to just stick to a small window. He has the damage in his hand. He has that Horizon helmet coming on the top. I don't know why he chose to, you know, move around so much. But ultimately, a nump is a nump, and, you know, as you said. But let's look at what happened after that. It was Team EXO being placed in the right position. Immortal was the person who went and saved one of his teammates who was almost bleeding out. But ultimately, it, as you said, Sensei exactly knows where to place his spawns, and eventually that army is going to make sure that demolish the whole room itself.
Oh, of course. I think EXO off to a brilliant, perfect game. You know, this they couldn't have asked for a better result than this. But you know, again, this is where we get in you know, the other invited teams. True Rippers finally stepping up a little bit. When we were sort of anticipating maybe it's going to be Revenant today, maybe it's going to be Blind. It's True Rippers out of nowhere. We did see them in BGIS playing from RIP Mizo, a team hailing from the northeastern India. And finally, this is where they're also getting themselves into happy positionings. They also know there's still 2 more games remaining. They still can dream of getting that top 6 and get that golden ticket for the BMPS.
Absolutely. Now, Entity, the way they were dominating in this, I really thought that, you know, they might pull this off with Noob coming in from an off angle, but we have to give it to Punko and Fierce, right? From the beginning, they were watching every single player, and that's the best part. You need to make sure that all of you are connected in that Renegades energy. Make sure that, you know, you're watching in all corners, especially in the final circle. Every time we have been saying this, that it's going to be hard for you to take an uphill battle, but look at what's been happening from here on. Soul yesterday, even though they were not having the most uphill, one last player was standing. I'm so sorry. Even though he was one last man standing in the map of Miramar, he took out the whole side of Blind. And over here, we're able to see that, you know, EXO having a disadvantage, still making it into an advantage, all thanks to the third party of Enigma and Entity in this map, right?
I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to buy that because, you know, EXO had that perfect ridge to play around. It was never a low ground or a higher ridge situation. Of course, the kind of the buck stopped at the players of Enigma, right? They were the ones who were trying to get in. The initial intention was try to engulf the players, you know, try to have a little bit of a spread. But, you know, they had that ridge to play around. We did see, you know, few of the players of Team EXO also getting knocked out. But the revivals could easily come in. And that is where, you know, the Sensei supremacy really comes in. Having his players stationed at such positions where they do not have to do anything at all. All they've got to do is go and get those finishes to their name and eventually earn themselves a chicken dinner.
I have a second thought on this. Do you think that they could have used some throwables, like put up a smoke right to the corner of the ridge, allowing allowing EXO to come out of their comfort zone, or probably to a grenade or two to make sure they come out of that pit which they were holding?
No, I think, you know, as you could see the zone forming out, right? What most of the time Team Entity was also in the midst of the fights, right? They did not have enough utilities to play around with, not a lot of grenades, not a lot of smokes to work around. And this is where they kind of decided, you know, to have one of those players try to go in for that little flank and look out for it. But that is where, you know, spotting out the players of Enigma a little bit, they kind of shot those, they kind of fired those bullets, gave their position away. That is where Team EXO knew, there's someone on the flank, and that is where they had to look out for him. And the moment they got the knock over here, of course, it was the zone also trying to come in. You could see one of those players got taken down from the play zone damage itself. So, of course, Entity was sort of feeling the heat. But despite the fact, considering how they finished off and how they've been playing throughout the day, I believe this team has already made the mark, already made the cut to head off into the BMPS. But this is where the question comes in, the big names, Soul and Team Godlike. I mean, two really amazing games, and then suddenly the numbers keep on dwindling down.
But somewhere I feel that Godel has been doing that, right? They've got an average of 6 and 7 in the 2 games, and one game they got around 22 points or something like that. So somewhere they are picking up. It's not like they're letting go of it completely. But Soul, on the other hand, they've just lost it, right? They 1-0 already strikes up. So 30 points in the first game, and then coming down to somewhere around, I believe they got around 10 to 12 in the second one, 40 points. 4 maps already, 4 maps already done. They've got an average of 10 in each of those. When you try to divide it, right? So that comes up to say the equation is again coming to us nil, that now the other teams have a good opportunity.
But this is where the cushion gets lifted, right? Especially when you've got the other teams, let's say Enigma Gaming, who are kind of looking to be, who had a hiccup right in the early on, right? Even True Rippers in that manner. Autobots have recovered so well, especially in this game. And with so many of these teams who were kind of under the top, you know, below the top 8, now picking up pace. Now this is where the cushion that Team Soul had was lifted. Now it's not there anymore. Now they have to focus on getting those 10-point average games every single time. And if they succeed to do that, which I feel they can, I think they're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the underdogs are starting to dominate, again striking the kings and making sure they doubt their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, after which we're going to be back. And I know that it's a crucial one. Go get yourself something and come back so that we're going to be prepared for the next battle.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one...
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders, 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! अरे scout कर रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के साथ में भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और finally, गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are back yet again with iQOO BMOC powered by Loco. Of course, my name is Sorty. With me is Aka. We still have 2 more games to go, but of course, the middle segment was completely dominated by EXO itself. 2 back-to-back chickens for them, and they are back at the top. Also, along with good performances coming in from Enigma as well as True Rippers. Now, the battle for the top 6 is really getting heated up, Arka.
Absolutely. Now, Godel has to perform, step it up, because EXO just made a statement that, you know, they are almost cementing themselves, right?
Yeah.
So, Godel has to pick up the pace. Soul on the other side, somewhere, you know, they have done the hard work from the beginning. They're trying to reap benefits, but I think they're taking it lightly. Another 0 and then another fight. They could be on the verge of losing that position for themselves. But we all know that, you know, the first game, the kind of impression they have shown, they can bounce back anytime soon.
They certainly can, right? But at this point, just like you mentioned, questions will be on the likes of Godlike. Questions will be on the likes of Revenant. And I'm pretty sure the likes of Entity, the likes of EXO and Enigma, they're sort of sure the kind of consistent performances that we have seen from them. I believe they've kind of made one step inside the flight of BMPS. Of course, that is what these players are battling for. From the underdogs, so I'm yet to see one consistent dominant display, right? TF5 showed glimpses of brilliance, but after that there has been certain amount of brilliance is coming in from Mysterious X, but nobody else really.
This is what you can expect, right? Once they get to know the lobby is strong and they try to retaliate against that lobby, it's going to be hard for them to, you know, somehow strategize. But ultimately, there's some beast in our hand which needs a lot of, you know, talking about. The video is going to do the talking as we're going to hold back.
Well, iQOO Neo 6, just a significance of brilliance, right? Ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to win something, if not this one, you are going to win a lot of goodies worth rupees 2 lakh only if you log into your Amazon account and search iQOO Neo 6. You'll get some games, just play them, try your luck, and maybe if you are lucky, unlike me, you might just be able to win something big.
Absolutely. Now, coming back to the big question, you know, which you did ask me, what's happening with the underdog teams? Is there any team which might come out to perform? There were glimpses of INR to perform really well, right? Just imagine they're clutching against a squad like Team Soul. So that is also giving a ray of hope. And we also had the side of DM also trying to clutch it out against the side of Godel as well, right? So there are some teams who have the capability of doing it. It's just that pressure that they're, you know, playing against the strong teams, which is kind of restricting them, which they need to overcome and then try to play it around with. But at the same time, there's one more squad I want to speak about as we're going to be stepping into the map and seeing how this beautiful map of Miramar has taken place. That's going to be the side of Autobots, you know. They have also been picking up the pace, trying to at least take that 4th or the 5th position for themselves and making it a little hard for the teams like Blind, Revenant, and probably even the side of Team True Reapers, because these are the only invited teams which are suffering right now.
They certainly are, right? Even Revenant for that fact. Like, apart from those first few initial games where they racked up those middle points on the point standings, we didn't really get to see that consistent display, right? There were fights which they were dominating, there were glimpses of brilliance, but nothing barring that. And I'm still waiting for that big chicken coming in from these big teams. Of course, you expect a lot, especially for the likes of Revenant as well as True Rippers, considering that Revenant really performed in another third-party event that happened very recently. So considering all of those statistics together, it's very hard to sort of digest that only a few teams are sort of taking all the limelight, where the underdogs as well as a lot of potential invited teams might just not be making the cut, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare ourselves for the last two games of the day, last two opportunities before we board onto the flight of BMPS. I'm pretty sure the players are pumped up, as only and only the elites get this opportunity to make the cut.
Absolutely. Now, this flight path, this bird is going to be going in the air and showing us as to how it's going to travel around in the map, giving an opportunity for the teams to actually... Is it going to be a comfortable jump for them? Is going to be the next big question, as the flight path is starting off from the side or from the northern side of water treatment and ending up towards Los Higos. And that is where, you know, we have to clearly say that the map is almost dissected into two different halves.
It certainly is, right, dissected into two different halves, giving every team the opportunity to go to their desired location. And that has been the case, right? But of course, the circle kind of decides where exactly are we going to see most of the action. Now, we saw that Los Leones was the center of attraction when the last Miramar map happened, right? A lot of teams sort of resorted onto dropping towards the periphery of it all. On towards the other side, the circle sort of formed on top of La Trilera as well as Chumacera. Now, it is sort of very important for us to understand where early collisions are going to happen. We've seen Soul and Godlike sort of crash out on the early stages of the game itself. This is where we have to kind of come to the conclusion that certain teams who might not be able to get towards aboard the flight of BMPS, are they looking to bring down the Giants?
Absolutely. Now that comes an opportunity. Before you go, you have to leave a mark, right? In case you don't have that golden ticket, you have to make sure that you leave such a big mark that there are going to be some orgs looking out for some new players, and that is where you can register yourself. And that is what most of these teams will be planning to do. Slap the Kings and tell them that, you know, sometimes I'll also be known for the crimes I've done. At this point of time, towards Al-Azhar goes the side of Blind, who need to step up and play the best of what they can, with the circle being very, very centric, making sure Graveyard and Power Grid being one of the most center part of the circle itself. This is the time I want to see which of those teams, invited teams, will be looking for an early domination, because that's going to be the key of success for them.
Absolutely right. Early domination. Most of these teams will be looking out for that. But of course, a very central circle. Most of the teams, they are congregated towards the center of it all. You've got two teams, that is Lost Legends as well as, I believe, Deathmet Esports, who are outside it. But barring them, it's an entire frag fest, right? You don't really have teams very close to each other. Team INR and EXO. Team Lost Leones, in fact, there were three teams in the vicinity. They might decide to engage further on as the battle progresses, but then there is no brownie points for those early engagements, right? And considering how Team EXO have performed, it's very unlikely that Team INR might fancy their chances against them.
Absolutely. Now, Team INR have already, I think they've heard your voice, and they're like, you know, we're going to ruin the party for most of these teams. They did ruin it for the side of Soul in the previous game, and it looks like right now they're concentrating on the squad closest to them. There's going to be EXO. All these are just speculations, right? It's not like we're in the mines and trying to understand and put it out. But at the same time, they have to watch out for two other teams in close proximity. One is going to be the side of Team TR, who are playing a split gameplay towards the side of Lost Leones. And we have RTR Retribution to the, you know, most southern part of the map itself. So this is where, you know, we have to make sure this cluster doesn't attract too much information. It doesn't attract too much of teams to be rushing in and becoming a third party, fourth party, or even a fifth party in that case.
Exactly. Now, we've got to talk about Team EXO, right? The way they performed, the way they made their presence felt. The first few games, of course, not really the best in terms of their records or expectations that they have set for the audience and the fans out there, but they instantly make comebacks, right? The map in Sanhok, the map in Erangel, once again, like 2 back-to-back chickens, and Team EXO, they're looking the strongest out of all of a sudden. Even the map in Miramar, where they sort of got a lot of finishes to their name. I remember they got 10 finishes to work with, in spite of crashing out with just 2 placement points. They've sort of displayed that domination, which might just put them right at the top of the leaderboard, which is very, very crazy, to be honest. I haven't seen a comeback like this in a very long time.
What did I say? EXO, the comeback kings, right?
Yeah.
So they are living up to what they're named after, and at this point of time, they'll be really happy to look forward to gain more of those winner chicken dinners for themselves, to try to understand how the tournament is going around. Sometimes you don't need to just, you know, lift your leg off the pedal. You need to keep pressing it and driving around to check how far you can push yourself to be the best of what you can. At this point of time, we're looking at the side of Seoul. And what do you have to say about their depletion in the previous match?
Oh, dude, I mean, honestly speaking, Seoul, for them, the journey has been very topsy-turvy, a very dicey affair throughout the day itself. Started off with a banger, right? A 30 bomb to start off with. Just silenced every single one of their haters. Of course, the second game also riding on that tide of momentum. And they really got the 20 bomb again. Right, grabbing 50 points on the first 2 games, we knew that this team was trying to, do something new, right? They were trying to experiment new strategies. Of course, they are looking to make statements for themselves, which they've done already. They kind of bought and deserved that freedom, which they are utilizing right now. But I still feel with 2 more maps to go, I feel like Seoul are pretty comfortable in their contention for BMPS. They shouldn't really struggle. Like, it would be highly unlikely that some team would actually take their spot itself. Might actually get the number 1 spot to EXO, might get taken down towards the 3rd or the 4th position in the overall standings, but it's very unlikely that after getting 50 points from the first 2 games, you're not going to qualify.
Absolutely. I mean, very well jotted down every single point over there. But at the same time, look at this formation coming in from the side of Blind, you know. It's going to be one lurker or one person who's going to be going away from the team, trying to hold the highest point in the ground and checking out where the teams are coming in from, how things can turn out for them. It's going to be Blind dead pool. And somewhere I have to say that, you know, if he holds to that position, allowing nobody to take that place, he can pick up a lot of finish points for himself in case the circle is going to be favoring this part of the map itself. Now, the bigger question is going to be this. Will TF5 pick up the pace in this game and make sure that, you know, they get another chicken dinner for themselves and seal themselves next? As INR versus Seoul, yet again, this love story can brew in case there's a left turn coming in from the side of Thunder. It looks like they might have an information about someone close by, but they're going to be pushing in towards the side of True Reapers at this point of time. An unwanted fight is what they're trying to pick up, and let's see whether they can reap benefits out of it.
Of course, right, benefits are what they're looking for as the rest of the pack arrive, but you always have to be wary of Team Seoul. Of course, Omega being in the mix, I'm pretty sure Hugh might call in reinforcements himself as well and might try and chime in. Flick Whitey, though, from a long distance, takes down Tear. Retaliation comes in, but Flick Whitey survives over there in that situation, gets inside the shack and might just heal himself up.
Absolutely. Grenades are being tossed towards him. He has healed up to his fullest potential. And a rush comes in from the side of INR. And this is where things can turn out to be a little bad for the side of Flicky. He's got 30 bullets to walk around with. 23 more left out. But ultimately, a duck shot coming in from the opposite side is going to be putting an end. I know a backup is going to be coming in from the side of True Reapers. They're going to be like, let's come and dominate at this point of time. But INR already made a statement. Omega is also pushed in towards the side of True Reapers, and let's see what's going to happen on the other side as there's another person down on his knees from their squad.
I told you, right? Soul Omega will always be looking to chime in with those finishes of himself. Of course, Versex has been taken down, gets a lot of information as well as a lot of advantage, creates that for Team INR and hands him over on a silver platter. For Team Seoul, though, no reinforcements already. I believe that Omega wouldn't really want to make his life so much more difficult for himself, attracting too much attention. But of course, have a look at this. This rotation coming in. Spots down ISO in the process as bullets go flying. Versex is still down under. Shooter takes in a lot of damage. Team INR are yet to assert that form of domination. Vehicle explodes left, right, and center as utility is being showered in. Ice goes down, and this might be the opening that Team True Reapers are waiting for.
I mean, absolutely, but at the same time, he's the lone man standing. How much can you expect him to pour out? He's cooking a grenade against the side to make sure that he confirms one finish at least before he gets taken out. No, he also has Nirvana next to him, and that's going to be a breathing period for the side of True Reapers in case they both come in together and make sure they stick together as well. But as of now, INR Shooter is going to be the man. I don't know why they're not choosing to come in and revive the teammates. Circulation comes in from the other side. We can see Thunder is trying to push in. Soul is also trying to be the third party and try to take away this fight from them. What is going to be the next big thing for the side of INR is the next big question.
Yeah, ISO is going to go down. Shooter, of course, no meds to actually work with. Needs to really go for this fight with just a sliver of HP left on him as Team Soul start surrounding them like a boa constrictor. Not ideal situation, especially for Team INR, especially the fact that they come into this fight in a strong hand and now suddenly find themselves in the midst of battle. Team Soul look to engage them from multiple directions. Look at this beautiful split between Goblin and Akshat. Omega was also in the vicinity, so he might be chiming in quite as well. Shooter is the last, or rather the penultimate survivor for Team INR. As silence prevails, Nirvana is still there in the mix, but both True Reapers as well as INR were very, very hurt from this battle itself.
INR, look at the formation coming in the side of Graveyard. They're on a linear formation, right? Almost close proximity with one another, equal distances. There'll be a kind of a chance for them to actually take the fight towards the side of Soul in case they concentrate one player at a time. But they also have to make sure that, they come a bit more closer. Oh! It's the pink color which, it made me a little colorblind. It was Nirvana, one of the players of True Reapers, also in the queue. I'm so sorry. So that's going to be just two players of INR being close proximity to the side of Soul. A good thing to do is, fall back from that fight. And eventually they're doing it. And that's a good thing, right? But ultimately, True Reapers, they're just going to hold that ground and make sure, they have that position points for themselves.
Yeah, a hybrid shift coming in as the circle shrinks towards Graveyard, once again having its epicenter over there. Team Soul starts rotating, but I don't really think they would have enough incentives doing so because they are still well inside the circle. But we know, right, this team always loves to have those higher topographical grounds. As EXO start discovering their options. Sensei is just warming his fingers up, right? Just checking those gun barrels if it's working fine, because of course we know how EXO have been performing. Their gun barrels might just get pretty hot. They fire a lot of those bullets and most of them rip apart their opposition.
Oh, look at that. Sensei comes out to see exactly where Hector was sitting. It was just that element of doubt pushed him to go above the ridge and just scope in and see who is going to be that man closest, and that is where things are going to happen. At this point of time, the next circle is going to be predicting a lot, as Gordel somewhere far away is also to the center, and then we have to see one coming in from the side of TF5 as well. Now there's a push coming in from the side of some team. Oh, that's Team EXO trying to push in towards the side of Team Soul, and that is the fight we have to watch out for, as Sunside do not realize that there's one player pretty much close to him. It's MX somewhere far away, making it safe into our house.
Yeah, Team EXO though, again a very blatant split coming in from them. Each and every one of those players, they are playing miles apart from each other, gives them that advantage in terms of the space that they cover as a team in totality. But when it comes to the trade potential, there's not really much, and that might just be taken advantage of by the other teams like Team RTR, like the likes of Team Soul, who are just waiting the opportunity to pounce upon, who are just moving around like a pack of wolves. But so far, it's still silent times in the map of Miramar as temperature soars up to the skies. You have to give it to the boys of Enigma as well. The way they came back from the brink of death. Utter destruction in the first two games, getting absolutely pinned down in the maps of Erangel and Miramar, and then suddenly making a comeback and making their name felt. It seems like even this team has sort of solidified their position inside the top 6, but this is where Punk goes down, and this is what I was talking about, right? There's little to no trade potential. Sensei is in no position to help him. Of course, the Bucky is going to come into action, but Arca, do you think Punk is going to get revived?
It's going to be hard until Team Soul wants to fall back and make sure they're going to regroup and prioritize the zone first. I think there's an opportunity for Punk. And Sensei, he fell back to the right corner first, First, let me get into cover and then revive a teammate. And that is how you'll have to, think about going in for any kind of revival. Goblin on the other side wants to come in a bit more closer, where he's going to be shot at. And we have to see whether EXO is going to give the right kind of cover. We can see that Immortal is also holding a position at this point of time. And also another player somewhere far away is also holding. probably that's a Sensei, and yeah, it's just Sensei and Immortal. I'm so sorry. So eventually, this is the moment where Team Soul is just going to wait it out for the person to bleed off and then get that finish for themselves.
Oh my lord, Avi on the finish feed actually finds Jonathan with a vehicle explosion. We'll talk about it later on, but Goblin though takes in a chunk of damage as his HP is down to a sliver. But of course, Team EXO, they're gonna walk out of this fight itself. Sensei disengages, still invites a lot of shots towards himself. Punk, there's no way this man can survive. Is Team Soul, they completely uproot Team EXO off their compound and take it for themselves.
Absolutely. Now, Punk is going to be that one finish which Soul was looking out for, and now they're going to take that rotation immediately into the circle, not bother much about it. But LL is going to get taken down. Enigma has picked up the pace. 3 finishes what they've got already. Eki is down on his knees. It's not going to be hard for them to pick him up, as Bunny is also one of those person in the crosshairs of Enigma. With Enigma's crosshairs on fire, you wouldn't want to be the person in it.
For sure, right? Team Enigma once again a good start from them. Eggy though is knocked out, but I'm pretty sure the revival is going to come in any second. They still have another team in the vicinity. I can see some sort of purple dots looming around them. Last Legends still have a few players up and alive. I guess it's going to be Shantanu. Yes, it is going to be Shantanu. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this fight once again. As the voice in my head tells, it is something to witness. Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Jonathan crashed into that compound with his vehicle and instantly gets finished off by Avi. Just no mercy being shown to the star player.
I mean, that's what happens, right? In this moment of the game, in this heat, it's going to be really hard for you, as at this point of time, Entity knows the location of Soul, as Soul is taking another fight altogether against the other 2 players of Entity, as a push is going to be coming in from the northern side, where they're going to be striking. Noob takes a player down. Dark Lord is also going in for retaliation. At this point of time, Noob is going to be losing himself completely, but a well-good grenade from the side of Dark can actually give the opening. It's going to be Hector who might hit the ground as well. Oh, look at that HP. With just a little bit of HP, Hector is going to be surviving, as it's going to be Omega and Akshat who's trying to cook up a grenade towards the side of Dark, which might connect a little bit but not going to affect them much. Goblin again goes down on his knees. It's important for Entity to actually capitalize on this. Omega also gets taken down. Akshat coming into the horizon, but ultimately Akshat is going to be the man with the final half. Ultimately 6 finishes what they raked up. I can't believe this. Entity had everything going in their way, but Zone favored out the side of Soul.
Exactly, but look at this though. Death met right in the crosshairs of Team Mysterious X. Now, an entire pack of wolves right in front of him. Talks for him. Surviving is going to be a monumental task. Tries to loop in a smoke, whereas a circle shifts in completely towards the northwestern area. Enigma and their prowess in predicting the circle has been spot on right now. The only team who might compete them is going to be Blind as well as Team Godlike. Of course, Godlike have lost Jonathan, but right now, Team Deathmate, for them, it's very, very important that he survives. The nade just lobbed in right beside Tox, and he watched that in slow motion, barely surviving, barely breathing over there. But a Molotov might just finish him off. Yes, it does.
Absolutely. Mysterious X have also picked up the pace. You know, they've eliminated the side of Deathmate with just 1 finish. We do understand it's just 1, but you know, they're trying to push in towards the circle where Gordel is just holding it out. Now the demigods, are they strong enough to take them down and try to make a statement over here? They're just looking up to the northern side of the map, or probably the high grounds in front of them, to make sure that there's nobody who's trying to take them out. Neo does understand that there's a vehicle nearby. He's going to be concentrating towards that. Thunder on the other side is going to be striking so hard and making sure it takes down 3 players at this point of time, and eliminating them completely is going to be the side of Soul picking it up. A blessing in disguise for sure for the side of Mysterious X, but that's not going to be the case. They're going to be like, you know what, I'm a blessing for them, but I'm not going to be a blessing for you.
Team Soul once again having the vantage point and making use of it. Nobody does it better than them, right? Every single time they have the topography at its mercy. Look at this, the Goblin cooking up the nade. This time the next victim is going to be Team TF5 as the nade connects. Reaper God taking a chunk of damage. Of course, not being the Grim Reaper at this time as Akshat pushes up. Sharon completely caught with his pants down and no mercy being shown. Team TF5 are being broken down and their back certainly hurts right now. Team Soul hitting every single corner with 11 finishes as this team is going on a rampage.
Now the fans were thinking otherwise about Team Soul, and all those haters who were thinking otherwise of Team Soul is now going to be tucking their tails and trying to get away as the fans are going to be cheering for them. The last man standing. This is going to be the third or the fourth squad which they're going to be eliminating overall, and that's going to be a jump shot coming in from the side of Goblin. Look at him being persistent in getting that finish, and ultimately he's going to be gifted that as well. TF5 also gets eliminated in the hands of Team Soul with 12 finishes coming in. A statement for sure for them. It's going to be much more easier for them to come in inside the circle and rake up more for themselves, but as of now they're going to be happy with the position they're holding.
They certainly will be. Retribution RTR versus Revenant is what we have right now, with Erangel cooking up that nade, the Molotov in his hands itself. Coops though just waiting to crawl next to the stone ridge. He's got the buggy as cover for himself right now. I'm not really sure how many players Revenant has. They only have a 2-man side versus a 4-man push coming in from Revenant. It's going to be very, very difficult as Team Retribution RPR, they just sweep the floor with Revenant, and another disappointing exit for these lads as they still are vying for contention. I'm not really sure if they've done enough to qualify to the BMPS.
I mean, this is what happens when the underdogs start to pick up the pace, right? You know, all 4-men standing coming in from the side of RTR. They're going to make sure that they get the best spot in the house as quickly as possible so that they can do what they're doing right now, right? The fingers are pumped up, it's heated up. All they can do is just control their crosses in the right corners and try to pick up as many frags as possible. Now all these things said in our Team EXO from far away, we can see that, you know, they're trying to concentrate their firepower on the moving vehicles as much as possible. Soul is going to be the next one inside the crosses. Fear comes out a little bit in the open, gets tagged off from Akshat from far away. Look at that vantage point they're holding over there. Soul, a split gameplay, a 2-man split gameplay. Every time I see this, these players work like a charm.
It certainly does, right, but it also splits up their offense, and this time Omega and Hector, though, they are in the middle of some sort of Mix's Clutch God as well as Z God engagement and welcome them with every single one of their nades that they had. Fierce, though, very close to Team Soul right now. Godlike also in the open is a 3 Titans in a triple threat. This trifactor of teams, of course, they are just battling it out for survival at this point, or rather domination, as both these teams, of course, EXO will be the first one to fall. Omega just brilliant in those 1v1. Beautiful, beautiful reflexes on the trigger. Moves inside the smoke itself, tries to disguise his presence, but is there backup arriving on time as Godlike also on the receiving a lot of shots, Arca, as it's very difficult to predict who's going to win this fight.
Soul at this point of time wants to pick up the pace, wants to take the fight towards the enemies. That's a push coming in from the final 2 men as they've concentrated their fire against the side of Godel. It's going to be Akshat trying to push in. The big Titans have locked horns, and it looks like Team Soul is the bull who's going to be racing the other one in the air and trying to make sure they finish them off, as Goblin, the last man standing with Akshat, almost down on his knees. I have a lot of job to do at this point of time.
Another wipeout on Godlike. Team Soul just making statements after statements on who the better team is. Let it go in the chat. Soul versus Godlike every single time, and Soul have reigned supreme. This is not the first time, a second time in this day, and these 2 teams have locked on, and this time it's Blind and it's their show right now, coming in from the back lines. They've taken down Team EXO in the process as well. I'm not really sure if Godlike and EXO, they've done enough, but Team Soul certainly are on a roll. Is Blind look for their first chicken?
I mean, Soul at this point of time are going to be as chill as possible. Imagine 16 finishes is all you have got at this point of time. Enigma on the verge of picking up a very, very good winner chicken dinner for themselves. Obviously, because of that real estate they're honing at this point of time. Akshat on the other side still wants to survive, still wants to pick up some more finish points for himself before he gets taken down. And this is the fighting spirit you need to have. 8 finishes is what he's got on the ratio of 16 finishes. He's done half of the hard work for the squad and still wants to survive and pick up as many as possible. This one turn can actually scrape off a complete squad in case he plays right.
Exactly right. The nade being cooked in Akshat, of course, under fire right now as Blind look to try and trifecta him out of the equation with 3 different directions right in front. Akshat being taken down. That's the best that Team Soul could offer from this game itself. 16 finishes and the 4th position, but their job is done. They're more than settled. But look at what Eki is up for. The snipers back in action as Car 98 is back in Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. It brings back memories for sure. But you have to talk about Enigma. 4 men up and alive. 9 finishes to their name. This team has made such a huge comeback in this day so far. I'm pretty sure this team is looking well set for BMPS.
Absolutely. But at this point of time, they need to concentrate on making it inside the circle, because that's going to be the most important priority for them. Rex is coming in from another angle. He exactly knows the location of Blind. There's nobody to backstab them, right? All the war is taking place right in front of them. So it's going to be easy for them to understand and, kind of strategize right now as to which nukes to work out with. Rage is going to be the person trying to move in with the vehicles. A lot of sprays comes in from the side of Evo, not doing much of a damage. But Enigma has to realize that this is the time for them to go in, because Retribution versus the side of Blind is starting to tick off, and this is the moment for them to capitalize.
It certainly is the moment to capitalize, right? Blind in the midst of both these two teams, they are completely sandwiched. Just look at the mini-map, right? There's no way Blind can survive this surroundings. Of course, climate not supporting them either, completely out in the open, just bombarded with lead over there. Blind, is this the tipping point? Retribution slowly closing in on their points. The first player, he goes down. It's just 2v4 right now. Shadow goes down as well. There's nothing that Blind can do. They are literally helpless as they get thrown out of the window. And now it's Retribution RTR. 8 finishes to their name. A 4v4 battle as one player gets knocked off his feet with the first grenade itself. And as the battle begins, we are in the end game, ladies and gentlemen, as Enigma starts pushing off with Avi on the flank.
Absolutely, Avi has picked up the right corners at this point of time. It's going to be very, very easy to make sure that, he hits the final nail in the coffin. He has more information than usual. Avi at this point of time goes in for a jump, eventually giving a little bit of an opportunity for the opponents to go in for a heal for themselves. The next push against him is going to be really, really hard. Avi might get taken down. There it is. He also gets taken down. Egi will be the last man standing to make sure he does a statement. His helmet has been damaged at this point of time. Kranich is doing everything possible. He's got 27 bullets. He's going to be immediately reloading, coming in for a push, and this is the time where RTR Retribution can actually take the fight into the face of Enigma. There comes a retaliation. That is going to be Egi, the last man standing in that corner. A 2v1 situation or a 1v1 situation coming in. Kranich is going to be pushing in. Who's going to be coming out successful?
Nobody knows, right? They've given each other enough time. Egi, the last player surviving, of course, has a nade cooked up. If this nade is successful, might just turn the tables. Droned in, finds the first player, almost, but no way as RTR Retribution. They are very, very dominant in the final circle. The first chicken dinner to their name with 12 finishes to go. And it really, really makes me so happy that an underdog team comes back roaring. Enigma also, due respect to them, and they are making all the big lines and all the headlines right now. 11 finishes and a second spot for them.
Absolutely. The overall points table says this. It's Team Soul with 24 points and Retribution with 27, 30 already raked up in just one game. Now Retribution has to make sure that they get another 10 in the next game, and it's going to be an easy walk into the next round itself. And we expected this, right? RTR Retribution from the beginning have been consistent, have been showing how good they are. It's going to be Enigma with 23. I think Enigma is also one of those teams who can cement themselves. Soul, though, they're going to be on the top itself. Just imagine 24, 22, 30. How much more do you need? You need another 20? They're ready to give you, right? They're looking a team on fire right now.
They certainly are on fire, probably even a barbecue at this point, as they are lighting up the entire gas at the moment. Of course, not the same for the other teams in the second page itself. Revenant, True Rippers, Entity this was a very important game for Entity as well, right? They had a good run, they had a consistent run throughout the day itself, but this 0-pointer might just actually hold their chances because they're yet to get those big number game, ladies and gentlemen. But for now though, it's time that we look at the iQOO MVP, and who but Akshat from Team Soul. Again, there's a lot of debate going on. Who's the better player? Is it Akshat or is it Goblin? Everyone has their favorite, but it's sort of safe to say that Akshat is obviously the more experienced out of the two, and because of that experience, have a look at that. 8 finishes with only 514 points of damage, Arka.
Whenever I see teams, a teammate like this getting just minimum damage and maximum kills, that shows that his teammate actually gave the right kind of backup, right? So that is what, I'll be looking forward for. But Blind at this point of time have got 5 finishes for themselves, 803 damage coming in from their side. Chonu coming in from the side of RTR is going to be really happy that they have such kind of a gameplay coming in. something new for me is going to be the numbers, which is looking so good. 5,002 healings coming in over there. 4 grenade finishes. I mean, I was expecting something more different with close range battles coming in. But ultimately, I feel I'm satisfied with the entertainment given to us over here.
Exactly right. Even the longest finish distance over there being 260 meters, of course. A pretty average game, to be honest, apart from that trifecta that happened. Like, I loved it. Soul versus Godlike versus EXO. All three of them just engaging against each other. Once again, we have a triple threat in the FD overview as well as 3 teams. They have pretty similar looking buildings right now. RTR Retribution, Enigma as well as Soul. Their high rises are almost similar, 2,300, 2,100 all across the charts. The finishes also pretty in contention, 16, 12 and 11 respectively.
40. That is 40 finishes which they've gained. Like 3/4 of the lobby has been eaten by 3 squads over here, and that is what you'll get, right? Only 2 squads apart from them, that is Blind and INR, were able to make 14. I mean, that comes up to say that 54 finishes came in with just 4 to 5 squads, and that is the kind of domination they're starting to show, right? So with this, we can say that, you know, Soul is going to be on the top of the table, making it very, very easy. They didn't just take that golden ticket, they went closer and they're like, give it to me, and then they kept it in the pocket and they just went and sat in the flight to BMPS. So this is how it's going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. More questions is going to be coming up towards your way, as you know, I've been knowing that, you know, your favorites are going to be Godel and Soul. How are you feeling with these 2 teams also performing so well?
Of course, we'll talk about that a little later, because right now I'm feeling that this phone is pretty good. Let's have a look at the sponsor.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Heroes is insane. Wow, report. They are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
I've been crunching some numbers, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like the competition is starting to get very, very dicey. The first few slots, Arca, are almost guaranteed, right? You know, of course, few teams have performed throughout the day. Soul, Enigma, Blind, etc., etc.
No,
The
Soul, Enigma, Entity, as well as EXO. So 4 squads.
Okay, yeah.
4 squads are almost like cemented.
Yes,
themselves.
100%.
There's spot for just 2 more. And the contention, according to your math, is going to be which all teams?
Dude, contention is going to be between the likes of Godlike, right? Retribution, RTR with this game itself. They are pretty close. Team TF5 is pretty close as well. With 3-4 teams. Even Enigma, for that matter, right? They had almost 20 odd points from this game itself. So all of these masala is just gonna make this final game even more spicier as we move on to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. And I just can't hold back my horses because at this point, honestly, I'm wetting my pants right now. Which team is going to qualify, Arka?
Absolutely. Let's look at the highlights and try to understand, what is actually going in the minds of those 3 to 4 teams who are in the point of contention. And one is going to be the side of TFI. You can see that, they're not playing that same kind of gameplay where they showed that maturity, that consistency, or what do you like to say? That and let's keep it to the calm mind. They're not being the calm as cucumber, due to which they're actually paying the price. But on the other side, Team Soul, look at that, man. I mean, the confidence they've brewed up so far. This is Johnny getting taken out, right? Why do you want to let go of your strongest player all out in the open and be confident that he can survive? Because if he gets taken on, obviously half of your firepower has come down.
This is the lapse in communication once again, right? Godlike, they've been struggling. It's no alien to the fact that Godlike, they had the first 2 games well under their contention, well under their belt, but after that, their performances have plummeted way too much, because of which right now they are feeling the pressure, which again is causing all these laps in concentration every single time. We saw Deathmate being taken down, but of course Deathmate is not really in the contention for the top 6 anyway. Of course, Team INR, they've had their good moments. I would really want to know if INR is inside the top 10 or the top 8. But of course, there are certain teams that we are going to look out for. TF5 was one of them. Enigma with this game itself, I believe they are also in the midst of it all.
Absolutely. Now, somewhere I feel that it's time for Team Godel to actually pick up the pace, take things seriously. Just imagine some team like INR or RTR Retribution, or probably the side which did take them down previously, Deathmate Esports. They just go down to Godel's clash point and they're going to be like, we're going to make sure that you are also not going to go because we are also not going. Come, let's go out of the lobby, and they just challenge them out and finish them off. Godel can change that story. They're going to welcome those finishes in their favor, and they're going to be like, this is what we wanted at the end of the day to start off the day. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, whether Godel will be able to survive this onslaught, because there's a lot of fan following expecting them to see them in BMPS, and this is going to be the big question.
Oh, for sure, right? The big question looming in all our heads. If Godlike, will they get that golden ticket to BMPS? Will they get their boarding passes? Because this is what Clutch God is fighting for. It is his birthday after all. I'm pretty sure the fans are also waiting to cheer for Godlike once they reach the final destination. But of course, which destination is going to welcome them, we'll find out in just a few moments. Blind though, they had their good moments. Miramar, usually the stronger team for the Southern Circuit teams. Blind has showed that this theory is right every single time as they make their way inside the final circle every single time, right? But after that, they start getting lost out.
Absolutely. Now, Kranik is the person we have to give credits to in that final moments, holding that right off angle. And I know that false flag was coming in from somewhere else, who looked like, he's going to be falling back, or he's going to be the person who's going to give up his life. But ultimately, Kranik, the way he was able to land that final blow as well against the side of Eggy. Look at him just rush in blindly with that UMP and making sure that he lands the final bullet. A very, very good one coming in from the side of Enigma. But at the same time, as you said, the 2 slots, I'm feeling so sad that after this, I might have to leave the desk and allow you and Fixes to, take us through the final map itself. But at the same time,
I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm going to be on the desk and I will witness the action unfold in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to enjoy that on the sidelines as well.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let's talk about the chances of other teams, right? In case there is some teams which is going to be coming up. I believe that I'll allow Fixes also to do that with you. I'm just going to have a smile for the day, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be stepping into the match of the next game. The most crucial game for the teams in the middle bracket.
For sure, right? Arka put it perfectly. The most crucial game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, as we hold our horses and prepare ourselves for the ultimate extravaganza. Is Team Godlike gonna qualify, or are we gonna see some underdog teams seeing it through? Retribution, RTR team, TF5 in the mix of things, and Fixes is gonna join me on the desk right now, and I'm gonna throw it back to you immediately, my man. What is your heart saying right now? Listen to your heart. Just hold on to it and listen to the heartbeats.
If I could have my microphone on my heart, it could be. The beats are going to be out there. But of course, mixed feelings again.
for Team Godlike. They're somewhere around that 6th position, I believe. And now, I've been doing all those mathematics. Now, Retribution, RTR, courtesy to that one chicken dinner. Now, they're just somewhere around 3 points behind of where they are right now. And not just that, if anyone out of Mysterious X, True Rippers, or Blind managed to pull off a chicken dinner in the final game and the Godlike gets eliminated early on, that could be the end of road for Team Godlike.
Oh, for sure, right? I'm pretty sure they would not want that. But you guys might want to have a look at this device. The iQOO Neo 6 is our friend from iQOO. They have a small word for you guys. Oh my god, I must tell you, this device is amazing. But you know what? Every single guy in this studio right now is turning into a mathematician right now, turning into Archimedes and trying to crunch those numbers because this is a proper headache. By the looks of it, I must tell you, in one short sentence, if Godlike gets eliminated early, any of the underdog who gets his chicken dinner, if they do so, qualify.
Yes, and we've got a lot of teams in the mix for that, of course. But before that, of course, it's an Amazon special, the iQOO Neo 6. You've got a chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees. But right now, teams have their attention on that golden ticket. Now, we're crunching numbers, right?
Yep.
You've got Team Blind in the mix. You've got Team RTR, Retribution in the mix. We've got True Rippers, as a matter of fact, even Autobots. If any of them get a chicken dinner with, let's say, around 10 plus finishes, they're going through. And provided that Godlike do not get off to a good start, if they cannot get around 10 points, they might be secured. But at the same time, even for teams like TF5, a team that started off well, they had 2 amazing back-to-back good games, somewhere sitting around the 45 plus marker.
Yeah.
But if they do not also perform, so they might also face the brunt and might face the axe of getting eliminated. It's going to be a brawl fest, Salty.
Honestly speaking, you probably can't have a look at these hairs right now, but every single one is standing up on their feet because this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final map of Erangel, which is going to decide the fate of so many players out there. But at least one thing is for certain, right? At least for the likes of Godlike in TF5, their fate is in their hands.
But the big question is, do they get to their original drop locations? Because there are a lot of the other teams, we've got 16 teams in the lobby, and few might be offering a little bit more shenanigans out there, monkey business, and we're not going qualifying. We're going to take you down along with us, and imagine being the Godlike Slayers. That's a story in the making, Salty. That is what I can see. And, the first game, we had Godlike dropping off at Isnaya, around Georgia Paul. We've got Isnaya also, one of those favorite drop locations. And, a voice in my head says that we also might have snacks coming in from Team X. So not that it would make a lot of difference considering the kind of points that they've accumulated for themselves.
Exactly, right. But it's very good to see a star player coming back. But I'm pretty sure star players in the Godlike camp, they must be worried right now because this is not the kind of a situation. That's not the kind of a party Clutch God wanted to be in, is it?
Oh, of course. I mean, on a birthday, and imagine the pressure sort of building up. But this is exactly what they've been trained to do, right? Deal with it. And they're the ones who sort of tend to thrive under pressure. We have seen it time and again. However, there have been few areas where, Godlike have not been that dominating that they used to be in the past. Of course, if you talk about statistics, Neo, the MVP in the BGIS, of course, the event went on into the GC, and suddenly we could see they did not have a rather good, comfortable time out there in the international lobbies against the big giants, right? Again, they had a lot to prove. They've been going through a tumultuous phase with, constant changes in their roster. We've seen Gill also sometimes coming in. Their playing for had not been consistent, but all of it is not going to matter if Godlike does not see this through. But at this point, all the fans, all the Godlike fans will be having their prayer mode on, because one last game is going to decide the fate. But, leaving Godlike aside, imagine TF5, right? The kind of a journey that they had the first two games going exactly the way they wanted, and suddenly, getting caught off guard, getting pincered down, getting sandwiched between those teams. And this time also, right? They were looking towards taking that a little higher ground in Miramar, eventually just got bolstered down. And this is where they need to understand they need to collect in at least 4 or 5 points to maybe also dream of getting that golden ticket.
Oh my god, this is what the dream is about, ladies and gentlemen. The more coveted title of Champions of Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series. Of course, this is what the iQOO BMOC is all about. All the nerves. I told you, the hype is real. Everybody said, what's going to be round 4, right? Invited teams are going to come in. They're going to, completely dominate. Well, there you have it. Godlike on the brink of elimination. And who could have thought?
Who could have thought, right? Especially coming into the day, the kind of a start they had, racking so many finishes to their name, top 3 position. We were sort of hoping to get to see more of that Soul and Godlike fight happening, which eventually happened in Miramar, and Soul still looked to be steamrolling over them. It kind of felt like they were, effortlessly just wiping them down.
Just bulldozed.
Exactly. And this is where, Godlike need to wake up to their senses, right? Of course, they've had their time, they've had their phase, they went off to start off with a bang, and then somewhere down the line, going on for those early finishes, getting engaged in all those early fights, trying to stay around those edges of the circle where majority of the teams are prying for the center. That's somewhere down the line hurting them.
It certainly is hurting them, right? And the entirety of the pressure, multitude of fans watching it from their home. We saw what happened to Orangutan yesterday, right? Even they were in contention, the final game. They were playing very cautiously and the nerves were there. And eventually, they made those mistakes against Global Esports. And if Godlike makes certain errors today as well in the final map, I'm pretty sure their road is not really going to go down perfectly as they wanted. But of course, there's still an opportunity for the underdogs to make a comeback. Yes, Fixes.
Imagine in a parallel universe, if it can happen in the battlegrounds over here, Team Soul dropping after on Godlike's drop location and settling the scores right out straight, eliminating them early on. Imagine the sort of a drama that's gonna be on the social media. I mean, at this point, we can start wondering about something like that happening, right? About the possibilities of it, because again, Team Soul, especially after that 16 finishes haul that they had, really good, amazing games. They know they've solidified. There's no single soul on this planet that they can take away their ticket that they've earned. And this is where they have that little freedom, right? This is where, they can go after a lot of teams at that manner. Of course, even as the likes of Revenant, another invited team, one of those teams that we were really hoping to find ourselves in the mix for the top 6. Certainly no matter, even if they get a chicken dinner, they're not entering that top 6. So they can be off to be some, funny business, but fingers crossed. But if this happens, I'm going to lose my mind. Imagine the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers, right?
God.
Team Soul eliminating Godlike, dropping off at their drop location and thwarting them out of BMPS. I mean, that's news in the making.
That certainly is news, right? Especially for teams who don't really have anything to lose. One team is already qualified. The other team that we are in contention, Revenant, for them, the journey is over, though, right?
Yeah.
But of course, it is about the underdogs who are still looking for that big chicken. And if they do make it, just imagine the possibilities ahead. Just imagine the stars are going to shine bright. Their careers are going to shine bright. And it's just the start of them, right? It's just the start of the journey in BMPS.
Yeah.
Might just be the end of Godlike in that scenario.
And even, for the other teams as well out there, right? You've got Last Legends, Mysterious X still have a good chance, but no wonder if they want to settle the scores, like it's us or you right now inside the game. Even Imprint, as a matter of fact, one of those teams which we really had high expectations from.
Yep.
You never know. Our nation can just wake up from his slumber in the final game and get off to a few clutches as finally the last hurrah for a lot of those teams that have grinded their way so far. The journey for all these teams, Salty over here, could come down to it, and well, anything could possibly happen. Anything can go on in this final game of Erangel. The calculations over here. I mean, I'm starting to, get a little nervy because it's never been this close. We have never gotten the chance, say goodbye to such a mammoth of a team. They are under ultimate pressure, but I believe they have got what it takes to see it through. What about you, though?
They certainly have, right? International experiences, multiple titles, multiple MVPs. They're stars of the BGMI world itself. Idols of so many players out there, inspiring millions, making careers every single time. It all comes down to this one game of Erangel, as we have numbers all across our screen, ladies and gentlemen. Everywhere I look, it's all but points that we are speculating. As the silence creeps in, I just wonder what is happening. What are the players discussing in Spawn Island? Are they discussing possibilities? Are they discussing what might just happen? The flight path, of course, is gonna start any moment right now, and the players are gonna take to the skies. I just can't wait for this affair to begin, Pixies.
Just a few points. I've been making all those calculations in my mind. It's just barely 2-3 points that have been differentiating, and
even the PCs, even the climax, right? Exactly right. Even the PCs are sort of heating up to the point where we have to again start the game.
Rehost after rehost, and it all comes down to this. The hype is real, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know in the chat if you feel Godlike have amassed enough points to qualify, because hey, I mean, we casters, we're really bad at maths. I did decent amount of crunching though, and I came to a certain conclusion that so many teams
we can't trust you though.
We can't trust you, but I believe in these guys. I believe in the chat, because they're really fast, with the text, with the typing, with the calculation. And we've got to focus on the other things out here, right? But again, what a journey it has been for all these teams out there, right? Especially for the underdogs. And it's a little bit ruthless, especially with the group of deaths, the trial by fire that we were talking about. Especially when you have so big names coming in, and suddenly kind of pushes you down to the point where you kind of think, am I good enough? But this is where I feel diamonds are forged under extreme pressure. And TF5 have done the job so far. But the last and final hurdle still remains.
So close. Yet so far, I would not want to say this, especially for the likes of TA5, especially the way they've performed, the calm and composed gameplay every single time, getting those good placements inside the circle every single time, racking up those finish points. It certainly isn't easy.
Yeah.
And going toe-to-toe with these giants themselves, it certainly is a David versus Goliath battle that I started off the tournament saying this is exactly what iQOO BMOC was for, right?
Now let's talk about performances. Let's talk about how they've been playing. Team Autobots, now one of those teams that are still in contention. They've had 2 really good games of Erangel, and we're heading towards the third one.
The third one.
If they can get somewhere around 15 to 18 points, they might have also done the heavy lifting. And of course, they're going to be aiming for that chicken dinner. And we know, if you remember, in round number 2, this was one of those teams that had 65 finishes in just 5 games. Right? You can understand how intense it can get. If suddenly they wake up and they're like, we're just going to go boom, boom, bam. And then suddenly, all over, teams just going left, right, down, below. anything could possibly happen. But again, for Autobots, this was one of those teams I was really hoping to see them go quite a far. But well, it all comes down to this one last game, right? But again, if you talk about even Team Blind, as a matter of fact, this is where the discussion comes down to the fact that they've had really good games in Miramar.
Yes.
But Erangels haven't really gone their way.
Exactly right. Now, we know that Southern Circuit teams are so good in Miramar. Every single time they've got themselves at podium finish, right? The first one, third position. The second one, third position. They looked shaky for sure. They didn't really rack up those finishes to actually make it that dominating, just like EXO did in those 2 chicken dinners that they got. It's still fine right there. That sort of makes them still under contention for the final game itself. And if they really come out of their shackles, if they decide, boys and girls, let's just go for it. Let just everything slide. Let's just start making our presence felt, because we are an invite team, pretty big one as well. A lot of people following us as well. Even we can actually show our numbers strength against the likes of Godlike if they go for that big chicken. I'm pretty sure Godlike, much like this aircraft itself, is gonna crash down on the earth.
Oh yeah, but you know, at the same time, this is where we've got to give recognition where it's overdue to the players of Team Enigma. And again, the kind of a performance that these lads had, the kind of performance they displayed today, especially after those first 2 really shaky games, and then suddenly out of nowhere, they kind of come in and deliver and get themselves into the mix. I believe they're somewhere around the top 3, right? Of course, Soul and EXO, they must be competing for the top 2. And then we've got Enigma. Entity had also been quite consistent today. But for now, anything is possible, Salty. Anything is possible. The final game, it's the atmosphere getting heated up. You know, sweat dripping from the faces of the players. You can all see in the POV camera. But anything can be possible. But what we can be certain of is that we have one hell of a game.
We certainly have, right? It is in store as we witness every single time the slow-mo itself. And ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about it. The players are just getting locked and loaded. Games like these involve tremendous amount of pressure. And it needs a lot of warm-up as well. They're just doing their regular drills as we begin boarding the aeroplane, as the flight takes off, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game of round 4, Group 2 itself. Erangel once again, and Godlike, their existence is under the question mark.
Of course it is, as there you have it, the flight path trajectory forming all the way along from Georgia Paul towards Milta Power. Godlike loves to drop over at Giorgio, but do they have any unfriendly neighbors with them? That's the big question. Or do they take that long path towards Isnaya? Or are they going to resort for completely something that we've never expected them to do so? But looking at Team Soul, I think they're going to be resorting towards their good old Gatka split. Or are they dropping off at...
oh,
wait! This was happening, Salty. I told you. And that little hunch that Soul is going to try and pull off something really cheeky. But where are the players of Godlike?
We can't see them yet. They haven't dropped. I guess this is when they drop, right? They are probably going for the southern island. Are they? Are they really going for military base?
They could. They certainly could. Or they could go completely somewhere else. We never thought or never really anticipated, though. Yet to see them taking that drop. They're heading over maybe towards the northern side. They're heading over towards Yasnaya. And this is where Team Soul did come in for a hunt, but now they have to move out to Yasnaya. But this is going to get even much worse with the Southern Circle coming in. And you've got Team INR to deal with against in the Yasnaya cities.
I mean, this is a healthy decision, right? Yasnaya is a pretty big city. Godlike, they don't have to engage in battle right off the get-go. And they might already witness INR getting those compounds first. I still pretty close to Jonathan. I hope Team Godlike is prepared, but
But what did Soul just pull off, dropping in at Giorgio Pole?
I told you. I mean, they've got a little bit of a rivalry even going outside. You know, it was time to. It would have been a perfect storyline, right? It all comes. Banters does not come down to anything. Imagine the headlines tomorrow in the articles. Team Soul dropping off at Godlike, wiping them, eliminating their run in the BMPS. Of course, not even giving them a chance to enter inside the BMPS. Now, that would have been a huge blow for such a big organization like Team Godlike. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But for now, it could be a double-edged sword what Team Iron are up to, right? Considering the fact Godlike, one of those teams that really is very strong in holding off Yasnaya. Now, if they've come up here, they could be a blessing in disguise, right? They could give them those 4 finishes needed, but we've got action elsewhere. It's going to be Mysterious X, who are off to an explosive start, getting the better out of the players of Team Enigma.
And we have to keep in mind Mysterious X, they're still in contention, right?
Yes.
Anything can happen. One big game, even if Godlike might not, if they don't really get a lot of points, Godlike, then Mysterious X, their journey would be set. And getting that player off of Enigma is a very big boost for them, especially talking about the circle itself. They have to traverse on a beautiful rotation, and it's not going to be easy. Look at the Eastern Highway completely blocked off by 2 teams out there.
Oh, we're going to see some good old bridge action. I'm starting to wonder how is Godlike going to make their way inside the zone. Whatever could go wrong for them has possibly gone wrong, right? And this is where they're going to be completely, truly tested to their limits. Now, for the qualified teams, for the ones who have already settled in, have nothing to worry about. Of course, you've got EXO, you've got Team Soul, you've got Entity, you've got Enigma. These 4 have asserted their dominance. These 4 have somehow made sure that they're still garnered enough points. But seems like Enigma, or rather Entity, could be a little bit of a kerfuffle. But such a perfect game for Retribution RTR, right?
Yes.
Exactly the zone panning down to where they drop. It is going to be a southern circle, and this is where, you know, if they can defend it out, if they can get a few points for themselves and a chicken dinner, they'll be through.
They certainly will be through, right? At this point, Retribution RTR, they're really calculating the stars. And everything is lining up for them. That big check-in on the map of Miramar itself, all those points that they garnered from that game, just to build upon this game of Erangel. For True Rippers, of course, I'm not really sure how they stack up in the points table. But I'm hoping that they can bring out some actions and get those guns flowing yet again. Maybe spoil the party for some teams. Maybe make the way, pave the way for other teams as well. We'll just figure out.
Only time shall tell. But for now, you know, in this eerie silence, we all know we're going to have action sort of breaking around the 3rd or the 4th circle when you've got a plethora of teams, everyone sort of congregating towards those bridgy areas. But for now, INR, they're on a lookout, or maybe just waiting. I mean, just waiting for some of the players of Godlike to come out in the open. But Jonathan knows exactly where Thunder is. Still yet to take a few shots. And Thunder, I believe, might have also spotted Jonathan back.
Exactly right. Spotting down Godlike. They know exactly that Godlike is in their periphery. What do they do, though? Is INR going to take one for the team? Well, we don't know. We're all just building storylines here.
But you know what? If the players of INR kind of try to delay Godlike over here and sort of block their way inside the circle, this could be also alarming news. But for now, Akshat in a little bit of a situation over here as Tox from Deathmate has finally managed to take him down. We do have final call, one of those players that, you know, really steps up in those final games of Erangel. We have seen him perform even in the past, and now this could be the one game that Deathmate, you know, would be wanting to have an exit out of the iQOO BMOC with their heads held high. But they're not going to show any mercy to Team Soul, and hoping for a few pans and face out there. Aksha doesn't mind it. Like, have a go at it. We don't care. We still have qualified. But for Deathmate, it's all about making a statement.
It certainly is, right? And we've seen those gameplays coming in, especially in those final maps. We just go berserk, right? There's nothing to lose. They show their magical prowess as well, and every single time they go ham on the opposition. That is what they might be looking out for. But Blind and Team TA5, they were painstakingly close against each other, not really battling as the Lambo crashes and Sharon goes down. Blind Esports, though, they get the opening for themselves. They go off the mark.
Right, so I mean, of course, Blind, another one of those teams that has a good chance of qualifying, and going up against EF5, it seems like they're hunting for that top 6 spot. And Blind Esports, this is the dream start that they could have wanted. If they could dig in a little bit more deeper, if they could get a few more finishes out of the players of TF5, then they're also going to start succumbing down.
This is where I hope, you know, Team TF5, they really can soak in the pressure. Just need to settle down in this game, go for those rotations. Of course, they have a very major chunk inside the circle itself, but the circle might just play such a big spoil sport, you know, if it by chance shifts back to the mainland, which again, very rare probability, but if it does,
you never know. I mean, from what we've been witnessing so far, there is that stark possibility, right?
Yes.
And if that happens, I'm gonna start losing my mind. But one good thing, Godlike, they've kind of broken out of Yasnaya pretty early on. They have shown no intention. But look at Team Soul right beside them. They've figured out, it's right on their tails, and this fight might happen. Even if Team Soul goes down, they're gonna make sure they take a couple of players of Godlike along with them, and that is something that Godlike cannot afford at this point.
Exactly right. You remember the game of Miramar itself, where Deathmate and Godlike, they went on head-to-head in the second time. Godlike did win that fight, but the damage that Deathmate did was irreparable, taking those two players down, and Jonathan and Z-God were just left for nothing. I guess Team Soul is just looking for that.
On the map feed, even Autobots are off to a really good rotation, but look at Evo finding Neo. If he gets one of his buggies flattened out, could be bad news coming in for Godlike, but somehow they've managed to escape from that really pesky situation. Or maybe the buggy has been flattened out and they have stopped in. But are they looking to pick a fight at this point, Salty?
I have no clue, but look at the circle. I don't know why, but it seems to me like it's just strafing away from Godlike for no reason whatsoever. They're coming in from the eastern side, eastern highway. It just shifts towards the western side. Look at the bridge though.
Oh, it's clustered up with so many teams. Look at EXO. Everybody's sort of hell-bent in ruining Godlike chances. It's fair competition. You would, of course, not want a team like Godlike in the BMPS. Of course, one of the favorites, one of the primary contenders. If you have the chance, take a blow, and that's what they're doing. But right now, Team EXO have a target in the names of the Last Legends. Another one of those teams that hasn't really fared off pretty well today.
They certainly haven't, right? Preventing them from crossing the bridge would be their prime target, but Godlike have arrived. You can see those vehicles starting to come in, the buggies and the jeep. They know, they understand that there is not just one, but two teams in the bridge itself as these four men prepare to invade the bridge. But how are they going to do it?
You know, Godlike have been in similar situations before. The first game of GC getting taken down to the players of Alpha 7. This time, again, crossing the demented bridge. Look at the setup from EXO. It's a checkmate if Godlike decides to get into this bridge. How late can they come in? But right now, Soul and Enigma seem to have locked horns. Of course, Akshat being taken down pretty early on. Omega coming into the fray, as Evo would be cooking up a few grenades and must be landing at their direction. They're just having fun.
They certainly are. They are qualified. It's a friendly banter at this point with Hector always coming into the fray as well. Finishes will be confirmed, and Omega confirming another one for himself. 3 men are up and alive as Evo just wants to get away from this situation.
Yeah, I mean, guys, it's all right. We've both qualified. I'm not your enemy right now.
Yeah.
Focus in Godlike. Have the big guns already out. As Team Soul now already collecting 2 finishes to their name. INR spotting out Evo, but land a few pot shots. Nothing really connect. But the action erupting around the bridge, that's somewhere, you know, I have my undivided attention towards.
Yeah.
Constant peek over at the map feed. Anything could possibly happen. Not like a secure finish to their name, but this time they're going to go ham after the players of Team Soul. This, I do not know how pleasant would it be for them.
Yeah, this is the engagement that we were waiting for, right? Of course, the circle is in their mercy, and Team Soul are taking the brunt of it, but not anymore, as both of them start taking a damage. Team Soul, of course, are retracting from this fight itself. Very surprising that this was their only objective.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, they can afford at this point, right?
Yeah.
If Seoul gets a slight idea or a rather small hint that its team got like in front of them,
Yeah.
they're gonna bend the earth over here. They're gonna bend every single possibilities, no matter even if they're falling. They're gonna take 1 or 2 players out with them. But a little bit of a respite for the godlike fans. But there you go, Team Seoul trying to take it to the waters, as INR even on the peripheries, on the shorelines, looking to get a few finishes to their names.
A lot of these teams will actually take to the waterways, even godlike for that matter. I can see the split coming in. They're still trying to move towards the bridge, but this time they're going to face Mysterious X as Shinigami and his crew. They're waiting. Jonathan picking up the nade, trying to lob in underneath the fences.
Does do some decent amount of damage though. Spots is over there. But right now, there you go. Godlike finally getting those much needed finishes to their name. Of course, cannot work out with a lot of disappointment. Jonathan almost from the cusp of death. Neo, being the guardian angel, manages to save him out as Mysterious X gets bowed out. Now Godlike have collected 5 points to their name. A very good news for all the fans of Godlike to rejoice. But right now, it's too early to count our chickens over here because they're still yet to make it inside the circle. And if they get eliminated, it's just those 5 points they have to live with.
Exactly right. I'm still waiting to figure out who are the contenders though, because you have to have a look out for those teams. RTR Retribution, Team Blind, and the others. Of course, if I have a look at it, Retribution RTR with still form and alive. They are up and kicking. The contenders, the challengers, Godlike, of course, are still paving their way in. RTR as they go on the offense. Team True Rippers, they are bowing out of this competition, but not so much.
This is the game that RTR, they were looking out for, right? Of course, comes the push as ISO is the final player surviving. There goes Shono marching in, gets the knock onto it, being the last player alive.
Oh
Goes falling
my
down
God.
with that. The dreams of True Rippers absolutely crushed as Godlike and Team EXO lock horns again, as they have taken some substantial amount of damage, losing out on their birthday boy. Survived with just 3 players. Now Revenant is on the hunt and RTR, they are on the run right now. They have to somehow elope from this situation.
They certainly have to, right? Team Revenant, even they want to spoil the party, maybe take Godlike side right now. The entire world is divided into 2 teams, maybe 2 sides. One bring the Godlike hemisphere, one bring the RTR hemisphere. Encore though, pretty up close and personal. One player has been confirmed in Austin Bot, taking the brunt of the fight itself. But of course, retaliation came in as RTR are still stable and up and running. Oh no, Autobots.
I mean, what a start Team RTR had inside the game, right? This was their chicken dinner to lose, and I think they're kind of heading into that direction. Revenant being the silent angels for teams like Godlike, for teams like Blind, as now Imprint gets spotted from the backlines. It's going to be Shadow who delivers that knock.
Oh yes, of course, Team INR still trying to go on the offense. They're yet to cross the bridge. It has been a pretty long time where they stalled the action. But this time the Guardians aren't going to be Team EXO. It is going to be Team Imprint. Yes, it is.
EXO this time, you know, they've also been hell-bent on trying to take down the players of Godlike. Already have secured their IGL, could go after another one, but for now, it's going to be Suvo against 3 of the players of INR who are going to be marching any single moment. All those artilleries coming his ways, the smoky path being built up, as we've got a little bit of a fight. Sensei getting the better out of Zeke or elsewhere, as Suvo still trying, has all his attention focused on towards INR. Ice displaying his little bit of a head, but still alive.
We have got to think of certain possibilities, right? Of course, the circle is playing a spoils mode. I have no clue why it just shifts away from Godlike every single time. And this battle between EXO and Godlike, which is happening in the shadows, it is going to decide the fate. Take a case study, right? If Godlike will get eliminated right now, and if all the challengers get eliminated, are they still going to make it through though?
But I'm loving what they're doing, Team INR especially. Look at their HP. They're barely surviving with just whiskers, but still going after the players of Imprint. You've got Vampy somehow dishing out enough damage. There you go, gets that knock. But there you have it. Vampy, can he get those finishes though? But I'm really loving what Team Godlike is up to, trying to take that longer route, rotate in as Vampy over here has to find shooter somehow.
Yes, exactly right. But Vampy just decides to fall back, and I have no clue why are we shoot it from the other side. Imprint finally takes him down. As we have a look at the map feed, Godlike is just circulating across Team Autobots. I would love to request production to show what's important.
Yes, I mean, I'm really hoping to look at that beautiful rotation being pulled out of Team Godlike, but right now, we've got Enigma Gaming just survived by Evo, but he's not gonna get scared. He is unfazed at this point. He knows, right? He's done the heavy lifting. He has gotten that ticket into the BMPS. Get a little bit of a freedom. Look at the way he's just traversing around, right? Finally decides to take it to the crosses, but finally we're at Pier. Godlike, little bit away from the action. Autobots are the only teams who could have spotted them pulling off something like this, but look at EXO just dashing in on the players of Revenant.
No Fierce giving, right, as Encore is under fire, and Fierce is still looking to invade his compound. Team EXO, they've huddled up. One player is down, certainly, but of course, with support out there, timely support, there's no way Team Revenant can probably make it through.
Oh, Fierce somehow is anticipating a really good play on the closer ranges as Encore. He's going to be facing all that heat coming in. He's got snacks finally coming in. A little bit of those jiggle sprays in display anytime soon as Fierce going to be tossing that grenade into perfection. Gets Encore taken down.
It certainly is, right? As I continuously have my eyes, the peripheral vision is on the map, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant, though, they are on the receiving end of a lot of shots, and it is basically the call of the hour for them. They really want to spoil the party, right? Especially for Sensei, the guy who has caused them so much problems throughout the day itself.
You know, two IGLs having a little bit of a chatter, a little bit of a banter, you know.
Yeah.
Paradox is like, hey, I'm going to carry you. Of course, you're a different team, though. But yeah, I think at this point, you know, Revenant have also submitted themselves to the fate that awaits them. But look at this shift. This could be the perfect game that Team Blind were looking out for. 4 players still alive, but Soul could certainly be the party poopers for them.
Yeah, certainly 2 players up and running for Team Soul, and this is where problem really arises. Godlike, they are at the edge of the circle, playing it as safe as they possibly can, trying to survive, trying to get those placement points. They've done the hard work, to be honest. They've got themselves those 5 crucial finish points to work with. A decent amount of position points should be able to see them through, but of course, Blind might have other plans. 4 men up and alive, 3 finishes to work with. If they get those big numbers, if they get that big daddy chicken, who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Or maybe it could just be Retribution RTR. They also have to make a move inside the circle, but finally Autobots and Godlike might realize Neo absolutely getting picked off over there by Orba. No mercy being shown, does not care even if he gets taken down. And the final play, Jonathan survives. Finally Fierce striking in his hearts. 5 finishes to his name. If they get eliminated over here, they're just gonna have 1 point out of those placements, and that is not a good news for the Godlike fans.
It certainly is not right news. Probably not. Autobots are guarding the circle like Coast Guards right now. Any single time they watch this Jeep right in front of them, they are going to completely take it down. The US has been spotted, and Autobots are hot on its tail.
They certainly are. Look at them. Look at them. Out on a search party. There you have the Coast Guards coming in. Jonathan finally understands, cannot really take the vehicle, ditches it, goes up in the air, faces him, sort of not trying to give away his position. A little bit of a glitch over here being exploited, of course, does not give enough sound, but now Team Blind, they're being pushed over to the team that's going to contest. It's going to be Autobots as Hell comes in with the Grodza, gets that beautiful knock, and Shadow just blows himself up.
It certainly is right. Team Blind, though, they are under fire, but how can they retaliate as Autobots? They assert control over this compound. Check around the periphery if other neighbors are coming through.
Now it's going to be RTR looking out for Jonathan. Oh, he's taken those grenades. Chonu and Craniacs. Craniacs did some amazing plays in the previous game, but Jonathan getting that 1 knock. Can he get another secured? If he can manage to do that, that would be good news.
Under
but he's
fire.
getting shots from elsewhere. I think it's Imprint.
It might just be right. Craniacs is still looking to go for the revive because you can't really count out RTR. But Jonathan, the man with the golden arm, the man who really set it up for everybody in Indian esports. Everybody looks out for him. 2 players versus 1. It's a 1 versus army. And Team RTR, they destroy Team Godlike. And there goes their hopes. 5 finishes, 9 position. And it's dead. Silence amongst the fans.
Very silence has taken over the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, as Team Blind now starts looking to win, qualifying as Entity Ramen on their compounds, as the players of Blind still defending their territory. 3 players strong, have already secured 4 finishes, but Rage needs to patch himself up and get into the midst of the fight.
It certainly is right. Blind, they're looking very strong, and they have taken down Entity as they are going forward. 7 finishes and 3 men up and alive. Even Team Sol is kicking, Team Autobot is kicking, and more importantly, Team TF5 is also in the mix.
They're still alive, but they need to survive for just a little bit longer. EXO, do they know that they might be digging their own graves if they do not, if they let TF5 pass by? This could be good news for them, because that would mean Godlike is eliminated out of the iQOO BMOC. But right now, Goblin in the mix of things as he gets caught out as Reaper God. He's gonna ensure, gets that finish to his name, just the lonesome survivor. But this is where the other players of EXO come chiming in.
They for sure do, right? EXO on the higher ground. The smoke, of course, is going to give him some sort of breathing room, but EXO is going to go right after him. Knees being cooked off, no chances being given. Team TF5 might just be eliminated in any second right now, but of course, they get some sort of placement points to work with.
Oh, there you go. Fierce spotting out Reaper God. But somewhere down the line, it's going to be Yorno who's going to take that knock. But right now, Imprint in the final games. Now, are they going to give their finishes away to the players of Autobots as Hell gets yet another beautiful knock coming in with that grenade as the one last player surviving from Imprint. It's going to be Arto, and he's been taken down. Autobots already 4-man strong. They have got a lot of finishes to their names.
They certainly have, right? And Team Blind, they're not stopping. They're not blind to the possibilities. They certainly are more than capable of taking Team EXO down right now as only 1 player survives. It's going to be Snacks right now. Even Omega is taking the brunt of it. But this time, though, this is Craniacs who has been taken down as his finish has been confirmed.
Ooh, the top 4. Salty, and we've got Team Blind. They had been looking a little shaky in the maps of Erangel, but this time they've got their eyes on the big prize in the form of that qualification to the BMPS. But look at Hell, no stopping this man as he's absolutely on fire. And with that little circle shift, it's going to favor the players of Autobots.
It certainly will, right? Can they actually make use of it? Blind, though, of course, would want to get back to their full strength, their full numbers. Omega just lying in the shadows, just waiting to spot somebody in the background. But just imagine the possibilities for both Autobots as well as Blind. They just might be able to take down the godlike esports.
Snacks right now, still just chilling, just needs to patch himself up. Team Blind. Alright, all 3 of the players still alive. Now the next attention would be somehow to take the better of the circle, right? Building that trail of smoke for them. But they really need to watch out for Hell. He's on a really beautiful flank angle. And so is Orva, spotting out all that movement out of Deadpool. Did not land a few shots though, but Snacks, he's also going to make his way inside the zone. But more than that, I'm really looking forward to him trying to, play a spoil spot for teams like Blind.
Fixes. It's time to crunch some numbers. And we have all our mathematicians working around. Godlike, the tension in their camp. They must be praying to the god that somehow, whatever the result is, they just make it through. His team soul bow out of the competition. Not for long though, as they are gonna come back in BMPS with their heads held high. And so will Team EXO. But who among the other 2 are we gonna witness yet again, Fixes?
Snacks goes chiming in, and there you go, getting picked off by Zaddy as Team Blind have already accumulated 8 finishes to their name. But that one player from Autobots hell from up above, dishing all that damage, dishing hell onto where the
How
players
this
are blind. But somehow Zaddy tried to provide some retaliation fire as Autobots tried to make their way inside the circle. Face a little bit of resurgence from the players of blind. The last surviving member, it's gonna be Deadpool. How long can he hold on? He's gonna burn into crisp as there you go. Autobots getting that final winner chicken dinner out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Suddenly can start dreaming to qualify into the BMPS.
Might just be, right? Might just be. But is it going to be Autobots? Is it going to be Blind? Who knows? Because we had 2 challengers and both of them with 9 finishes, 15 and 12 points respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the numbers. Let's have a look at how much these 2 teams have amassed. 24 points and 21 points respectively, as Godlike have been left reeling with just 6 points. My hands are cold.
Is this it? Is this where we say goodbyes to Godlike?
I guess we do.
Thousands of broken hearts.
Thousands? It's just an understatement. Millions of broken hearts, I must say. Every one of those yellow hearts spamming in the chat. Is it gonna get broken?
But right now, apart from Godlike, Blind Esports 21 points, Autobots 24 points. Have they
Retribution
done
RTR!
Retribution RTR with 16 points. And that is where even Entity sort of had a few questions in mind. They've been consistent with just 6 points. Have they done enough, Salty? So much question going on, because one thing for sure, True Ripper, their journey has ended, right? Just 0 points out of this game. Had they been off to something really big, the same can be even said for Mysterious X. But imagine so many teams just after eliminating one squad, and it had to be Team RTR out of everyone. A perfect scenario. And well, it all comes down to this, right? But eventually, you've got to pay the due to even the other big names, right? Revenant, as a matter of fact. Again, another invited team, a big name in international log. And seems like we won't be getting to see much out of them, but we might get to see much out of him, as he is the iQOO MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Hell from Autobots, who absolutely raked hell with his Groza.
Exactly right. As we have a look at top 5 players, Chonu, this man, of course, you've got to talk about Deadpool as well as Rage from Blind Esports. These 2 teams alongside Autobots are going to be the closest contenders. I wonder even if TF5 slot has been snatched away from them as well, because some amazing games, some high pointers came in the last one. And this is basically as the summary. The numbers can't define the pressure, the anticipation and the tension in the air, as one vehicle finish, as one grenade finish is all that we have. But how many lives and how many hearts have we broken? Can we define that with stats?
We don't know. We still do not know, because, Godlike still had 6 points to work with. And, it all comes down to the number crunching, right? Have they done enough? We'll get to know in the forthcoming times to come. But a little bit of a look at the FT craft, as this could be the dream game that Blind was looking on towards, right? Especially with that rotation, especially the circle. Like,
oh my god,
I felt like the stars were aligned to have Godlike being thwarted out of the iQOO BMPS.
Exactly right. I mean, every single time they dropped out at Yasnaya, the circle formed on the southern island. Never in the iQOO BMOC has a circle been on the southern island. But one time, Team Godlike decides to drop on Yasnaya. The circle goes towards the southern island, right? They try and come in from the eastern highway. The circle moves west instantly, right? They try and come in all the way from the south of the southern island. The circle suddenly goes eastern.
And to top it off, just adding all that pixie dust over there, Team Soul had to go after Team Godlike right from the very start. Had that been the case, had Godlike opted towards George Paul, which they ideally do, that could have been a whole different story. But Godlike somehow managing to get a few points out of Mysterious X there. But what a day has it been right now, and what a phone it is, as our friends from iQOO have a beautiful message to deliver for you guys.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Heroes in space, bomb report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया
है ना? ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ.
What a day so far, man. What a day. From Seoul dominating to Seoul versus God like multiple times to Team EXO suddenly reclaiming the throne.
Yeah.
We have seen it all, Fixes. We have seen it all. But of course, I want to know from you, what is that moment that stood out for you the most?
It's so difficult to kind of try and figure it out, right? There have been plethora of those moments, right? All those clutches out. But I think the most iconic would be, of course, that first game, Seoul and God like them just wiping them out with those grenades would be the one for me.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see the behind the scenes of all of these players who are grinding it out, they are doing it on Loco. Also, get this beautiful, beautiful device for yourself because this is the iQOO Neo 6. And as soon as it launches with that 870 Snapdragon processor, you need it in your arsenal for those frames which you would need to stream on Loco itself. I do myself over there as well. I have a lot of following. You know, you can come and follow me, of course, if you do find the account. But of course, you can make one for yourself.
But, you know, it has been such an amazing day, right? We've got teams like Autobots also just picking it up from the final games. F5, I do not know if they made the cut, but still, you know, hoping. It was such an amazing day so far. Enigma, Entity,
oh, yes.
Soul, even EXO, as a matter of fact, those 4 teams that have made their way. But again, for all you guys, it was such a thunderous day of action, which seems that we need to take a little bit of a breather for tomorrow. So there are not going to be any broadcasting matches. We'll be back on 14th.
Yes, we certainly will, right? And we have seen how high intense, how high octane these matches get. I mean, yesterday we bid goodbye to some big teams. Today we might just be doing the same as well. As ladies and gentlemen, you have been watching iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. My name is Salty. With me was Fixes, exhilarating BGMI action every single weekend. We will be coming back on 14. See you soon.